So we are back with a brand new movie on What If Naruto and Starfire saving the life of people in Teen Titans movie, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. Naruto stands atop a rooftop as bats fly behind him while his shadow takes on the shape of the bat family. He looks up to see two older figures standing behind him smirking proudly. Naruto and his team stand side by side as they stare down Deathstroke as he draws his blades. In the deepest part of Gotham was Wayne Manor, home to one of the city's wealthiest men. Bruce Wayne, the only child of the late Thomas and Martha Wayne. Bruce's parents had been killed when he was only 8 years old, an event that would help to shape him into the man he is now. By day, he would wear the persona of a wealthy playboy, but at night he would don the mask of Batman, the Dark Knight, the Caped Crusader. In his years, he had faced various advisories from dangerous criminals. Like Penguin, to even more dangerous foes like Poison Ivy, Harley Quinn, and most of all the Joker. Bruce stood within the main hall of the manor, looking up at a portrait of his parents, while under the watchful eye of his butler and caretaker, Alfred Pennyworth. Storm clouds started to form up within the sky as a loud explosion erupted in the front of the manor, catching both Bruce and Alfred's attention. They rushed out and were greeted to the sight of a small crater in the lawn, and laid within the crater was a 12-year-old boy wearing a tattered orange jumpsuit with a bloody wound on his chest. Later, Naruto's eyes started to stir as he woke up to find himself in a fancy room. Naruto looked around, curious where he was and how he got here. He thought back to the battle at the Valley of the End and clashing with Sasuke. Naruto groaned slightly, holding his bandaged side where Sasuke had struck him. Naruto heard the door of the room creaking open and looked over to see an elderly man dressed in a black suit walking into the room while holding a tray of medical supplies. "Oh, I see you're finally awake," Alfred smiled. Naruto jumped off the bed and took a defensive stance. "Who are you, where am I, and why did you bring me here?" Naruto demanded, while Alfred looked at him in confusion as the boy spoke in a Forgian language. "I see you're Japanese," Alfred said, confusing Naruto who didn't understand the elderly man either. Alfred cleared his throat. "Please wait here," he said in Japanese, while walking out as Naruto scratched his head. What was that old guy saying? Naruto thought with confusion. "My guess is, when you clashed with the H.I.V.E brat, you were sent to some Forgian land," Kyuubi answered. A few minutes later, the old man returned with another man. He walked up to Naruto, who kept his glare. Sensing his tension, he got down to the boy's level to look him in the eyes. Naruto glared at him at first, but strangely, he couldn't help but see that this man's eyes were much like his own. "Hello, my name is Bruce Wayne," Bruce introduced, speaking to Naruto in his own language. "Naruto Uzumaki. Where am I and how do I get back to Konoha?" Naruto asked. "Konoha?" Bruce repeated, never hearing of such a place before. "Konoha, the Hidden Leaf Village," Naruto said. "You're currently in Gotham City." "I'm sorry, but I've never heard of Konoha before," Bruce replied. "I've gotta go. I've gotta stop Sasuke, I've got to keep my promise," Naruto said, gritting his teeth slightly as pain surged from his wound. "Hold on. You're not in any condition to be going anywhere. You should rest first, then we'll talk about helping you get back home once you've recovered," Bruce said, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. Naruto, though reluctant, nodded his head. Alfred then got to work tending to Naruto's wounds. "Where are your parents?" Bruce asked Naruto curiously. "I don't have any," Naruto said, looking down in sadness. Bruce paused at this and looked at Naruto and could tell he was telling the truth. "I see, I'm sorry," he said, as he knew that pain he had. "It's fine. I don't even remember them," Naruto said, trying to put on a front. "You don't know anything about them, do you?" Bruce asked, as from his tone, he could tell Naruto knew nothing. Naruto paused at this and frowned as he nodded. "Alfred, prepare a room and some food for our new guest. Any favorite meals?" Bruce asked him. "Ramen," Naruto said loudly. Alfred chuckled at this and nodded. "Right away, Master Uzumaki," he said as he left. "Master?" Naruto asked curiously. "Alfred is my butter and he calls everyone that lives here master, but he's pretty much family," Bruce said with a small but very genuine smile. "Oh," Naruto said, nodding his head slightly. Bruce looked at Naruto before lifting him up, finding him surprisingly light for one his age. "What is it you eat a lot?" he asked curiously. "Ramen," Naruto said with a shrug. "All you eat is ramen? That's not healthy," Bruce said with a frown. "Well, back home that's all I could afford. Everything else was overpriced," Naruto said with a pout as he crossed his arms. Bruce made a mental note of that and would start Naruto on a proper diet at a later date. "So what do you do, old man?" Naruto asked curiously. "I'm in my early 30s," Bruce said flatly at Naruto's smile. "That's old compared to me," Naruto said with a mischievous smile. Mental note, this kid is a prankster, Bruce thought to himself. "I'm the owner of a company that makes tech that helps people," he explained, trying to keep it simple for Naruto. "Really? You carry yourself like a fighter, Naruto said, tilting his head in confusion. And has some brains, Bruce thought, impressed he picked that up just from looking at him. The door to the room then opened and a young teen boy that was slightly older than Naruto came in. This was Dick Grayson. "Hey Bruce," Alfred said. "We have a guest," Dick said as he came in. "Hi," Naruto said with a small wave. Dick raised an eyebrow at Naruto speaking Japanese and looked at Bruce with a questioning look. "This is Naruto Uzumaki. He will be staying with us for the foreseeable future," Bruce said in English. "Are you gonna make him one of us?" Dick asked curiously in English. "Hey. I know you're talking about me," Naruto yelled out, frustration on his face. "Sorry about that, little man. My name's Dick Grayson," Dick said in Japanese. Naruto snorted upon hearing his name. "Well, my real name is Richard Grayson, but everyone calls me Dick," he said with a shrug. "People are so cruel," Naruto said with a mischievous grin. This caused someone to laugh outside of the room and the door opened showing a teen girl Dick's age, with red hair. This was Barbara Gordon. "I like this kid, Bruce. Where'd you find him?" Barbara asked with a smile. "In a crater," Bruce said simply. "Wow, never knew you could crack a joke. Now where did you really find him?" Barbara asks with a quirked eyebrow. Bruce gave them a look and didn't bother saying anything else. Dick and Barbara were silent at this. "Of course he's not kidding. He doesn't have the ability to tell jokes," Dick muttered under his breath. "Other dimension?" Barbara asked with a raised eyebrow as she knew that was a thing thanks to incidents with the Justice League. She shuddered slightly at remembering the Justice Lords. "Well, after he gets some food and rest, I plan to look him over in the morning," Bruce said. "What's another dimension?" Naruto asked curiously. "It's a different world basically," Dick said, as the logic was lost on him sometimes with all the rules and how often this kind of thing happened. "So I can't get home?" Naruto yelled in surprise. "Nice job, Dick," Barbara said with a frown at her fellow teen. "Sir, dinner is ready," Alfred said, walking into the room. "Yay," Naruto said, shooting off. "Whoa, that kid's fast," Dick said, whistling with an impressed look. "He had ninja equipment on him when I found him," Bruce said, as they all followed after Naruto, thinking of the kunai, shuriken and other ninja tools he found in a pouch and saw they were of decent quality, but lower than the League of Shadows standards. "Think he could be with Ra's group?" Dick asked, as it was a good question to ask. The League's equipment would match, but this is an older style, like it was from the period of actual ninjas. And Ra's is one thing, but he doesn't lack quality. These are too average for his tastes and a different metal not on the periodic table, Bruce said, looking at the kunai. "So, another dimension that is based on feudal Japan?" Barbara asked, as that actually seemed normal. "Most likely," Bruce said, as they entered the dining room and saw Alfred giving Naruto his second bowl of ramen. "Master Naruto, please slow down. You can take your time to eat," Alfred said, as Naruto started eating his bowl of ramen with the chopsticks Alfred provided for him. "No way, this is great," Naruto yelled with a smile as he finished his second bowl. Bruce chuckled at this, finding Naruto slightly amusing. A few days later. Naruto was in the mansion looking around curiously as it only took a few days for him to heal thanks to the Kyuubi. And while he was healing, Bruce and the others taught Naruto English. Naruto had just left the kitchen with a cookie in his hand, which he swiped from the cookie jar when Alfred wasn't looking. He snickered slightly as he ate it. "Master Uzumaki, please be aware you only get one freebie from me before I retaliate," Alfred said with a knowing smile. Naruto groaned, as it wasn't fun with Alfred's eyes on the back of his head, always catching him. "Wow, Alfred is good," Naruto thought to himself as he walked into the parlor to look around. As he passed a grandfather clock, something caught his eye. "What's a bat doing inside a clock?" Naruto thought to himself as he approached the clock. He opened it to look, but the entire inside moved to one side, showing a passageway. "Cool," he said with a smile. The bat then flew at Naruto. "Hey! Get out of my hair, you rat with wings!" Naruto yelled out, waving his arms in panic. As he moved, he tripped and fell down the passageway and rolled down some stairs. He grunted as he hit a flat surface before looking around him, seeing various things like a giant coin and a dinosaur, among other things. "Wow," Naruto said as he looked around, fascinated by what he saw. "Looks like that guy has secrets," Kyuubi thought in interest. "We all got our secrets, I'm gonna touch everything," Naruto thought with a grin as he began to run around like a kid in a candy store. Later. The Batmobile finally returned to the Batcave and Batman and Robin got out while Batgirl arrived on what looked like a motorcycle. "Woohoo," Naruto said as he spun in the chair at the Bat computer. Batman and Robin watched this, surprised that Naruto found the Batcave so soon. "Wow. He's either smart or lucky to find the cave so soon," Batgirl said, as it was mostly dumb luck how they found this place. "I'm dizzy, but I like it," Naruto yelled as he fell out of his chair with a laugh. Holy moly, Robin said as he looked at the other stuff in the Batcave. BFFT. Is he wearing one of your old suits? Batgirl asked Batman, trying to control her giggling. I'm Batboy. Naruto yelled with a laugh, throwing his hands in the air. Me without my camera, Robin said as he laughed at this. How did you find your way in here? Batman asked in a calm neutral tone, which was basically his nice tone. The bat got my attention, so I opened the clock then I fell in here, Naruto said as he got up off the ground. So, you live in Bruce Wayne's basement? He asked curiously. PFFT. Robin said with a laugh, along with Batgirl. No, Bruce Wayne lives in his attic, Batgirl said with a giggle. Batman said, not knowing what to say. It's okay, you don't have to tell me. Maybe Dick or Barbara can do it for you, Bruce Naruto said with a chuckle. So you do know? Batman asked curiously as he wondered what gave them away. Same chin and her same hair and him same face, Naruto said, pointing out to each of them. Okay, you definitely have talent like Bruce thought you might, Robin said, finding this both entertaining and humorous. Did you really used to wear just these green panties as your pants? Naruto asked, holding very small green shorts. Give me those, Robin said, taking the shorts from him. So, you're a superhero, huh? Not a bad way to spend your time, Naruto asked Batman. Pretty much, Bruce said with a shrug as he took off his cowl. How in the world did you get up there to paint on the Batwing and put stuff on the dinosaur? Robin asked, seeing a big smile and orange paint being on the Batwing while the dinosaur was painted like a rainbow. Oh, I can walk up walls, Naruto said simply. Is it an ability you have as a ninja? Bruce asked, making mental notes. Well, all ninjas back home can do it, along with walking on water, Naruto said with a shrug. Lucky, Barbara said with a small pout, finding that useful, especially considering the harbors and water smelled like crap due to the pollution. I have all kinds of cool tricks, Naruto said with a smile. Wanna have a quick spar? Bruce asked curiously. Robin and Batgirl were curious as to how this would go, as Bruce had a way of seeming a step ahead as he held back in spars, applying more than them to give them an actual challenge and test them. They wondered how he would fight Naruto. 5 minutes later. Kid's making us look bad, Dick said, as Naruto was doing well against Bruce. Only in surviving and taking the hits. He fights like a drunken brawler, Barbara said, as she had to admit while his combat skill was okay, for Gotham thug standards, his real ability lied in how much he could dish out and take. Adding in the fact, he seemed to be giving everything and didn't seem winded in the slightest. Alright, I think I've seen all I needed to see, Bruce said, holding his hand up to stop the spar. Naruto panted as he dropped his stance. Geez, old man, you're good, he said with a tired grin. You have good energy, but your style of fighting is horrible, Bruce said. What style? Dick asked with a smirk. Barbara scowled at this and slapped him on the shoulder. Nobody ever really wanted to teach me proper anything, Naruto said with a sad look. Why? Barbara asked with a raised eyebrow. Nobody ever liked me, so until I got my sensei, if you could call him that, all I pretty much learned was to walk on trees and water, Naruto said with a shrug. Bruce looked at Naruto with a calculating look. Bad teachers, he thought as he sighed. Well, if you want I can teach you, he said. Are you looking to make me a new sidekick? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. If you want, Bruce said with a slight smile. Naruto smiled at this and nodded. Sure, but I'm not wearing green shorts or looking like a traffic light, he said, looking at Dick with a grin. Ha ha ha, Dick said sarcastically as he rolled his eyes. If you're gonna make your own suit, I got materials if you need them, Bruce said. Should probably teach him how to fight first before you get to that, Barbara said, rubbing her chin. Yay, don't want our new little brother getting hurt, Dick said with a smirk. Naruto paused at this and smiled brightly at this, liking the idea of having a family. 3 years later. Naruto was driving a motorcycle on the road out of Gotham. It had been 3 years since he met Bruce and he had learned a lot from his adopted family. He had both good times and bad times. Recently, Dick and Barbara left Gotham and moved to Bloodhaven together as a couple. He was happy that they were happy and watching each other's backs. Right now, he was on his way out of Gotham since he decided to do like Dick and Barbara and head out and try being his own hero. As his path took him down the road, he saw a figure running down the road being chased by some guys on motorcycles. Naruto soon sped up and caught up with them and soon he was ahead of them. He then turned and blocked their path, making them stop. Hey. What's your problem? One of the bikers yelled out. My problem is that 4 guys are chasing someone. So, what's the problem? Naruto asked, not taking off his helmet. We are chasing some metahuman freak that trashed our bar. One of the bikers yelled. "Yay, so get out of our way or take a beating like she will," one of the bikers said as he got off his bike and took out some chains while his three buddies took out a baseball bat, a knife and a crowbar, patting them in their hands threateningly. Naruto looked behind his shoulder and saw who they were chasing. He saw that it was a girl with long blonde hair and blue eyes. She was wearing a black shirt and cargo pants and that her clothes looked dirty, like she hadn't had a bath in a while. Naruto saw that she was nervous, not knowing what Naruto was gonna do. Naruto nodded and got off his bike. "You want her, you'll have to go through me first," he said as he took off his helmet. "What's with the whisker marks? Are you some meta freak too?" the leader asked. "Birthmarks dickbag," Naruto said, giving him a glare. The leader scowled at this and swung his chains at Naruto, who easily dodged them by ducking and then spinning around and slamming the heel of his foot into his jaw. The other men looked at their fallen leader, who was knocked out and his mouth was bleeding, showing that he'd bit his tongue. "Really want to end up like him?" Naruto asked the others with a glare. "Kill this freak," the man with the bat yelled, pointing it at him. "Oh, I love it when they try to fight," Naruto said with a grin as he cracked his knuckles. The one with the bat swung at Naruto, but Naruto caught the bat and with a yank, he took it from him and swung it in the path of the chains. One of the other bikers swung at him. Naruto smirked as he then swung the bat and swung the man with the chains into the biker he took the bat from, sending them both flying. The one with a knife charged at Naruto and swung at him, but Naruto grabbed his wrist and squeezed it, making him drop the knife. "You done?" "I already took out 3 of your friends," Naruto said, sounding bored. "Fuck you freak," the man growled as he swung his free fist at Naruto. Naruto dodged this and in a quick motion, snapped the wrist he was holding. Naruto stood over the bodies of the bikers, looking at his handiwork. "I gotta stop hanging out with Jason so much," he muttered as he dropped the bloodied bat. He then turned to the blonde girl, whose eyes were wide in surprise at what she just saw happen. "You okay, lady?" he asked her. The girl nodded at this, but frowned. "Lady. You look my age," she said as she approached him. "Well, I didn't want to assume you were my age. My adopted dad told me to not ask a lady's age," Naruto said with a smile, which put the girl at ease. "Your adopted father sounds like a wise man," she said with a grin. Naruto just nodded his head at this, with a grin of his own. He then put his helmet back on. "You should get out of here before they wake up," he said, heading towards his bike. "Hey, can I get a ride from you?" the girl asked. "Suit yourself. I'm just heading down the road of life, seeing where it takes me," Naruto said as he got on his bike. The girl smiled at this. "I like that saying, name's Terra by the way," she said as she walked up to the bike. "Naruto," he said as he let Terra get on the seat behind him. He then opened the rucksack on the side of his motorcycle and reached inside and handed Terra a spare helmet. "Thanks," Terra said as she put it on. "Sorry if it ruins your hair," Naruto said. "I'm not that concerned about that," Terra said as she finished putting the helmet on. "Shame, cause your hair looks great," Naruto said as he started the bike. Terra was glad the helmet hit her blush, but before she could respond, the bike took off and she hugged Naruto from behind. A few hours later, Naruto saw a diner on the side of the road and slowed down and parked the bike in front of it. "Why did we stop?" Terra asked as she took off her helmet. "I figured after that incident with those losers, you would be hungry. Plus, I could hear your stomach growling," Naruto said as he took off his helmet showing his grin. Terra nodded at this, but paused. I don't have any money," she stuttered out. "Relax, it's on me," Terra, Naruto said with a kind smile at his fellow blonde. Terra nodded at this and followed Naruto inside the diner. As they got a booth, Terra looked over the menu. "So, wanna tell me what that was about back there?" Naruto asked her. Terra was silent for a moment as she frowned. "Hey, relax. I don't care if you're a metahuman, so don't worry," Naruto whispered to her. Terra looked into Naruto's eyes and saw he was telling the truth. "Well, those guys were harassing me and trying to make me join their gang as their new bitch," she said with a look of disgust. Naruto scowled at this. "Well, at least I won't feel bad for getting rough with them," he said. Terra nodded at this. "Anyway, after one guy grabbed at me I sorta made their bar collapse," she said. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this and noticed the dirt on Terra's clothes. "I'm gonna assume your powers are earth-based?" he asked curiously. Terra pulled back at this and a small earthquake happened, making the restaurant shake. Naruto saw that Terra was scared of what his reaction would be and reached his hand towards her and held her hand gently. Terra gasped at this and the earthquake stopped. "Hey, it's okay. I'm gonna assume you don't have control yet," Naruto said in a calming manner. "No," Terra said, shaking her head. "Well, that's okay. You just need a teacher," Naruto said as he held Terra's hand. "Where am I actually gonna find one?" Terra asked before taking her hand back reluctantly. "I could teach you." My adopted dad taught me a lot about having control of my emotions, and from what I can see, your powers are emotion-based, Naruto said. Who exactly is your dad to teach you that? Terra asked curiously. Sorry, can't tell you that. Not yet anyway, Naruto said, shaking his hand. Terra pouted a little at this, making Naruto laugh. Now, let's just eat for now. And tell you what, you can order dessert too to make up for me having to keep a secret for now, Naruto said, as a waitress soon approached their table. Terra smiled at this. Deal, she said, as they both turned to the waitress to order their food. A few weeks later. Naruto and Terra were in the desert, on a big rock meditating. Terra was making a few small rocks float next to her and rotate around each other. But they were bumping into each other as they floated. Slow down a bit, Terra. The goal is to rotate them so they avoid each other, Naruto said calmly. Terra nodded at this and sighed as she focused. The rocks slowly started to rotate some more and this time were not hitting each other. Naruto smiled at this and nodded. Good, he said with a smile. Terra smiled a little as she continued to make the rocks rotate for a few minutes before they started to shake a little. Okay, you can rest for a bit, Naruto said as he opened his eyes. Terra let out a breath and all the rocks dropped. Not bad, Terra, you're actually getting better, Naruto said with a smile as he held out his hand to Terra to help her up. Terra nodded and took the hand, letting Naruto help her up. You think I can get good enough to be a hero? She asked Naruto as they both got down from the big rock. Oh sure, if you want. Are you a fan of heroes? Naruto said, nodding at Terra. Yup. I always hoped I could help people with my powers, Terra said as they walked towards his bike, which was parked nearby. Oh, really? Who's your favorite? Naruto asked as they both got on his bike. I always liked Wonder Woman. I saw her once back home, Terra said with a grin. I like her too. But maybe not for the same reason as you, Naruto said with a chuckle. Terra rolled her eyes at this but smiled at him. You and every guy in the world, she said. Oh, not because she's pretty, Naruto said. Oh, really? What do you like about her then? She asked him with a cocked eyebrow. I like a girl that's strong and a good person first and foremost, Naruto said as he started the bike. So, where are we heading next? Terra yelled as they took off on his bike. I was thinking we should head for this city called Jump City since it's a few hours away, Naruto yelled back. Terra nodded at this and held Naruto close as they rode down the road. Later that night. Naruto and Terra were riding his motorcycle into the city. Not bad, Naruto said as he looked around the city. I still like the desert better, Terra said as she looked around. Hey, any city is better than the city I was a hero in for a few years, Naruto said with a shrug. So, you were a hero before, Terra said with a smile at having that confirmed. Still am, and I still have my hero outfit, Naruto said as he looked down slightly at a skull necklace he had, which hung next to the one Tsunade gave him. So. Which one were you? Terra asked with a smile. Before Naruto could respond, he heard a woman yell in an alleyway and stopped the motorcycle. You're about to find out, Naruto said with a grin as he tapped his skull necklace and the necklace then let loose what looked like some little machines, which covered his body. When the machine stopped, Naruto was now in a black suit with a red spiral in the center of his chest with red lines along his arms and hips. He had a utility belt around his waist, white gloves with a red X on the back of each one, and protective gauntlets along with a black cape. On his face, he had what looked like a domino mask that had a skull theme covering his eyes. Terra's eyes widened at this. Your Kitsukage? She asked him. Naruto nodded as he took off to the rooftop and looked down into the alleyway and saw a woman being mugged by a guy. Naruto soon jumped down and kicked the guy into the wall, surprising him and the woman. Naruto picked up the purse the man dropped and handed it to the woman. Get going, miss, he said to her kindly. The woman took her purse and ran off. What the hell are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in Gotham? The man yelled out. Naruto shrugged his shoulders at this. Decided to branch out and become my own hero, he said. Great, now this city has one of that psycho's sidekicks here, the man said with a scowl as he tried to run. Naruto pointed his palm at the running man and channeled some chakra into his palm and fired some red energy at him, which wrapped around him and trapped him. Naruto approached the man and picked him up. Tell your low-life buddies that this is my territory now, he said before he slugged him in the face, knocking him out. Naruto dropped the man and looked towards the alleyway entrance and saw Terra looking at him in surprise. So. It was the bat who taught you control. No wonder you're a good teacher, she said with a smile. As she approached Naruto. Naruto nodded at this. Don't worry, I am not as brooding as he is, he said as he put Terra at ease. But Terra said with a nod. Suddenly they heard a roaring sound as they then saw what looked like a meteor fly over their heads. Well, it looks like I'm not done tonight, Naruto said as he took off after the meteor. Not even 10 minutes in a new city, and I'm already a hero sidekick, Terra said with a smile as she followed after him. Partner Naruto corrected as they both went after the meteor. Terra smiled at this, glad that Naruto saw her as a partner and not a sidekick. And she hoped to prove she was worthy of that trust. As Naruto and Terra approached the scene of the crash, they jumped when they heard a loud explosion nearby and looked over to see a young woman with orange skin and red hair, smashing her metal cuffs against anything she could find, with one of them being the support beam holding up several people. Naruto and Terra jumped into action, with Naruto charging at the girl kicking her away, while Terra levitated some of the earth for the people to hop onto as she lowered them to safety. "You guys get out of here and let us handle this," Terra instructed as the civilians ran to a safe distance. As Naruto fought against the alien girl, avoiding her swings with her heavy cuffs, he noticed that she seemed to be way stronger than he was physically. "Looks like I can up the stakes a little," he thought as he charged a Rasengan in his hand, and when the alien girl swung at him again, Naruto dodged to the side at the last second and slammed his attack into her gut. The alien girl yelled as the attack sent her flying off into a big truck, destroying it. Terra chose this moment to drop some boulders on the wreckage of the truck for good measure. Naruto nodded at Terra, grateful for the backup. The alien girl then jumped from the wreckage, with her eyes glowing bright green, and landed in front of Naruto. The alien girl threw Naruto a scowl, while working her head around to loosen up her neck, making an audible crack. "Oh great," Naruto groaned, seeing that this girl was more than a pretty face. "Zoda," the alien girl yelled, holding up her chuffed hands ready to crush the young shinobi's skull to dust. A green bighorn sheep bounded into view and rammed into her at full speed. The ram soon shifted back into his human form, revealing a boy a few years younger than Naruto. He was a green-skinned kid, wearing a black and purple uniform and mask. "Ex-Doom Patrol member, Beast Boy, sir. How can I help?" said Beast Boy while giving a salute before his eyes went completely wide at who he saw. "Bozers. You're Kitsukage, aren't you?" "It's an honor, sir," Beast Boy said, amazed at meeting the shinobi hero. "Nice to meet you too, Beast Boy. And you can drop the sir thing too," Naruto said, patting the boy's shoulder when they noticed the girl was getting back up. "So Beast Boy, you feel like doing a little team up?" Naruto asked him. "Yes, sir," Beast Boy shouted as they prepared to fight the alien prisoner, revealing she had picked up a bus. Scowling at them, she flung it at the boys, hitting a nearby hamburger shop. "Yo. Who's here messing up my neighborhood?" a tall figure said. He wore a gray hooded sweatshirt and black pants, along with blue sneakers. "She started it," Beast Boy said, pointing at the alien girl. The alien girl growled, smashing her restraints against the ground, causing powerful shockwaves until they broke, revealing a pair of normal handcuffs. She then unleashed a barrage of starbolts, which she fired off in all directions around her, blasting buildings, signs, and cars. "Girl's gonna wreck the whole city," the hooded teen stated as the blast came at the boys. A black barrier of energy appeared, shielding them from the starbolts. "Maybe, fighting isn't the answer," a voice said, wearing a long dark blue hooded cloak, showing only the lower part of her face and purple eyes. Naruto frowned at this and looked at the alien girl. "She's scared," he thought in realization. He then held out his arms in a stopping motion. "Okay everyone, just stop," he yelled out. Everyone stopped and looked at Naruto, waiting to see what he would do. Naruto approached the alien girl, his hands held up peacefully. "Octa," the alien girl warned, her eyes glowing green again. "Easy. My name is Kitsukage and I don't want to hurt you. I just want to help," Naruto said calmly while slowly reaching into one of his pouches. "Octa. Gokta Buhavna," the alien girl shouted. "It's okay. Look," Naruto said, revealing a lockpick. He took hold of her cuffs and began unlocking them. Once her hands were free, the silent girl's hands and eyes lost their dark green glow as she massaged her now freed wrists. "There. Now, maybe we can," Naruto said, before the alien girl placed a hand behind Naruto's head, pressing her lips against his. Terra's eyes widened at this and she lightly glared at the alien girl. The alien girl then pushed him back, her eyes now glowing green again. "If you wish not to be destroyed, you will leave me alone," she warned before flying off. Naruto was silent at this, as despite Bruce's training at dealing with seductive techniques from female villains, he still wasn't the best at dealing with this. "You okay, dude?" Beast Boy asked as he walked over. "Why yay, I'm fine," Naruto stuttered out. "So dude, what brings you to Jump City? Shouldn't you be helping Batman?" Beast Boy asked curiously. "Talk later. We need to find that girl," Naruto said, looking off to where she'd flown. "Why?" Terra asked, giving Naruto a hard look. "Probably so he can get another kiss," the tall figure said. Before Naruto could respond, what looked like a massive spaceship showed itself over the city. "I think that girl has friends," the hooded girl said. Suddenly, a giant holographic screen appeared on the ship, showing a lizard man in space armor. "Attention Earthlings. We are here to capture a prisoner of ours. Stay out of our way, and your city will be left with minimal damage," the lizard man yelled before the holographic image disappeared. "Okay, that guy is definitely the enemy," Terra said with a frown. "I agree, this is officially an alien invasion. So, which of you is ready to help me?" Naruto asked, turning to the others. "I'm in." Beast Boy yelled excitedly. "You know I'm in," Terra said, crossing her arms. Beast Boy turned to the tall-headed figure, who was turning to leave. "So, you down to help? I'm Beast Boy, by the way. I haven't really had anybody to hang out with since I quit the Doom Patrol. This is gonna be fun. We can play video games," Beast Boy said, with a grin. The tall figure grit his teeth and turned around while pulling down his hood, revealing his partially cybernetic head. "There. Take a good long look. I had an accident and now I'm a monster, alright. A cyborg," he shouted, clenching his fists. "Monster? You don't look like a monster to me," Naruto said, smiling at him. "Dude. You're so cool. You look like a Gundam." Beast Boy yelled out, waving his arms excitedly. "You're both weird little dudes, aren't you?" the cyborg teen asked flatly. "So, what's your name?" Naruto asked. "I guess you can call me Cyborg," the teen said with a shrug, deciding on a hero name. "Perfect. Every team needs a tech expert," Naruto said with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. Terra approached him and held her hand out for a shake. "Nice to meet you, Sai. The name's Terra," she said with a grin. Naruto smiled at this, glad that Terra was willing to try making friends now that she had a little control over her powers. He then noticed the hooded girl trying to sneak off. "Hold on miss, aren't you gonna help?" he asked, walking over to her. The girl turned to look at Naruto. "I don't really interact with others a lot," she said flatly. "Sounds lonely," Naruto said with a frown at her. The girl was silent at this, but frowned a little. "Look, you showed up to the crash site, just in case. So that tells me you obviously want to help, right?" Naruto asked, giving her a small smile. The girl looked at Naruto curiously at this and soon nodded. "Then you should help us. Plus, it's always good to make friends," Miss Naruto said, seeing if she'll reveal her name. The girl looked at Naruto curiously, as if she was trying to figure him out. "My name is Raven," she said, as she floated over to them. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this and followed Raven over to the others. "I'm gonna assume you're a magic user?" he asked. Raven nodded at this. "Magic? Cool. What kind of tricks can you do?" Beast Boy asked with a smile. "Are you like Zatanna?" Terra asked curiously. Raven rolled her eyes at this. "I'm more like Constantine," she said flatly. "Hope you're not a drunk like him," Naruto said, shaking his head at the times he's interacted with the man. Raven smiled a little at this, trying not to laugh as she had indeed met Constantine and knew he was always drinking. "Okay, so who's the leader?" Cyborg asked curiously. "Gotta go with Kitsukage," Terra said with a smile. "I agree, dude. He was trained by the Bat and he's one of the big three," Beast Boy said with a smile and a nod. Raven raised an eyebrow at this, as she had heard of Batman during her short time on Earth. "Really? He doesn't feel like a dark person," she said. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. "Empath?" he asked her. Raven nodded at this. "So, what's the plan?" Cyborg asked. "Okay, first we find that girl and ask her what's going on," Naruto said. "I can use tech to find her," Cyborg said, opening a panel on one of his arms. "I could track her," Beast Boy said, before he turned into a bloodhound and started sniffing around. "Good idea. We can do both to make sure we find her," Naruto said with a nod as Cyborg and Beast Boy led the way. Later. Naruto, Raven and Terra followed Cyborg and Beast Boy. They soon came up on a movie theater that had a hole in its wall. Beast Boy howled and pointed at the hole like a trained dog. Naruto smiled at this, patted Beast Boy on the head. "Good job, both of you," he said, while also nodding at Cyborg. Beast Boy turned to normal and smiled as they all headed for the hole. They all looked into the theater and saw the alien girl eating all the snacks at the snack stand. "Whoa, someone has a big stomach," Terra said, seeing all the wrappers on the floor. "She might have an even bigger stomach than me, or Choji," Naruto thought. The alien girl heard them coming in and her eyes glowed as she floated up her, gans glowing green. "What do you want?" she yelled. "Whoa, hold on miss. We just wanted to ask you why you're here," Naruto said. "Yay, don't you know how to make friends?" Beast Boy asked. The alien girl tilted her head at this. "Friends? What are friends?" she asked curiously. This surprised the others as this was new for them. "Friends are, well, people you are nice to. And just spend time with," Terra said, doing her best to explain. "You mean comrades? Or allies?" the alien girl asked. "Exactly," Naruto said with a nod. "Why would you want to ally with me?" the alien asked them. Well, there's a lizard alien who's here looking for you, Raven said. The alien girl growled at this and her eyes lit up. The Gordanians won't take me. She yelled out. Why do they want you? Cyborg asked curiously. I am prize for beating my people in battle, the alien girl said with a scowl. Well, you won't have to go with them if you don't want to, Naruto said. You would help me beat them? She asked. Sure. And you seem more friendly than them too, Naruto said with a smile. The alien smiled at this and pulled Naruto into a hug. H.I.V.E. Naruto groaned as he turned blue from her hug. Oh. Sorry friend, the alien said, letting Naruto go, who began breathing easy. That's okay. The name is Kitsukage, Naruto said. Cyborg here. Beast Boy, at your service. Call me Terra. Raven. So, what's your name? Naruto asked the alien girl. My name is Coriander, but it translates to Starfire on this planet, she said, smiling at them. Starfire it is, Naruto said with a nod at her. The wall then exploded and a bunch of lizard men in space armor with blasters and spears entered the theater. There's the Tamaranian. Capture her. One of them yelled. Not happening, Space Dino. Go. Naruto yelled out, ordering his team. The others nodded at this and attacked the Gordonians. Naruto pulled out 2 kunai and held them defensively as he used Charka to coat the kunai before he blocked a laser blast, which reflected into a Gordanian. As the Gordanian fell to the floor, Naruto threw his kunai at another enemy, striking him in the arm. Starfire saw one of the enemy take aim at Naruto and growled as her eyes glowed brightly before her hands glowed and she threw some green energy at him, striking him in the face. Thanks for the save, Star. Naruto yelled at her as he swung his foot into the jaw of one of the enemies. Starfire nodded at this and attacked another of the enemy. Beast Boy charged at some aliens, turning into a bear and swinging his paws at them, sending them flying. Azarath Metrian Zinthos, Raven said as she covered some furniture in black magic before throwing it at a few Gordanians, knocking them to the ground. Cyborg attacked the enemy and as he fought back his cloak was destroyed, showing his whole cyborg body. Do you have any weapons? Naruto asked as he slammed a Rasengan into a Gordanian, sending him flying through a wall. Hold on. I think I can. Hey. He yelled as a Gordanian shot at him with his blaster. Terra's hands glowed yellow and she made the floor beneath the Gordanian attacking Cyborg open up and made him fall through the floor. I have your back, dude. Beast Boy yelled as he attacked another Gordanian as a gorilla and threw him into the pit Terra made. Yay, so get to work on that weapon. Terra yelled out as she waved her hands and threw some boulders at the enemy, making them back off. Cyborg nodded at this and started to work on his arm. You fools think you can defeat a whole army? A Gordanian growled as he approached Naruto. I know we can, Naruto said, with a hard look on his face. Yay. You guys aren't doing too well so far, Beast Boy said with a fanged grin, crossing his arms. And it's about to get worse for you, Cyborg said as he finished working on his arm, which turned into an arm cannon. Before the Gordanians could react, Cyborg fired at them. Booyah. He yelled out as they were all sent flying. Retreat. One of the Gordanians yelled as they all ran from the area. Woo. That was great. Terra yelled out, waving her arms in the air. This isn't over, Naruto said with a shake of his head. Indeed. They will retaliate against the city if we don't attack them at their base, Starfire said as she floated in the air. I can teleport us all inside the main spaceship if you can point it out, Raven said. Good idea, Raven. Starfire, lead the way, Naruto said as he put away his kunai. Starfire nodded as he floated away, leading them outside. Now this is a much better team than the Doom Patrol. Beast Boy said with a smile. Naruto smiled at this as he looked at Beast Boy, liking his attitude. What's with the mask? Cyborg asked with a cocked eyebrow. It's to hide my secret identity, Beast Boy said. What identity? You're green, Raven said flatly. They have a point, BB, Naruto said with a nod. Beast Boy paused at this and shrugged as he removed his mask. At least now my face can breathe, he said with a smile. Naruto nodded at this and looked at Raven, who he could tell was nervous. Your powers are pretty interesting. I'm gonna assume you use your own soul to engulf things. Naruto asked her. Raven looked at Naruto as she nodded. You're quite observant, she said. Yeah, well, my adopted Atausen and Kachan were insistent that I learn to pay attention, Naruto said with a shrug. Raven smiled slightly at this. Glad that you're not a knuckle-headed idiot, she said. Oh, trust me, I was one up until I was 12, but my adopted Atausen and Kachan were able to, for lack of a better explanation, knock it out of my system, Naruto said. They still haven't made you stop with the ramen addiction, Terra said with a smile. Traitor, Naruto grumbled at this as he pouted. That's the main ship for this fleet, Starfire said, pointing out a ship over the city, which was aiming a giant blaster down at the city. Great, looks like they got our message about Star staying here and that's their response, Naruto said with a frown. You can get us in there quickly, right? Cyborg asked Raven. Raven nodded at this. Okay, when we get in, Starfire, you lead the way to the main control room. After that, our priority is containment and stopping them from blasting the city to pieces. That will be your job, Sai, Naruto said, giving him a reassuring grin. What about us, boss? Beast Boy asked, gesturing to himself and Terra. You two attack anyone that tries to stop Sai from getting control of the ship, Naruto said. Better make sure I take a few boulders with me then, Terra said. Metal is just earth that has been refined, Beast Boy said. Everyone paused at this and looked at Beast Boy with raised eyebrows. What, I watch Avatar. The Last Airbender and Legend of Korra, Beast Boy said with a shrug. Naruto chuckled at this. And who says being a nerd doesn't help, he said as he patted Beast Boy on the shoulder. Wait. That's true? Terra asked with a raised eyebrow at Naruto. Focus, we need to save the city, Raven said as her hands glowed and she covered them all in her energy, which took the form of a raven and flew towards the spaceship. Inside the spaceship. The team soon appeared in a hallway in the ship. Whoa, that feels weird, Beast Boy said as he shook his head. Okay team, let's move and stay alert, Naruto said as Starfire and him led the way. Cyborg nodded and a screen opened on his arm. There is a lot of energy and life forms in this direction, he said, trying to help. They all soon arrived at a door, which was locked. They should be behind here, Cyborg said after checking the screen. I feel that they are all behind this door, an agitated Raven said after closing her eyes for a moment. Okay, once the door is open, Terra, Raven and Beast Boy, you all cover Cyborg as he tries to take control of the ship. Starfire, you and I can confront the guy in charge, Naruto said. Any idea to open this? Terra asked as she covered her fists in rocks she brought with her. Naruto smiled at this and made a Rasengan in his hand and slammed it into the door. Knock knock. Cyborg yelled out as he made his arm into a cannon and fired at the aliens. Room service. Beast Boy yelled with a smile and he charged as a raptor. Whoa, dinosaurs? Naruto asked, surprised that Beast Boy could do that. Raven used her magic to grab some equipment and throw it at some of the aliens. Terra jumped at some aliens and slugged them in the face with her rock-covered fists. Stop them and bring the Tamaranian to me. The apparent leader yelled out. Starfire and Naruto charged at the leader and both attacked him. Cyborg approached the control panel and started to hack it. The controls for the space cannon can't be stopped, he said with a frown. Do they have a self-destruct on this thing? Beast Boy asked after turning back from being a ram before he became a tiger. Cyborg nodded and concentrated for a moment before soon the alarm went off, causing him to smirk. Self-destruct in 5 minutes, the ship's computer said. No. The leader yelled in a rage before Naruto threw a few kunes into his shoulders. Aim over, Naruto said as Starfire charged at the leader and slugged him in the mouth. Where is my sister? She yelled out as she grabbed him by the neck while her eyes glowed green. That frog fled at the same time as you. She probably crashed on this planet somewhere else, the leader spat out. Starfire's eyes glowed brighter at this and she raised her hand, which glowed green from her fury. Naruto ran over and grabbed her hand. We have to get out of here. He yelled at her as the ship started to shake while they could hear a few faint explosions. Starfire looked at Naruto and nodded as she dropped the leader. The team all gathered together and Raven's hands glowed as she got them out of there with her magic. Later. Naruto and the others were on an island close to the city, which is where the remains of the spaceship crashed after it self-destructed. Wow, a lot of equipment actually survived the crash, Beast Boy said as they all finished looking over the area. Good, we can use it for an idea I have, Naruto said. What are you thinking? Terra asked curiously. I'm thinking we could make a base here and start a hero team for this city, Naruto said with a smile. Wait, seriously? Beast Boy asked. Sure. We all saved an entire city and we barely knew each other. Imagine if we actually trained and worked together better, Naruto said with a shrug. We could be as good as the Justice League someday, Terra said with a smile. Cyborg smiled at this. I like the sound of that, he said. What about you, Raven? Naruto asked as he turned to look at the sorceress. Raven hesitated but nodded at Naruto. I liked helping people, so sure. I'm in, she said with a small smile. Naruto smiled at this and nodded. Starfire soon approached in a new outfit which consisted of a purple shirt and a purple skirt along with purple-heeled boots and silver gauntlets on her forearms. Please, do I look nice? Starfire asked as she looked around. You look great, Starfire, Naruto said with a smile, giving her a thumbs up. Starfire smiled at Naruto and nodded. Meanwhile in Bloodhaven. Nick and Barbara were doing a patrol for the night and saw what looked like a meteor crash into a park. We should check it out, make sure it's nothing dangerous, Dick said before he ran towards where the meteor fell. Barbara nodded at this and followed after him. As they made their way to the park. They soon made it and saw a crater in the ground. As they approached, an alien girl floated out of the crater. She had orange skin, black hair and glowing violet eyes. She wore full body armor with a black crop top, miniskirt and thigh-high boots. The girl looked at Dick and smiled as she grabbed him. "Hey, what the MPPPH?" Dick yelled as the girl pulled him into a kiss. Barbara's eyes widened at this before she scowled. The alien girl pulled away from Dick and smiled at him. "What planet am I on?" she asked. "The Earth," Dick stuttered out with a large blush. Nice planet. I like it," she said. "Who are you?" Barbara asked, trying not to get mad. "Oh, I'm Commander, but call me Backfire. That's what my name translates to in your language. Thanks for the help learning it, by the way, cutie," she said with a flirty wink at Dick. "Wait, how did he help?" Barbara asked as Frater urged to attack this girl. "Oh, my people learn languages through lip contact. That a problem?" Backfire asked. On Earth it's a show of affection between lovers," Dick said, keeping it simple. Backfire's eyes widened at this before she smiled and giggled at this. "And what, may I ask, is so funny?" Barbara asked with a raised eyebrow. "Oh, nothing. I just like how honest he is. I found it cute," Blackfire replied after getting her giggles under control. "Well, we try to help people," Dick said with a grin as he rubbed the back of his head. "Speaking of which, we should leave before either police get here," Barbara said. Dick nodded at this before he looked at Backfire. "Do you have a place to go?" he asked her. Barbara looked at Dick and glared at him. "She has nowhere to go," Dick said with a frown. Barbara scowled at this but sighed and nodded. Backfire smiled and giggled at this. "You two are so cute together. I'm already jealous," she said with a smile. "Follow us, Blackfire. We have a place for you to stay," Dick said as he and Barbara led Blackfire away from the area. "Wow, first meeting and already inviting me to stay with you. You Earthlings are so bold," Blackfire said with a teasing smirk. Dick blushed at this while Barbara groaned at this and shook her head. "I hope that Naruto's not having this kind of trouble wherever he is," she thought as they walked off. A few weeks later. It had been a few weeks since the alien invasion in Jump City and a lot had already changed. Thanks to Cyborg's planning and Naruto's clones, they were able to build a base for themselves, which was a giant tower in the shape of a T. Thanks to Naruto calling in a favor from Bruce, he was able to get some tech for the tower so that they had the same training facilities and security that the Justice League had. Right now, Naruto was in the training room, looking over the main computer with Cyborg. "I can't believe you were able to get Batman to donate some tech to us," Cyborg said in disbelief as he ran some system checks. "It's not that big a deal," Naruto said, waving his hand dismissively. "Dude, he gave us a hologram system so we can train in real situations. I may not know tech, but that's high-level stuff," Beast Boy said as he looked over Cyborg's shoulder at his console. "Hands in pocket," Cyborg said, not looking at Beast Boy. Beast Boy pouted at this but put his hands in his pockets. Naruto shook his head at this as he smiled. "If you wanna mess with something, you can mess with the game consoles I ordered for us," Naruto said. "You play video games?" Beast Boy asked with a grin. "Course I do. Can't just train all the time. I may have been trained by Batman, but I know how to have fun," Naruto said with a smile. "What consoles did you order?" Cyborg asked curiously. "You will be happy to know I went all out. Switch, PS5 in the news box," Naruto said with a grin. "You were able to track those down?" Beast Boy and Cyborg yelled in surprise. "Yay. I had to call in a few favors, but I refused to let the scalpers win," Naruto said. "We're not worthy. We're not worthy." Cyborg and Beast Boy started yelling as they bowed to Naruto. Naruto chuckled at this and held out his hand as he looked away from them. The door to the room opened and Terra, Starfire and Raven entered the room. Raven raised an eyebrow at seeing what was going on. "Let me guess, you told them you got them game consoles?" Terra asked, crossing her arms with a smirk. "Hey, you like games too, Miss Smash Bros. Master," Naruto said with a grin, causing Terra to blush slightly. Beast Boy and Cyborg jumped up at that. "Who's she main?" Beast Boy asked. "Bayonetta and Byleth," Naruto said with a smile. "I like using Link too," Terra said with a shrug. "Do you all get permission from the mayor's office for us to patrol the city?" Naruto asked. "Yay, the mayor was most happy that we are now here to help the city," Starfire said with a smile. "He was also relieved that we were here to stop the alien invasion," Raven said. "Yay. He said the League vouched for us," Terra said with a look at Naruto. Naruto nodded at this. "Yay, Batman likes to make sure I have what I need since he took me in," he said with a smile. "So, your adopted dad is Batman?" Cyborg asked, as he had thought that was the most likely person since he knew the Kitsukage worked with Batman back in Gotham. Naruto nodded at this. Then who's your Kachin? Starfire asked, using the term for mother that Naruto used. Naruto smiled at them. Take a wild guess, he said. Is it the woman of cats that keeps calling on the video phone? Starfire asked with a tilt of her head. This caused Terra, Cyborg and Beast Boy's eyes to widen in surprise. Your mom is Catwoman, Terra yelled in surprise. Yay. It took a while for them to stop being stupid and get together finally, Naruto said with a smile. So that explains why you like animals so much, Raven said, as she was wondering who taught him to respect animals. It also explained why she saw him at charity events for animals and why he had the team attend a few at times. Naruto nodded at this and looked at his team. Okay, who wants pizza? He asked with a smile. Later in the city. Naruto and the others were outside a pizza place, sitting at a table looking over menus while talking over each other. You can't deny me the all-meat experience. Cyborg said to Beast Boy, waving a menu at him. Dude, I've been most of those animals. We're having a vegetarian pizza. Beast Boy yelled. Can we just order something already? Raven asked boredly. I would like a large pizza with mustard, pickles, bananas and mint frosting, Starfire said, trying to be helpful. Everyone looked at Starfire with bewildered looks. Star, not everything on the menu is a pizza topping, Naruto said with a kind smile. Starfire blushed at this in embarrassment as she rubbed the back of her head. Look, this place makes personal pizzas. We can all have one of those, Naruto said to his team. I can deal with that, Beast Boy said with a nod as a waitress approached them to take their order. Nearby. Down the street, a teen girl was standing on a hill, waiting for a signal from her teammate. This was the villainess known as Jinx. She had pink hair that was styled into what looked like two horns. She was wearing a purple outfit that made her look like a witch. Okay, those crud munchers are in position, Jinx heard over her earpiece. Jinx rolled her eyes at this and waved her hands at the nearby bus, which caused the brakes on it to fail and start to roll down the hill. Back at the pizza place, Naruto had just finished ordering his pizza when he saw a bus coming down the street and saw that a baby carriage was in its path. Titans go! Naruto yelled as he pointed at the approaching bus. His team quickly sprung into action. Cyborg jumped into the path of the bus and caught it as he tried to slow it down. Raven used her magic to try and help Cyborg stop the bus. Meanwhile, Terra used her powers to raise the earth in the path of the bus to try and stop it. Starfire flew to the baby carriage and pushed it out of the way as the bus was finally stopped. Good job, team, Naruto said as he and Beast Boy approached. Don't buses usually have drivers? Cyborg asked, pointing out that the bus had no driver. And don't baby carriages normally have babies in them? Beast Boy asked as Starfire held up what looked like a green bear. Are you pit sniffers always this stupid? A voice said coming from the bear before the bear's eyes glowed and soon exploded, sending Starfire flying into a building nearby. Before they could react, Naruto saw a group of people approaching and one of them was Jinx. The first was a small little kid who wore goggles on his head and had what looked like a high-tech backpack. This was Gizmo. One was a big guy who was a little bigger than Cyborg. This was Mammoth. The third was wearing a red and black outfit that had a division symbol in the chest. This was Billy Numerous. The last one was a black teen in a green outfit. He had a helmet that only had one eye on it. This was Seymour. Who are you? Naruto asked as he let Raven and Terra go check on Starfire. We are the H.I.V.E, Jinx said with a mischievous smile. And this is Attack Pattern Alpha. Gizmo yelled as his backpack grew spider legs. The rest of the villains charged at them. Naruto glared as he saw them trying to separate them all. Everyone, try to watch each other's back like we practiced. He yelled at his team as he dodged a punch from Mammoth. I can't believe you crud munchers took the bait, Gizmo chuckled with a grin. Crud munchers, wow, that's weak, I've heard better insults from the Riddler, Naruto smirked. No way, you know the Gizmo smiled in excitement before shaking his head, getting back to the task at hand. Okay Titans, go. Naruto shouted as the team charged. Kitsukage and Jinx ran at each other, kicking at the Hive team leader, who elegantly flipped away from him. Her eyes glowed bright pink, firing off several pink blasts of energy towards the shinobi hero, who was ducking and dodging the blasts. Naruto punched Jinx, who blocked with her shoulder. You'll need to try a lot harder than that, blondie, Jinx taunted, kicking at Naruto using an X block, skidding back from the attack. Wow, you're not bad. Naruto said, impressed with her skills. So are you, Jinx said, flipping over towards Naruto, wrapping her legs around his head, much to the boy's shock and embarrassment as his face turned neon red. Billy Numerous made 10 clones of himself as he ran towards Beast Boy and Starfire. "Hey Star, let's go bowling," Beast Boy said with a smile as he turned into an Indian pangolin before curling up into a ball. Starfire grinned as she picked him up before rolling him towards the Billy clones that were heading towards them. As Beast Boy rolled along the ground, the Billy clones tried to stop but they all got knocked over before they could do anything. Starfire raised her hands in the air with a wide smile on her face. "Yes. We have achieved the striking score," she said happily. Cyborg was in a grapple with Mammoth, who was grinning at Cyborg. "What do you call an idiot with a rocket on his back?" Mammoth asked. Gizmo jumped onto Cyborg's back with a smirk while holding a small rocket. But before he could do anything, he was smacked with a barrage of pebbles, sending him flying off Cyborg. Gizmo got up and looked at the approaching Terra, who was rotating some rocks above her hand while giving him a smirk. "Damn crud-munching element manipulator," Gizmo growled as he grew some metal spider legs and towered above her. "Damn, what would your mother say about the language you're spewing, little boy?" Terra asked with a fake look of horror. "Little boy this, bitch," Gizmo yelled as he fired some rockets at Terra. Terra blocked with an earth wall while she raised her arms. Glad Beast Boy recommended those Airbender and Legend of Korra shows, she thought with a smirk, as that show actually had some good tips. "I would watch your mouth, Frodo, or I may decide to make lava," Terra said as she made some boulders raise for the floor. "You can do that," Seymour yelled in fear. Terra smirked at this and stomped her foot, making a pillar appear under Seymour, sending him flying into Gizmo. "Nah, but thanks for being distracted, Cyclops," Terra said with a grin. Beast Boy was charging at Mammoth, who was still in a struggle with Cyborg, and jumped into the air. "Mash pit," he yelled before he turned into a beluga whale. Cyborg jumped back from Mammoth and blasted him with his sonic cannon as Beast Boy crushed him. Beast Boy turned back to normal when the dust settled and walked over to Cyborg as high-fived him as he showed that Mammoth was knocked out. "Looks like your team needs training," Naruto said with a grin as he threw Jinx off him as she was trying to squeeze his neck with her legs. "Need help?" Raven asked him as her hands glowed. "Please," Naruto said with a nod. Raven nodded as she used her magic to make Jinx let go and threw her away from Naruto. Jinx back flipped away and landed on a car before she smiled at Naruto. "Not much of a leader if you can't get loose from me without help," she said. "Well, I didn't expect you to be like Black Widow, along with having magic," Naruto said with a scowl. Jinx laughed at this. "I'll take that as a compliment, cutie," she said as she winked at him. "Oh great, my own version of Catwoman," Naruto thought as he sighed as he saw this a lot with his adopted parents. "Retreat," Gizmo yelled as he used his tech to fire some lasers at the Titans, making them back off. "Gotta go, cutie, but keep your schedule open." "I like you," Jinx said as she threw down some smoke bombs which covered the area. "Titans, group up," Naruto yelled out. His team all grouped up in a circle in battle-ready stances just in case the enemy tried to attack them. Soon the smoke disappeared, showing them the enemy was gone. "Not bad for a first super-villain fight," Beast Boy said with a smile. "They escaped," Raven said flatly as she crossed her arms. "Well, we stopped them with minimal damage, so that's a good day in my book," Naruto said with a grin. "Indeed. We showed them that we are not to be messed with," Starfire said with a smile. "Hopefully we can track those guys down later," Cyborg said. "Oh don't worry, I put a tracker on that girl," Naruto said as he took out a small device. "Was this when she had her legs around your head?" Terra asked him. "Wow, and no first aid too," Cyborg said with a teasing smirk as he and Beast Boy fist-bumped. Naruto paused and said nothing as he looked at his tracker. "Huh. This says she is right here," he said in confusion. Raven looked at Naruto's back and sighed as she pulled off a note with his tracker on it. Naruto took it and looked at it. "Nice try, cutie," the note said, with a pink heart on it. "Oh, she's good," Terra said with a chuckle at Naruto's face. "Think your mom will approve?" Beast Boy asked. "Ha." Cyborg laughed as he high-fived Beast Boy. "Knowing my mom, she will," Naruto grumbled as he put the tracker and note away. "Well, let's go eat. Our pizzas should be ready," Raven said as she headed back to the pizza parlor. "Oh good, I am most hungry," Starfire said as she floated after Raven. "You okay?" Terra asked Naruto. "I was hoping I would not lose to a villain team so soon," Naruto said. "Hey, this was more of a tie," Terra said with a shrug. "We made them retreat, that's not a tie," Cyborg said as they all headed to the pizza parlor. "Naruto getting played by Jinx makes it a tie," Terra said with a smirk at Naruto, who pouted as Beast Boy and Cyborg laughed. Inside a hidden base, a teen woman with silver hair and a bandana mask kneeled to a man on a throne with her head bowed who was looking at footage of the fight between the Titans and the H.I.V.E. "My apologies for the team, I recommend losing, father," the teen woman said, keeping her head bowed. "It's quite alright, Ravager, this was meant to test these heroes. And I'm most impressed that their leader was able to lead them so well, the man said, with his fingers pressed together. Well, he is part of the Bat family, Ravager said. Indeed. He has a lot of potential, the man said with a nod. He lost to that sorceress, Ravager added. Well, she is tricky for a first encounter. Magic is hard to deal with, the figure said. Ravager scoffed at this. More like he has no experience with women, she thought to herself. This team will require more test time. See what they are capable of, my dear daughter, the figure said. Ravager nodded at this, as even she knew just one encounter wasn't enough to get a full picture of the capabilities of the Titans. A few days later. Naruto and the others were all in the living room relaxing. Naruto, I have finished my first attempt at cooking the ramen. Would you like some? Starfire asked as she looked up from the stove, not noticing a tentacle poking an arm out of the pot. Naruto sweat dropped at this and was about to say something but saw the excited look on Starfire's face. Sure thing, he said as he walked over to her. Starfire smiled at this and got a bowl out to get some of her ramen for him. Sucker Cyborg coughed into his hand with a smile. The TV then showed a calling screen with a cat face on it. Looks like it's your mom, dude, Beast Boy said, making a guess on who was calling them. Naruto sighed at this as he put down his fork and turned to the video phone. Video phone on, he said. The screen then showed Catwoman, who was looking at the team from what looked like the Batcave. Hey Kachin, Naruto said as he waved at her. Catwoman smiled at this. Glad to finally see you, Kitten, she said. Beast Boy and Cyborg snorted at this and stiffened their laughter at this name. Naruto groaned at this as he knew this would be prime black material for his friends to tease him. Hello, Miss Woman of Cats. Starfire said with a smile as she waved. Ah, Starfire, right? Catwoman asked with a smile. Starfire smiled and nodded at this. And this is the rest of your team? Catwoman asked as she looked at the rest of them. Yup. This is Terra, Raven, Cyborg and Beast Boy, Naruto said, pointing at each of his friends. Not a bad team. Very well balanced, Catwoman said with a nod as she looked at them. Thank you, miss, Terra said with a smile. Ah, you're the first one my kitten met and helped, from what I saw from his messages, Catwoman said with a smile. So why are you calling? Naruto asked curiously. Well, I wanted to meet your team and ask you why you lost to a certain spellcaster, Catwoman said. Naruto looked shocked at this. How do you know about that? He asked her. Catwoman pushed a button on her end and a small window screen showing the fight Naruto had with Jinx appeared. Naruto groaned at this. You think that's bad? You should see the note she left when he tried to tag her with a tracker, Beast Boy said with a smile. Beast Boy! Naruto yelled, turning red from embarrassment. Oh? Catwoman asked with a raised eyebrow. She put his own tracker on his back with a note that said nice try, cutie, Raven said flatly as she drank some tea. With a pink heart too, Terra added with a grin. Catwoman smiled at this. Ah, I remember when I did that to Bats when we met, she said with a fond smile. Yup, he has his own, well you ma'am, Beast Boy said, trying to be polite. It was only once. She won't get me again. Naruto yelled. Of course she won't. Well, I gotta go help with patrol. You stay out of trouble, Naruto, Catwoman said with a smile before she hung up. The others looked at Naruto at this. Naruto? Starfire asked curiously. Naruto sighed at this and removed his skull domino mask. That's my real name, Star, he said. Beast Boy and Cyborg laughed loudly at this. No wonder you love Raymond so much, as you're named after it. Beast Boy said as he and Cyborg used the other to keep standing so they wouldn't fall to the floor in laughter. He's named after the storm, you idiots, Raven said, rolling her eyes at them. Naruto smiled at this and nodded at Raven. I already knew his name, Terra said with a shrug. Raven and Starfire looked at Terra curiously at this. He saved me and decided to help me gain control of my powers, Terra said with a smile. Ah, the romantic first meeting, Cyborg said with a teasing grin at Naruto as he high-fived Beast Boy. Terra's face went atomic red at this. Alright, that's it. Naruto yelled out as he lunged at them. Before he could do anything, the alarm went off. Saved by a criminal, that's new, Beast Boy said with a sigh. Remind me to put bacon in your tofu later after I've replaced Cyborg's hamburger meat with turkey meat, Naruto said as he approached the computer to see what the situation was. Dude, he pranks for keeps, Beast Boy whispered to Cyborg as that was hardcore. I blame you, Cyborg whispered back with a glare. You're both idiots, Raven said flatly, rolling her eyes at them. We have a break-in at the prison, Naruto said, looking at his team. Starfire tilted her head curiously at this. Don't criminals usually do the breaking out and not in? She asked. We can ask when we catch this guy, Terra said, punching her fist into her palm. Naruto nodded at this. Let's go team, he said as he led his team out of the tower. Dump City Prison. A big concrete humanoid was making his way through the prison and was heading for the back of the prison when the doors into a hallway glowed with dark energy and closed. "Ah, I have heard of you. Cinderblock, right?" Naruto said, getting the enemy's attention. Cinderblock turned to look at Naruto and his team and growled at them. "It's 6 versus 1. Are you sure you want to do this?" Cyborg asked with a grin, cracking his knuckles. "Don't get cocky. He's bigger than us and we don't know if he has a backup plan," Naruto said to his team. "He seems dumb to me," Beast Boy said with a smile. Cinderblock growled at this and roared at them. Note to self. Don't insult the enemy, Beast Boy said with a sheepish smile. "You think?" Raven asked flatly. Cinderblock roared before he charged at them. "Titans, try to slow him down and contain him," Naruto yelled as they all charged at him. The Titans attacked Cinderblock together, with Starfire throwing star bolts at him, Terra throwing boulders at him, while Raven tried to bind him with her magic. As Cinderblock tried to force his way towards the girls, Beast Boy charged at him and turned into a mammoth and slammed him into the wall. Starfire floated over to check if Cinderblock was beaten, but he grabbed at her and held her tightly in his hands, ready to try and crush her. Starfire smiled at this. "Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm stronger than I look," she said, as her eyes glowed brightly and she raised her leg and kicked Cinderblock hard in the chin, sending him slamming into the floor. Naruto whistled at this, as Starfire's show of strength still impressed him, even after knowing her for a few weeks. "Any ideas to knock him out?" Cyborg asked, as he blasted his arm cannon at Cinderblock as he got up. Before Naruto could respond, he blocked an attack with his armored arm and looked to see that it was Ravager attacking him with a blade. "Not bad armor you have. The bat gave it to you, I assume?" Ravager asked, with a cold look in her eyes. "Looks like we found the brains of this operation," Naruto said, as he tried to keep Ravager's blade away from him. Terra raised her arms and slammed them in the ground, making a mini quake fly at Ravager. "Back off," she yelled at her as she backflipped away from Naruto. "Focus on Cinderblock, I can handle her," Naruto said as he summoned some blue blades on his forearms, knowing that this enemy was on another level. His team nodded at this as they attacked Cinderblock. "You're either very confident or very stupid if you think you can take on an unknown enemy," Ravager said as she readied her blade. "I'm not stupid, lady, I can already tell who you work for. Is District that mad Batman beat him that he has to come bugging me?" he asked as he took a battle stance. "Lady, I'm a year older than you," Ravager yelled out. "Huh. Well, the white hair made me think you were older," Naruto said with a shrug. Ravager growled at this as she attacked Naruto, who easily blocked and kneed her in the stomach. But she instinctively jumped back, so the attack didn't hurt her as much. Good instincts, Naruto thought, as he saw that she was very well trained to react to his attack, with barely any thought. Ravager took a moment to glare at Naruto and charged at Naruto, who met her as they clashed. Meanwhile, the other Titans were fighting Cinderblock, who was waving around a metal pillar as a club to keep them back. "Can't you slow him down by manipulating him?" Raven asked Terra as she floated back from a swing. "I can try, but I need a moment to focus," Terra said, as she had never tried to manipulate a living being made of earth before. "Leave it to us, friend Terra," Starfire said as her hand glowed as she made the metal pillar melt and wrap around Cinderblock's hands. Beast Boy charged at Cinderblock as a rhino and rammed him in the chest, sending them both through a wall. Cinderblock roared as he threw Beast Boy back, sending him flying into Terra. Cinderblock glared at them and punched a control panel on the wall. An alarm then went off and the cell doors started to open, freeing the prisoners. "Damn it," Cyborg said with a frown as the prisoners approached them. "What's the plan?" Raven asked. Cyborg thought for a moment. "We contain the prisoners," he said, making a decision. The rest of them nodded at this as they all went after the prisoners, giving Cinderblock the chance to make his way into the back of the prison. Meanwhile, Naruto was still fighting Ravager, who expertly dodged a swing from Naruto. They saw the prisoners escaping and Naruto frowned. "Looks like we are done," Ravager said as she put away her blade and ran off. "Hey!" Naruto yelled as he was distracted by the fact that some prisoners were attacking him. Naruto made a hand sign and made several clones appear to fight the prisoners. The prisoners tried to fight back, but Naruto and his clones easily beat them. Naruto was tying them up when his team approached him. "He escaped?" Naruto asked. Terra nodded at this. "Cyborg said we should prioritize containing the prisoners," she said. Naruto looked at Cyborg and nodded at him. "You made the right call," he said, understanding Cyborg's decision, since if they had gone after Cinderblock, then the prisoners would escape and cause a lot of problems for the city. Cyborg nodded back, glad he made the right call. "So, what's the plan now?" Beast Boy asked. "We're heading back to base and keeping an eye out on the security systems," Naruto said, glad that he had access to all the security cameras in Jump City. The rest of the Titans nodded at this as they all followed Naruto out of the prison. Naruto and Terra were in the training room working on Terra's daily control exercises. Today, Terra was trying to get used to flying on a boulder so she had more movement options. Naruto watched Terra from below just in case she fell. "You're getting better," Terra, Naruto said with a smile as he watched Terra manipulate some rocks behind her before she fired them at some targets nearby, which struck their target dead on. Terra smiled at this, but her focus wavered and the boulder she was flying on cracked, which caused her to fall. Naruto quickly caught her in his arms and held her bridal style. "You may want to work on your focus though," Naruto said with a smile. Terra blushed a little at this as Naruto put her down. "Don't worry, you are making steady progress," Naruto said with a small grin, not noticing Terra's blush. "You sure?" Terra asked nervously as she rubbed the back of her head slightly. "Absolutely. I mean, you haven't caused a quake since we started," Naruto said with a nod and a reassuring smile. Terra smiled at this. "That's because," Terra thought as she thought about Naruto. Suddenly, the alarm went off as Naruto pulled out his communicator and looked at it. "There's an attack in the city," Naruto said before snapping it shut. "Let's go find the others," Terra said. They both headed out of the training room and after turning a corner, they saw Beast Boy, Cyborg and Raven looking at Starfire, who was covered in motor oil and sitting on the floor. "What happened?" Terra asked the others as Naruto helped Starfire to her feet. "Beast Boy tried to prank Cyborg, but Starfire got caught in the crossfire," Raven said boredly. Naruto looked at Beast Boy with a raised eyebrow. "That's like the 5th time you've tried to prank him," he said. "What? You like pranks too?" Beast Boy said with a frown. "Yeah, but I make sure my targets have it coming and I also make sure nobody innocent gets caught in the crossfire," Naruto said. "Can't get more innocent than Star," Terra said with a shrug. "Look, you made a mistake, Beast Boy, you know that right?" Naruto asked him. Beast Boy nodded at this as even he knew when he was wrong. "Then you should apologize to Starfire," Naruto said. Beast Boy nodded at this and looked at Starfire as he bowed his head at her. "Star, I'm sorry. Please don't be mad at me," he said. Starfire looked at Beast Boy and nodded. "I accept your apology, but please try to be more careful," she said as she cleaned her face with a towel Cyborg gave her. "Good. Now, we have a problem in the city, so follow me," Naruto said. The team nodded as they followed Naruto. Jump City Bridge. On a big bridge in the city, 2 teens were shown to be attacking cars on the bridge. One was blue-skinned and wore what looked like blue samurai armor with an image of a cloud on his chest. This was Thunder. The other one was orange-skinned and wore orange-colored samurai armor with a lightning bolt image on his chest. This was Thunder's brother, Lightning. "This is most fun, isn't it, brother?" Lightning asked as he burned a lightning symbol into a truck. "Indeed, brother," Thunder said as he made a sonic boom which made cars nearby shake. "Doesn't look like fun to me, guys," Naruto said, getting their attention. Naruto and his team were standing on a truck in ready stances. "You two need to stop this, otherwise we will make you," Naruto said, giving them a determined look. "We are Thunder and Lightning. We are not someone you can order around." Lightning yelled out as he charged some lighting in his hands before he fired at them. Naruto and his team scattered, dodging the attack. "Split up and remember to watch each other's backs," Naruto yelled. Cyborg punched at Thunder's face, knocking him against a nearby lamp post. The elemental grit his teeth catching Cyborg's fist, punching him across the face, skidding Jim back. The two raised up their arms, Thunder coating his fist in his element while Cyborg readied his sonic cannon. The two rushed at each other quick, erupting in sizable blast which pushed both opponents back. Raven hovered over as she formed a barrier over Thunder. The elemental smirked as he began slamming down his fist hard into the ground, causing power shockwaves across the concrete. He continued again and again as cracks began to appear in the barrier, surprising Raven, who lifted the orb up into the sky before dispersing it, allowing Thunder to fall to the ground. He smirked, thrusting his fist down. Using the thunder to lighten the impact. Beast Boy roared in his tiger form, lunging at Thunder, striking him across the back. He grit his teeth and fired off several blasts at Beast Boy, who shifted into a bird form, evading the blasts as they came in. Meanwhile, Naruto, Starfire and Terra attacked Lightning, while Beast Boy, Raven and Cyborg went for Thunder. Naruto pulled out several kunai and threw them at Lightning, while Starfire threw some starbolts at him. Lightning blasted the kunai to pieces and was able to avoid the starbolts. "Terra, think you can ground him?" Naruto asked her. Terra smirked at this as her hands closed, which caused some earth to engulf Lightning's feet, trapping him in place. Lightning scowled at this before Naruto slugged him in the stomach. "I don't want to hurt you more than I have to, so stand down," Naruto said. Lightning held his stomach for a moment before smiling and grabbing Naruto's hand as he zapped him with some electricity. Ag! Naruto yelled in pain. Terra and Starfire ran towards Naruto to try and help, but Lightning fired at them before he kicked his now free leg into Naruto's gut, sending him flying into Starfire and Terra. "You're a good fighter, but you're weak for letting your opponent have an opening like that," Lightning said with a grin. Terra's eyes glowed yellow before she yelled in a rage and swung her arms, making a mini quake shoot at Lightning through her fist, which struck him in the chest, sending him flying into the air. Thunder, who was flying on a cloud, caught his brother. "Are you okay, brother?" he asked, a worried look on his face. Lightning coughed up some blood and caught his breath. "That earth manipulator got lucky," he growled out as he glared at Terra before him and his brother fled. Cyborg, Raven and Beast Boy ran over to check on them. Raven approached Naruto and started using her magic to heal him. "I'm okay, Raven, don't worry," Naruto said as he got up and gave her a slight smile. Raven nodded at this. "He has a healing factor." She thought in interest as she could see he was already healed up. "Geez, Terra, you hit that guy hard," Beast Boy said, seeing some blood on the floor. "I channeled a quake through my fist, I thought it might boost my punch," Terra said with a shrug, looking at her fist. "Whoa, that could actually hurt someone's insides," Terra Cyborg said with slightly wide eyes. "I think we already know that, friend Cyborg," Starfire said, looking at the blood on the ground. "Good job being creative, Terra, but save that move until you train with it more or it's an emergency," Naruto said. Inside, he was sweating as this reminded him of Tsunade. "Oh boy, looks like Terra's powers could bring down a whole mountain if she ain't careful," Naruto thought to himself. "Yay, that's a killing move if you're not careful," Raven said with a nod. Terra nodded at this, as she definitely didn't want to kill anyone. "Okay, for now, we split up and try to find those two?" Cyborg asked Naruto. "Yay, I tagged the lightning guy with a lightning-proof tracker," Naruto said as he took out his tracker. "Even when the enemy hurts you, you're thinking ahead," Cyborg said with a smile and a thumbs up at Naruto. Naruto smiled at this. "Thank Batman and Catwoman," he said. "Yay, good thing the guy didn't have a rack," Beast Boy said with a smile. Naruto groaned at this. "I swear, you get tricked one time by a pretty girl and it haunts you forever," he grumbled. "Do you think she's pretty?" Terra asked with a raised eyebrow as she crossed her arms. "Okay team, let's head out," Naruto yelled as he ran off, leading his team. "Smart," Cyborg said with a chuckle as he and Beast Boy followed. Raven rolled her eyes at this and followed them. "Please, what does this pretty mean?" Starfire asked Terra and Raven as they followed. Terra said, not knowing how to respond. "It means he finds Jinx attractive," Raven said flatly. Starfire gasped at this and shook her head. "She is not worthy of Naruto's time," Starfire said as she clenched her fists with a glare. Terra watched this and frowned slightly. Great, a rival, she thought. Later. Naruto and his team all made their way to the outskirts of the city where there was a big forest. As they approached, they saw what looked like a giant fire demon form and started to try and make its way towards the city. "Raven, is this thing magic-based and is it a living thing?" Naruto asked, looking at her. Raven closed her eyes in concentration and focused on the fire demon for a moment before she opened her eyes. "No, this is something that was summoned with a ritual," she said with a frown. Naruto nodded at this and looked at his team. "Okay everyone, we need to slow this thing down and try to find a way to destroy it before it reaches the city," he said. "I'm gonna assume water is its weakness," Beast Boy said. "Well duh," Cyborg said with a roll of his eyes. "Yay, but this thing may be able to reignite itself. So if you're gonna try that, then you better have a way to completely destroy it when it's vulnerable," Raven said. Naruto nodded at this. "Okay everyone, try to weaken this thing and give me an opening," he said as he took a moment to close his eyes to focus. "I think if we bury it in water and earth, it may weaken it enough," Cyborg said as he looked at Terra. Terra nodded and raised her arms as her eyes glowed yellow. The bunch of earth rose and floated over the fire demon, which caused it to stop and look up curiously. Beast Boy took this chance to transform into an elephant and fire some water from a nearby lake at the fire demon with his trunk. Raven used her powers to fire some dark blasts at the fire demon. Starfire and Cyborg fired at the demon with their starbolts and arm cannon. Meanwhile with Naruto, in his mindscape. Naruto was in his Sower mindscape in front of the giant cage, which held the nine-tailed fox. "Let me guess, you want me to help you take this fire demon out?" the demon fox asked, with his head resting on his crossed-over paws. "If we don't take this thing out, then the city will be harmed and people will be hurt," Naruto said. "And this concerns me, why?" the Ninetales asked. "Well, I haven't used your power often. I figured you would like the chance to stretch your legs a bit," Naruto said with a shrug. The Ninetales snorted at this. "Yay, ever since that incident with the clown, you have been avoiding using my power," he said with a laugh. Naruto frowned at this, as he knew what the fox demon was referring to. Okay, I'm bored, so let's do this, the Nine Tails said with a shrug. Naruto saw the Nine Tails demon chakra form and started to approach him, which made him hesitate. Relax, it's barely half a tail's worth, so you will keep your mind, the Nine Tails said with a roll of his eyes. Naruto nodded at this, knowing he could handle at least 2 tails worth without losing himself. Thanks, he said with a grateful nod at the fox demon before he disappeared. The Nine Tails quirked an eyebrow at this. Huh, never had a human actually thank me, besides Pops before, he said, as he lightly smiled at the memory of his father. Outside Naruto's mindscape. Naruto's body was soon covered by a dark orange aura and his eyes opened, showing his eyes were slanted. Raven paused at this as she felt some kind of demonic power and looked at Naruto, who approached. Terra yelled as she finally dropped the massive amount of dirt on the fire demon after Beast Boy had doused him with water again, while Raven used her powers to funnel water at the demon. The demon yelled out as his flames went out and he paused in his tracks. Naruto shot forward and made a bigger Rasengan in his hand, which was a dark color. He slammed his attack into the fire demon, which started to drill into the demon. The fire demon's body reignited as he roared in pain. Naruto growled and roared back as his Rasengan became way bigger as he used more demonic chakra to fuel it, which engulfed the demon and started to tear it apart. The fire demon roared as it was destroyed and the Rasengan exploded, sending its remains flying and leaving a massive trench in the ground. The other titans watched this with looks of surprise at this show of power. Dude, Beast Boy said with wide eyes. Naruto's aura of chakra disappeared as he caught his breath and turned to his team and smiled at them. Good job, team, he said, giving them a thumbs up. Before they could respond, they saw thunder and lightning approaching them. What are you morons doing? Terra asked with a glare. Lightning scowled at this, but before he could respond, Thunder grabbed him by his shoulder and shook his head. We wish to apologize for what we have done, Thunder said. Really? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow as he crossed his arms. Lightning nodded at this. Yes, my brother convinced me that hurting innocents has no sport to it. So, we indeed wish to apologize, he said with a bow of his head, along with Thunder. I'm gonna guess you two were responsible for that fire demon. Raven asked the two elementals with a frown. Thunder nodded at this. Yes, but we were tricked into summoning it by this man with a mask that was half orange, he said. Naruto scowled at this. Deathstroke, he thought to himself. Well, as long as you don't cause damage to the city, I'm sure we can let you guys off with a warning, Beast Boy said, looking at Naruto with a questioning look. Naruto nodded at this as he could tell the two brothers were sorry. He then took out 2 communicators. Here, take these so we can keep in contact, he said, thinking these two would be good allies in the future. Thunder and Lightning nodded at this before they both left on a cloud. Okay dude, what the heck was that orange aura thing? Beast Boy asked as they all looked at Naruto. Indeed. That was most surprising, friend Naruto, Starfire said with a curious look. Well, I never said I don't have powers, Naruto said with a shrug. Raven watched Naruto with a calculating look and could tell he was being cryptic on purpose. He doesn't feel like a half-demon, she thought with interest as they all headed back towards Jump City. Deathstroke and Ravager were in their base, watching footage of the fight between the Titans and the Fire Demon. Interesting, Deathstroke said as he watched footage of Naruto attacking the Fire Demon. Looks like Kitsukage has some secrets, Ravager said as she leaned against a wall. I recall a similar aura to this on a creature that attacked Gotham a few years ago, Deathstroke said. The one that the League had to show up and help with? Ravager asked in interest. Indeed, and they kept the details completely under wraps, Deathstroke said, with his fingers pressed together. You think it's the same? Ravager asked him curiously. It might be, Deathstroke said, as he looked at footage of Naruto attacking the Fire Demon. Just who or what are you, Kitsukage, and what other secrets are you hiding? He thought to himself as he leaned forward slightly in his throne, looking at the frozen image of Naruto attacking the Fire Demon. A few days later. Naruto and his team were all in the park since it was a nice day. Man, nothing is better than ribs. Cyborg said with a smile as he ate some ribs. I think you mean tofu. Beast Boy said as he ate a tofu hot dog while leaning against a tree. Naruto rolled his eyes with a smile as he ate a burger with some fries. Starfire was drinking from a straw and smiling. Indeed. Cyborg, this tangy drink is most wonderful, she said happily. Cyborg and Naruto looked at Starfire with bewildered looks. Starfire. That's mustard, Terra said while eating a hot dog. Is there more? Starfire asked with a smile, happily nuzzling the bottle she had. Naruto chuckled at this and passed Starfire a fresh bottle of mustard, which she took with a squeal of happiness. Raven rolled her eyes at this as she sat in the shade of a tree, reading a book while levitating. She would occasionally take a sip of tea from her cup. "Hey Raven, are you sure you're not hungry?" Naruto asked as he looked at her. Raven looked at Naruto, and normally she would tell him she's fine, but she saw and felt he was actually slightly worried, and sighed. "I'll take a peanut butter sandwich," she said, hoping to put him at ease. Everyone but Naruto looked at this, surprised that Raven actually answered Naruto. Terra saw Naruto hand Raven a sandwich and saw that Raven flinched a little when Naruto touched her hand as he handed her the sandwich. Terra frowned a little at this as she hoped that Raven wasn't developing feelings for Naruto too. But she wasn't gonna make assumptions since Raven kept a lot to herself. After they all finished eating, Cyborg got up and picked up a football. "Okay, who's up for a game?" he asked with a smile while tossing the ball in the air a few times. "I'm in," Naruto said with a smile as he got up. "Let's do this," Beast Boy said with a smile. "I'll play," Terra said with a shrug. "I'll play too. I'm most interested in your Earth games," Starfire said with a large grin as she floated over. Raven watched this from under her tree and saw them look at her, waiting for her answer. "I'll referee," she said. "Yay, can't do that, Ray. We need a sixth-person," Beast Boy said. "Yay. Besides, think of it as a team-building activity," Naruto said with a grin. Raven rolled her eyes at this. "Fine," she said as she closed her book and got up. They all got into position to start the game. Naruto got the ball, and when Beast Boy charged at him as an elephant, Naruto threw the ball toward Cyborg who was running. Before Cyborg could catch the ball, the blue parts of his robot body went off and he stopped in place. "Cyborg!" Naruto yelled as he ran over to his friend as he fell to the ground. "Friend Cyborg, now is not the time for sleeping," Starfire said as she floated over. "I think his battery ran out of power," Terra said with a chuckle at Starfire. A few moments later, Cyborg turned back on and opened his eyes. "Dude, you okay?" Beast Boy asked as he gave Cyborg a hand up. Cyborg looked at his arm, which had a display on it that said reserve power and had a countdown of 30 minutes. "Looks like my battery is dying," Cyborg said with a sigh. Starfire gasped at this. "No. I don't want you to die," she yelled out as she gave him a hug. "Relax, Star, it's not that kind of dying," Naruto said as he placed his hand on her shoulder to calm her. "Yay, I just have to recharge my battery every couple of years. I have what I need back at the tower," Cyborg said. "Good. We can head home," and Naruto was saying before he was interrupted. "No, I can do this. Just because I have to recharge doesn't mean your day has to be ruined," Cyborg said with a frown. Naruto frowned at this and shook his head. "That's nonsense, we are friends. We're supposed to help each other," Naruto said, folding his arms over his chest. "Yeah, dude. All for one and one for all," Beast Boy said, thrusting his fist into the air. "What he said," Terra said with a nod. Cyborg sighed at this but looked at Naruto. "Look, I appreciate that. But trust me, I can handle this on my own," he said. Naruto looked at Cyborg and saw he wasn't gonna budge on this, which caused him to sigh. "Fine, but you head straight to the tower," he said. Cyborg nodded at this and fist bumped with Naruto before leaving. "Surprised you decided to let him go," Terra said, knowing how Naruto was when friends needed help. Naruto nodded at this. "Yeah, but I know that Cyborg can be sensitive about this kind of thing," he said. "Please, what do you mean, friend Naruto?" Starfire asked curiously. Naruto looked at Starfire and thought for a moment, trying to decide how to explain this to her. "Well, Star, he wasn't born this way. See, he was in an accident that destroyed most of his body," Naruto said. Starfire's eyes widened at this information. "And he was saved by technology?" she asked. "Exactly," Raven said, with a nod at her. "Yay, I can see it's not easy being used to having a robot body," Terra said with a thoughtful look. Suddenly, the Titan's communicators went off. Naruto took out his communicator and looked at it before he frowned. "Trouble?" Terra asked him. "Yay. Someone is robbing the jewelry store," Naruto said as he snapped shut his communicator. "New villain?" Beast Boy asked, wondering if this was a new encounter. "Looks like some guy with a magician theme, so be careful," Naruto said as he knew that magic could be tricky. Beast Boy gave a grin. "Well, it should be easy as we have our own magic user to fight him," he said, waving at Raven. "Magic can be complicated, Beast Boy, so don't be reckless," Naruto said, as well he did agree somewhat with Beast Boy. He remembered what Bruce and Selena taught him about not underestimating an unknown opponent. The team all nodded as they all followed Naruto out of the park. Later, Naruto and the others were making their way towards the jewelry shop when they saw what looked like a stage magician. He wore a top hat, a red cape with white gloves, along with a tuxedo, and was wielding a wand. He also had blue skin, a pointy nose, white hair and a domino mask over his eyes. This was the villain known as Mumbo Jumbo. "Great cartoon physics," Naruto groaned as they watched a magician run towards the nearby junkyard. I feel that he is using a magic item, Raven said, as they watched the villain flee. Naruto nodded at this, as they all followed Mumbo into the junkyard, where he pulled out a large diamond. Not bad for a matinee, Mumbo said, looking the diamond over while smirking. Show's over, Mumbo. A voice called out. Mumbo turned to see the Titians, save for Cyborg. Now hand over the jewels, before the critics decide to trash your performance, Naruto stated, while holding out his hand. Now Kitsukage, I'm sure there's a peaceful solution here, Mumbo pleads, before pulling out a lit bomb in each hand, but this isn't it. He tossed the bombs at the team with a laugh. Raven's eyes turned white as a black barrier of magic protected her and the Titans. Terra jumped down, causing a small quake to shake up the ground underneath Mumbo, causing his legs to wobble a bit before Naruto kicked him in the chest, knocking him back. Mumbo quickly shook off the dust, growling at Naruto and held up his wand. He waved it a few times as he summoned up several sharp knives, while laughing at the shinobi hero. But he was soon blasted away by a blue beam, and Kitsukage looked over to see Cyborg smiling on his right side. Now, who said you could party without me? Cyborg said with a grin. Cyborg, you shouldn't waste your energy, Naruto shouted, but the robotic hero waved it off. Relax, I got it covered. External battery pack, Cyborg said, as he gestured to a makeshift backpack of car batteries that he was wearing, before he made his arm into his sonic cannon, which he fired at Mumbo and sent him into the garbage nearby. Titans go. Naruto shouted as they all attacked. Naruto threw some kunai at Mumbo, which he jumped around before he turned them into birds. Raven threw some big pieces of garbage at the villain, but he just put up his hands and made them stop in midair before they turned into flower petals. Beast Boy charged at Mumbo as a ram, but Mumbo took off his hat and pointed the bottom of it at him. Let's see if the master of animals can handle some rabbits out of my hat, Mumbo said with a smile as he fired some stuffed bunnies at Beast Boy, which swarmed him and sent him flying. And for my next trick, I will require a volunteer, Mumbo said, as he used a cane to pull a flying Starfire to him, and in a flash of magic, she was confined to a box with her head and feet sticking out. Mumbo then took out a saw. It's only fair to warn you, I have no idea what I'm doing, he said with a smile as he approached her, while she gained a nervous look on her face. Before Mumbo could do anything, Cyborg tackled him to the floor, while Naruto and Terra went to Starfire to free her from the box. That's enough. Cyborg yelled at Mumbo. Mumbo smiled at this. Hope that you like flowers, he said, before the flower on his chest fired a massive amount of water, sending Cyborg flying into a garbage truck nearby. Cyborg landed in the garbage truck roughly, which caused the car batteries he had on his back to fall off and start to spark. Before he could react, he saw that his arm was beeping and the countdown went down to 0. When this happened, Cyborg shut down again and the garbage truck tipped, sending the now shut down hero down a hatch. Cyborg! Naruto yelled as he and the team approached the garbage truck, thinking that Cyborg was in the truck. They then saw Mumbo in the driver's seat, honking the horn. See you later, you have been a wonderful audience. Mumbo said before he drove the garbage truck out of the junkyard with a laugh. After that third-rate magician. Naruto yelled out, pointing after Mumbo. Indeed. He has friends, Cyborg. Starfire yelled as they all chased after Mumbo, not knowing that Cyborg wasn't in the garbage truck. But Cyborg. Flashback start. The young boy was running through the darkness towards a door of light that only felt further and further away the more he ran towards it. But despite all that, he pressed on until he reached the door, where a woman was waiting for him with open arms and a warm smile as she hugged the boy tightly. The young Victor Stone smiled as he was in the arms of his mother. Victor smiled up at his mother as she rubbed his head tenderly. I'm so proud of you, my precious baby boy, his mother said warmly. Memories soon came running back of Victor playing sports. He looked over to the stands, hoping to see his parents. He was sad that his father wasn't in the stands, but he was happy to see his mother smiling happily at him. No matter what happened or how bad things would get, his mother was always there for him, giving him that bright smile. It rained hard as a teen Victor ran through the field, evading every tackle that came his way as he scored a winning touchdown, holding the ball up in victory as the crowd, with his mother, most of all cheering louder than ever. A sad smile fell over his face as he saw his father wasn't there for him. Victor, I want you to promise me that no matter what happens to me, you'll always stay the same kind-hearted boy who will always do what's right, his mother said, rubbing his face. I promise, Mom, I promise, Victor said, closing his eyes as he became Cyborg once again, with memories of his time with his friends, the laughs they shared, the fights they had, and the joy he felt surge through him. Flashback end. Cyborg soon woke up and saw a bright light, and when he got his bearings, he saw he was on a medical table. Ah, you're awake. This is good, a voice said, which got Cyborg's attention. When he turned to look for the source of the voice, he saw a figure next to the medical table. This person had gray skin and blue eyes. He wore a black cloak and a black cap on his head with bits of silver on his clothing. "Who are you?" Cyborg asked the figure. "I am called Fix-It," the figure said as he looked at his machines and parts. Cyborg looked at his wrist, which showed his diagnostics. "Wow, I'm at full power," he said in surprise. "Of course you are, I am Fix-It. Things come to me broken and I fix them," Fix-It said, not looking from his parts. "Well, thanks for the repairs, but I gotta go help my friends," Cyborg said as he got up off the table. Fix-It stopped what he was doing and looked at Cyborg. "You cannot leave," he said as he approached him. "I can't?" Cyborg asked with a raised eyebrow. "You are not fully repaired yet," Fix-It said. "I'm not. I feel great though and my systems say I'm fine," Cyborg said. "Your systems are flawed." "I found many flaws," Fix-It said. Cyborg looked at Fix-It with a raised eyebrow and before he could say anything, he remembered what Naruto told him before. "Nobody knows your body better than you, so trust your instincts." Cyborg nodded at this as he agreed with Naruto. "Sorry, but I'm gonna follow my gut on this and just head home," he said as he headed for the exit. Fix-It frowned at this as his robot's eyes started glowing red as they blocked his path. Cyborg frowned at this and made his arm turn into his sonic cannon. "Don't make me hurt you. You seem like a good guy and I don't want to hurt you," he said. "Your systems have human components, which are flawed. You must be repaired," Fix-It said as some of the robots advanced forward. Cyborg glared at Fix-It hearing this. "Not happening," he said before he fired at the robots. But Naruto and the rest of his team were chasing Mumbo across some rooftops. Starfire, Raven and Terra were trying to slow him down with their attacks, but he easily avoided them as he ran laughing. "Your powers are nothing to the amazing Mumbo," the magician said with a laugh as he waved his wand to cast another spell. Naruto growled before he shot forward and snatched the wand from Mumbo. "Hey!" Mumbo yelled in surprise. Naruto snapped the wand in half. "Show's over," he said. Mumbo gasped at this and started to cry before he turned into a regular man, wearing overalls and everything he stole appeared next to him. Naruto then grabbed him and glared at him. "Where is Cyborg?" Naruto asked, pulling Mumbo close. "I don't know," Mumbo said, holding up his hands. "Lies. You used your magic to capture him," Starfire said as she landed next to Naruto. "No, it's true. When you broke my wand, you undid all my spells. So, if I did do anything to him, he would be here with the loot," Mumbo said. Naruto dropped him upon hearing this. "That makes sense," he said with a nod. "Then where is Cyborg?" Beast Boy asked, scratching his head. "Well, we last saw him land in that garbage truck, so," Terra said. "The junkyard," everyone said. "Does this mean I don't have to go to jail?" Mumbo asked with a hopeful look. Naruto and the others looked at him with flat looks. "Worth a try," Mumbo said with a sigh. After tying Mumbo to a nearby lamppost, the team headed off to the junkyard. But Cyborg was blasting through Fix-It's robots, easily defeating them. "Guess I'm not so flawed, huh?" Cyborg asked with a grin as he slugged the last robot, destroying it. "I don't understand. Why do you hang on to your humanity?" Fix-It asked curiously. Cyborg looked at Fix-It with a raised eyebrow. "My scanners tell me that you have some human parts to you too. Why did you give up your humanity?" he asked with his own curiosity. "I was in an accident long ago, so I decided to fix myself and slowly I replaced more and more of my body," Fix-It said. "Well, I'm not gonna be like you. There is more to life than this," Cyborg said, gesturing to the destroyed robots. Suddenly, the doors burst open, from Beast Boy ramming the door down as a rhino. "Friend Cyborg, you're okay," Starfire said with a smile as she flew over to Cyborg and gave him a hug. "Yay, I'm fine," Cyborg said with a smile as he gave her a hug back. "Looks like you had a one-sided fight," Raven said, looking around at the destroyed robots with a raised eyebrow. "Yay, me and my new friend had a disagreement. But we are cool now, right?" Cyborg asked Fix-It with a smile. Fix-It looked at Cyborg for a moment before nodding. Cyborg nodded back and he and the other titans left. "Are you sure you're okay?" Naruto asked Cyborg as they left. "Yay, I'm fine now. He recharged me, so I'm all set to go," Cyborg said with a nod at Naruto. Naruto nodded back with a grin as they headed back to the tower. A few days later. It was nighttime in Jump City and Naruto and the Titans were answering the call to action. Right now, they were fighting a man in a black and white suit who was shooting at them with light attacks. "You and your pathetic powers are no match for Dr. Light," the man yelled out with a laugh as he fired some lights at them. They all avoided or took the hits and tried to stop Dr. Light from taking gold bars from an overturned truck. "Is it me, or is this guy kicking our butts?" Beast Boy asked after he avoided some light blasts as a rabbit. "It's just you," Cyborg and Terra said together as Terra made an earth wall rise to block Dr. Light's attacks. Raven took this chance to appear behind Dr. Light, but before she could do anything, Dr. Light raised his hand and blasted her away from him. "Stay away from me," Raven said with a firm tone of voice as she slowly got up. "What's the matter? Afraid of the light?" Dr. Light asked with a confident smile. Raven growled at this and charged at Dr. Light, with her eyes turning red and changing, so she had two pairs of eyes now. "No, but you should be very afraid of the dark," Raven said, as black tendrils appeared from her cloak and grabbed Dr. Light before they started to drag him towards her. "My suit. Okay. I surrender." Dr. Light yelled as his suit sparked and malfunctioned before he tried in vain to stop himself from being dragged towards Raven. "What's the matter, afraid of the dark?" Raven asked with a more demonic voice as Dr. Light was dragged under her cloak. "Raven, stop!" Naruto yelled out as he ran forward towards her. Raven gasped and her eyes turned back to normal as her powers let Dr. Light go, showing that his hair was now white and he was shivering in terror. "You will be okay," Naruto said as he checked on him. "So dark. Make it stop, Dr. Light stuttered out in fear. "Geez Raven, what did you do to him?" Beast Boy asked as they all approached. Raven growled at Beast Boy, with her eyes turning red again, making him jump back slightly. "Raven, are you okay?" Naruto asked as he touched her shoulder. "I'm fine." Raven yelled out as she jumped away from Naruto and floated away into an alleyway. Naruto and the others watched her go with looks of surprise. "Looks like your little goth friend has some secrets," the Nine Tails said from Naruto's mindscape. Naruto said nothing as he turned to his teammates. "Okay, let's drop off Dr. Light at the jail and head home," he said. They nodded at this before Cyborg picked up Dr. Light. Next morning. Naruto and the others, besides Raven, were all at breakfast, which Naruto and Beast Boy made. "I can do it on my own, dude," Beast Boy said with a huff. "BB, you know we don't eat tofu," Naruto said as he placed some scrambled eggs on a plate for the others. "You eat it with ramen sometimes," Beast Boy said, pointing his finger at Naruto. "You know how that has actual flavor to it," Naruto said as he had shared that ramen with Beast Boy and even he admitted that it had flavor to it. "How many types of ramen do you have?" Cyborg asked Naruto curiously as he made his plate. "He has a stash." Beast Boy yelled out with a smile. Naruto sighed at this as Terra and Cyborg looked at Naruto with disapproving looks. "Is there a problem?" Starfire asked with a curious look. It's not healthy for him to eat so much ramen," Terra said with a frown. "Yeah, he's gonna make himself sick if he does," Cyborg said with his own frown. Starfire gasped at this. "Then I will remove all the ramen in the tower," she yelled as she flew off to the kitchen and started searching for Naruto's ramen. Naruto groaned at this and looked at Beast Boy with a glare. "Thanks a lot," he said. "No problem," Beast Boy said with a fanged grin. Before Naruto could respond, Raven came into the room. "Hey Raven, I already made your tea," Naruto said with a smile as he gestured to a fresh pot of tea nearby. Raven looked at the pot with a curious look. "Don't worry, I followed the instructions." Here Naruto said as he handed her a cup. Raven said nothing as she took the cup. But when her hands met Naruto's, the windows in the tower all cracked after turning black for a moment. "Whoa, what was that?" Beast Boy asked in surprise. Raven said nothing but quickly took her tea and left the room. "Huh, what's wrong with her?" Naruto asked out loud as he scratched his head. Terra frowned at this as she could see some hints of what was going on. "You're a moron," Cyborg said simply as he finished his food. "What are you?" Naruto was saying before he was interrupted. "Found friend Naruto's stash." Starfire yelled, holding up a big economy pack of ramen. "You won't take my precious." Naruto yelled as he grabbed the ramen and tried to take it from Starfire, but she held on with little effort, not budging. "Did he just make a Lord of the Rings reference?" Beast Boy asked with a raised eyebrow. "Our leader people," Terra said with a sigh as they all watched Naruto try in vain to take the bulk of ramen from Starfire. Later. Naruto was walking down one of the hallways of the tower and looked around before jumping to the ceiling and removing an air vent before he reached inside and pulled out a note. "Sorry dude, Starfire made me sniff out all your hiding places," the note said with the initials BB on it. Naruto frowned at this as he dropped to the floor. "If I didn't know any better, I would think that alien thinks she's your wife," the Nine Tails said with a smirk. Naruto paused at this and blushed brightly but shook his head. "I'm not that lucky," he thought to the demon fox as he continued to walk down the hall. He soon passed the door to Raven's room and stopped. Maybe I should check on her," he thought as he approached the door and knocked. After a few moments of silence, Naruto knocked again. "Raven? Are you okay in there?" Naruto asked before he opened the door to look inside the room. The room was dark and had all kinds of stuff that fitted Raven's dark personality. Naruto entered the room and looked around a little. He saw a few books laid on the floor and some on the bookshelves. He saw that she had books that were about magic, poetry and mystery. An item soon caught his eye and he took a closer look at it. Huh, who knew that girl was the type to care how she looks, the Nine-Tails said as Naruto looked at a hand mirror. Naruto ignored this and looked at himself in the mirror. Suddenly, his reflection was replaced by what looked like two pairs of red eyes before a dark arm made of shadows reached out and grabbed Naruto. What the hell? Naruto yelled out before he was dragged inside the mirror before the mirror dropped to the floor. But Naruto. Naruto dropped to the floor and groaned as he got up. Ugh, talk about a bad trip, Naruto groaned as he got on his feet and dusted himself off. Naruto then looked around and saw that he was on a floating boulder that was connected to a path. Where the heck am I? He asked as he looked around. What Naruto didn't notice was a pink figure sneaking up on him. Hi. The figure yelled, surprising Naruto and making him jump. Okay, who the hell, Naruto yelled in surprise before he looked at the figure and saw that it looked like Raven, only she had a pink cloak on and was smiling brightly at him. Raven? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. That's me. Raven yelled happily as she smiled at Naruto while giving him a thumbs up. Well, at least you're okay. So, where are we and how do we get out of here? Naruto said as he looked around wearily. Just follow the path, it will lead you to the door out. But you don't want to go there, not yet, Raven said. Actually, I do need to get out of here, Naruto said as something was telling him that he should leave. Raven pouted cutely at this before she smiled at Naruto. Okay then, I'll lead you to the door, she said with a happy grin. She then ran down the path but with her arms out while she made airplane noises. Naruto quirked an eyebrow at this but still followed after her. Okay, so either she finally snapped or she's bipolar, the Nine-Tails said with a surprised look from Naruto's mindscape. Naruto ignored this as he followed Raven through an archway and when he did the area changed to a bright field of flowers. Wow, this place is great, Naruto said with a smile as he loved nature. Thanks. I worked really hard on this place, Raven said with a smile as she waved at Naruto from another archway. This the way out? Naruto asked as he approached her. Yay, but you should be careful. What's coming up is boring, Raven said with a sigh. Naruto nodded at this and walked through the archway, leading to a new area. Great, more floating rocks and paths, Naruto said with a sigh. Hey kid, she's gone, the Nine-Tails said. Huh? She was just here. Raven. Where did you go? Naruto yelled out with his hands around his mouth. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye he saw Raven, but this time she had a grey cloak on. Raven? Naruto asked, seeing that Raven now looked like she was nervous. Raven looked at Naruto and eeped before she hid behind a tree. The Nine-Tails chuckled lightly at this. Reminds me of that Hyuga girl who always followed him, he thought to himself. Hey, it's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you, Naruto said as he held up his hands in a peaceful manner. Raven peeked over her tree and looked at Naruto. Hi, she said before she quickly hid again. Hey Raven, where did you go? Did you want to change your cloak or something? Naruto asked her. Raven shook her head at this and continued to hide. Hey, it's okay. You don't need to be afraid of me. I'm your friend, he said with a small smile. Raven peeked from behind her tree again at Naruto. Why you see me as a friend? She asked nervously. Of course I do. What kind of question is that? Naruto asked. Sorry, Raven said before she hid herself again, thinking Naruto was mad at her as tears started to form in her eyes. Hey now, no need to cry, Naruto said as he approached Raven. Raven hesitated and froze before Naruto grabbed her hand. Come on, let's find this door out of here. You know the way, right? Naruto asked her. Raven nodded at this and pointed at the path forward. Cool, let's go, Naruto said with a smile as he dragged Raven off. Raven blushed at this but still held Naruto's hand tightly as he dragged her off. With Raven. Raven was meditating on the roof of the tower but stopped when she heard the door to the roof open. Raven turned to look at the doorway and saw it was Starfire dragging a massive bag out. But the bag was stuck in the doorway. What are you doing? Raven asked flatly. Starfire looked over at Raven and gave her a smile. Oh, Raven, I did not know you were up here, she said. Raven nodded at this and looked at the bag Starfire was trying to drag through the doorway. What's with the bag? She asked with a raised eyebrow. This is friend Naruto's vile stash raiment collection, Starfire said as she glared at the bag. What makes it vile? Raven asked curiously. Friend Terra and Cyborg said that it's unhealthy for Naruto to eat this all the time, so I'm getting rid of it, Starfire said as she started to pull on the bag, trying to get it through the doorway. Raven sighed at this. Star, they may be right. But you can't just cut Naruto off from his favorite food, she said. Cut off what? Starfire asked curiously as she tilted her head in confusion. It's a figure of speech. It means that you can't stop Naruto from eating his favorite food, Raven said with a sigh. But it is the unhealthy for Naruto, Starfire said. I agree, but maybe you should just limit what he can have so he can be both happy and healthy, Raven said. That's a wonderful idea, friend Raven. Starfire said with a smile as she clapped her hands. Before Raven could respond, she started to laugh uncontrollably before she stopped and she tried to compose herself. Starfire looked at her curiously. Friend Raven, why did you laugh? She asked her. Raven shook her head and looked at Starfire. I'm fine Starfire, but I have to go to my room. So just find a hiding space for all that for now, Raven said before she used her magic to sink into the floor and into the tower. But Naruto and Raven were walking down a path and soon they approached what looked like the entrance to a maze. This the way? Naruto asked as he looked at the entrance. Raven nodded at this. Yeah, but when you try to enter, you won't like me anymore, she said with a frown. Naruto frowned at this. Hey, none of that now. There is nothing you could do to make me hate you, he said as he held Raven's hand to reassure her. Raven paused at this before she nodded at this. Naruto smiled and nodded back before he let Raven go and approached the labyrinth entrance. Suddenly, the two statues that were holding two blades each came to life and attacked him. Naruto jumped back quickly and pulled out a kunai to defend himself. Any ideas to take these things out? Naruto asked before he noticed that Raven was gone again. You need to put a bell on that chick, the Nine-Tails thought to Naruto. Naruto said nothing as he readied himself to fight when a blue figure jumped from behind him and attacked the twin statues. Naruto blinked as the figure sent the two statues flying, which turned out to be Raven, only now she was in a green cloak. Come on, you losers. You can't be that weak. Raven yelled with a grin as she dodged around the statue swings with their swords. Hey, save some for me, Ray. Naruto yelled as he ran forward while charging a Rasengan in his hand. Raven smiled at this and saw the second statue charging at Naruto from behind. She jumped forward and flew past Naruto and with a wave of her finger, she sliced the statue in half while Naruto slammed his Rasengan into the other statue, instantly destroying it. Woo. That was fun. Raven yelled as she threw her arms in the air. Naruto put his kunai away and looked at Raven with a quirked eyebrow. Okay, first you're happy, then timid and now you're like me. Who are you? He asked. Raven stood in front of Naruto and two more of her appeared on her left and right sides, wearing a pink and gray cloak. I'm Raven, all three said together. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise at this. Now it makes sense, the Nine-Tails said in realization. Wanna explain it to me, cause I'm lost, Naruto thought to the Nine-Tails. Each of these Ravens is a different emotion. First happy Raven appeared, then timid Raven, and now we have brave Raven, the demon fox explained. Naruto's eyes widened at this. I'm in her mind, he said out loud in realization. Yes, and I want you out, a voice said as the real Raven appeared in front of Naruto. That mirror was a portal into my mind, not a toy, she growled out, sounding annoyed. Sorry, I was worried about you, and when I looked in your room, your mirror went all demon and dragged me in, Naruto said with a sheepish look. Look, I used this place to sort out my emotions, and last night something got loose, Raven said. Naruto quirked an eyebrow at this. Was it one of your negative emotions? He asked, as that sounded the most likely. Yes, but it's more complicated than that. So you need to leave while I deal with it, Raven said. I'm not leaving you alone to fight something, Naruto said with a frown as he crossed his arms. They then heard a roar nearby and saw a giant red demon with two sets of eyes. What is that? Naruto asked as he could tell this thing was powerful. Let's just say I have issues with my father and my rage is using it to try and take over, Raven said. I have seen way worse rage, Naruto said simply as he gave a shrug. Love you too, brat, the Nine-Tails said flatly as he knew that Naruto was referring to him. Look, you need to leave now. If I lose to this thing, you will be trapped here, Raven said as she floated forward to go fight her rage. Naruto frowned at this as he watched Raven confront her rage. She's got that self-sacrifice thing you have, brat, the Nine-Tails said with a chuckle. Naruto ignored him as he turned to the other Ravens. Is there any way that you guys can help her? He asked them. A Raven in a yellow cloak and glasses approached. We could, but she would have to accept our help for it to matter, she said as she adjusted her glasses. I'm sure Raven will accept your help. After all, you're all on her side, right? Naruto asked the gathered Ravens. What kind of dumb question is that? Of course we are. Brave Raven said as she punched her palm with a smile. Then get over there and help her, Naruto said with an encouraging smile, pointing at Raven who was blasting Rage Raven. Let loose the dogs of war. Happy Raven yelled as she and the other Ravens flew towards Rage Raven. Raven's eyes widened at this as she saw her emotions try to help her fight back. How did you convince them to help me? Raven asked Naruto as he approached. Simple, I asked them, Naruto said with a smile at Raven. Fools. Rage can never be defeated. Rage, Raven yelled as it fired a blast of energy from its eyes, sending the ravens flying. Any ideas? Naruto asked as he and Raven hid behind a huge rock. If I fuse with my emotions, we may be able to win. But I need time, Raven said. Naruto smiled at this and nodded. Leave it to me, he said as he jumped onto the rock they were hiding behind. Rage Raven glared at Naruto and looked down at him. You will fall like the rest. It yelled at him. Naruto made a cross-hand sign and smiled before in a puff of smoke he made an army of shadow clones appear. Wow, Raven said as she and her emotions looked at the army of Naruto's. At moving ravens, these guys won't last long. And I have a limit to how many I can make before I pass out, Naruto said as he and his army charged at Rage Raven. Raven nodded at this as she turned to her emotions who gathered around her. Raven soon closed her eyes along with her emotions as they all started to spin around her and soon they all clashed together into a bright light. Meanwhile, Naruto and his clones were attacking Rage Raven. All together. Naruto yelled as he and his clones all made Rasengans and jumped up at Rage Raven. Rasengan barrage. All the Narutos yelled as they all slammed their attacks into Rage Raven who gave a yell of pain while stumbling back slightly. You will never defeat me. Rage Raven yelled out. Suddenly behind Rage Raven, a shadowy figure appeared. And when the shadow fully formed, it was revealed to be Raven, but in a white cloak and now the same size as Rage Raven. Naruto smiled at this as he watched as Raven and Rage Raven started to fight. And I thought she had a big ass before, the Nine Tails said before cackling loudly. Naruto just face-palmed at this. Oh, like you don't check her out. The Nine Tails yelled. Naruto blushed at this but shook his head. I live with 3 beautiful girls, so sue me for looking, he thought to the demon fox. So you do find them attractive, the Nine Tails said with a smirk of triumph at getting Naruto to admit it. Naruto groaned at this as Raven and Rage Raven attacked each other and got into a beam struggle. Go back where you belong. Raven yelled as she pushed the beam towards Rage Raven. Rage Raven yelled out as it was engulfed and in a bright light it was transformed into a raven with a red cloak and 2 pairs of glowing red eyes. Raven looked down at her rage and soon her remaining emotion transformed into red energy and flew into her, causing her cloak to turn back to blue and her body to shrink down to normal. I got you, Naruto said as he was behind her and caught her, so she stayed on her feet. Thanks. Friend, Raven said with a smile. Huh? I thought we were already friends, Naruto said, tilting his head to the side slightly. Raven's smile got slightly bigger at this and she nodded at Naruto. Let's get out of here, she said as she led Naruto to an archway. Good, cause I'm hungry, he said as he followed Raven while rubbing his stomach. Oh yay, I convinced Starfire to let you have ramen. But you're limited to 3 bowls a day, Raven said as they entered the archway. Naruto pouted slightly at this as 3 bowls was like a snack for him. Raven's room. In a flash of light, Naruto and Raven appeared in her room. Naruto picked up the mirror from the floor and handed it to Raven. I would lock that thing up if it's so important, he said. Well, you did enter my room without asking, Raven said flatly as she took the mirror from him. Hey, I was worried about you. Sue me for caring about my friend so much. For all I knew, you were sick and needed help, Naruto said as he left her room. Raven paused at this and blushed slightly at this before she put her mirror down on her table and followed after Naruto, not seeing a violet light flash in her mirror, signifying that a new emotion arrived in her mind. Later. Cyborg was in his room, playing Tekken 7 when he suddenly heard his communicator ringing. Hello? Cyborg answered. Hey Cyborg, what are you doing? A gravelly voice asked. Nothing, just laying back playing a game, Cyborg said, putting the phone on his shoulder while pressing his ear to it. Are you all alone? The voice asked. Before Cyborg could reply, Beast Boy jumped into the room screaming. Wazoo oop. Beast Boy shouted with a crazy grin. Wazoo oop. Cyborg shouted back with his own crazy grin. What the? Who's that? The voice asked. Yo BB, pick up your communicator, Cyborg said with a smile. Beast Boy shrugged before picking up his communicator. Wazip. He yelled into it. Wazip. Cyborg shouted again. Wazip. The voice shouted, changing his voice revealing it was Naruto. Oop. The shouting echoing throughout the entire tower. Zoop. They continued shouting till suddenly the door to the room was kicked open by the none other than a pissed-off red-eyed Raven, grinding her teeth in rage. Sigh, Beast Boy. You guys okay? Huh, what's that noise? Our Raven Hey, me and the guys were just no Raven, calm down, no. Naruto screamed as the sounds of furniture being tossed around rung over the communicator. Minutes later, in the common room. Naruto, Cyborg and Beast Boy were all in the common room with lumps on their heads, a black eye each and a few missing teeth. "Party pooper," Beast Boy said, pouting at Raven who was drinking tea like nothing had happened. "Yay, we were bonding as bros," Cyborg said as he held a piece of meat to his human eye. "Being idiots is not bonding," Raven said simply as she drank her tea. Starfire then came into the room with Terra behind her. "Basu," Starfire yelled with a bright smile. Raven's eyebrow twitched at this as Naruto, Beast Boy, Cyborg and Terra laughed. Naruto and Terra were walking through the hallway and saw Beast Boy and Cyborg dragging in a big wooden crate. "What's up, guys?" Terra asked curiously upon seeing the crate. "No idea, we found this thing outside the tower," Cyborg said with a shrug. "Yay, and it's addressed to us," Beast Boy said, pointing out the label that said Titan's Tower. "No return address?" Naruto asked with a curious look at the crate. "I smell a trap," the nine-tailed fox commented. "Oh, just shut up already," Naruto thought to the demon fox. "Well, if it's addressed to all of us, we should find Starfire and Raven before we open it," Terra said. Naruto nodded at this as he and Cyborg worked together to move the crate. They soon made it to the common room where Starfire and Raven were. Naruto saw that Raven was meditating while Starfire was floating behind her. "Friends. I'm most happy to see you." "It was lonely," Starfire said with a large grin. "What's with the crate?" Raven asked flatly after she got up. "I think it's a present from a fan of ours," Naruto said with a shrug. "Is this like that fan mail from the evil fangirls that Terra burned on the roof?" Starfire asked curiously. "Wait, Terra did what?" Naruto asked in surprise. "Nothing," Terra said quickly. Cyborg and Beast Boy giggled at this as they had evil smiles as they looked at Terra, who blushed and hid her face with her hair. "Let's get this open and see what's inside," Naruto said as he pulled out a kunai and used it to try and pry open the lid. Soon enough, he had the lid free and opened the crate. Everyone looked inside and saw a bunch of packing peanuts. Naruto reached inside and soon found something which he grabbed and pulled out, showing what looked like a little puppet of himself. The others looked inside the crate and saw that there was a puppet version of each of them. "Interesting," Raven said flatly as she looked at the puppet version of herself. "Pretty good attention to detail," Terra said, noticing that her own puppet even had her equipment pouch that she liked to wear. "Are you kidding? I'm way more handsome than this," Beast Boy said, looking at his puppet with a frown. "Cool, mine actually has an electronic eye," Cyborg said with a smile as he switched it on. Starfire giggled at her puppet. "I have never seen such a device before," she said. Naruto nodded at this as he looked at his own puppet. "You want to play with them a little?" he asked her. "Oh, that would be most joyous," Starfire said with a grin. She then turned to Raven and Terra and asked, "Would you two like to join us?" "Knock yourself out," Raven said as she tossed hers over before walking off. Terra shrugged at this. "Sure, I'm game," she said as she walked over. Later that night. Naruto was sleeping but was having trouble as he was having a nightmare. Naruto heard what sounded like manic laughter and a roar of a demon before he woke up in a cold sweat and panting. "Kid, you need to get over that incident," the Nine-Tails said with a sigh as he saw what Naruto was dreaming of. Naruto said nothing as he got up and tried to focus on something else. He then got up and headed out of his room. He then heard movement behind him and turned around quickly and saw Starfire and Raven. "Friend Naruto," Starfire said with a smile. "Why are you two up?" Naruto asked them curiously. "I could ask you the same thing," Raven said with a raised eyebrow at Naruto. "I'm fine. So what's up?" Naruto said quickly, waving his hand in the air. "We heard some noises and wanted to see if we had an intruder," Starfire said. They then saw some glowing eyes down in the hallway. "Starfire, a light," Naruto said quickly, sensing that something was wrong. Starfire made a starbolt in her hand and made a bright light which showed it was Beast Boy and Cyborg at the end of the hall, but their eyes were glowing green and their faces were emotionless. Before Naruto could respond, he was slammed into a wall by a wall of earth from below and was then restrained by some earth. Terra then approached, with her eyes also glowing green. "Friends, why do you attack us with the creepy eyes?" Starfire asked as she dodged a swipe from Beast Boy, who was in a tiger form. Before Raven could respond, she was grabbed from behind by Cyborg, along with Starfire and held tightly so that they couldn't get loose. A small puppet then approached. He had a king's crown on his head and wore king-like clothing while holding a controller of some sort. "Who are you?" Starfire asked him as Cyborg held her and Raven in place while Terra had Naruto bound with some earth. "I am the Puppet King and soon I will have all the Titans' bodies under my control," the Puppet King said as he held up the toy puppets of Terra, Beast Boy and Cyborg. "Let us go, you wooden freak," Terra's voice said from her puppet. "Yay, this Chucky Soul stuff is creepy," Beast Boy's puppet said in agreement. "Yay, fight fair." Cyborg's puppet yelled out. "Let them go, you freak." Naruto growled out as he finally focused. "Be silent. You won't have any say in anything soon," the Puppet King said as he held up what looked like a puppet controller that glowed as a colored aura appeared around Naruto, Raven and Starfire. Raven groaned as she felt some powerful magic from this puppet. Azarath Metrian Zinthos she chanted, which made her powers go off and sent the Puppet King and his puppets flying from them. The two now free girls groaned slightly before they both grabbed Naruto and they ran off. After them. The Puppet King yelled to his puppets, who all took off after them. In the city. Starfire and Raven were hiding in an alleyway with an unconscious Naruto laid between them. "This is most horrible. Our friends are being controlled by an evil toy." Starfire yelled ... from Raven's body. "Starfire?" Raven asked from Starfire's body with wide eyes. "Raven?" Starfire asked from Raven's body before a car nearby exploded. "Oh, this is just great," Raven groaned as she looked at her now orange skin. "What is going on?" Starfire yelled in a panic as more things nearby exploded. "I think my magic made us switch bodies when that freak tried to take control of us," Raven said. "What about friend Naruto?" Starfire asked as she looked at Naruto's prone form. "We should wake him up to see if there is any change," Raven said. Starfire nodded at this and tapped Naruto's shoulder. "Wake up, friend Naruto. We are in the biggest of trouble," she said. Naruto groaned and woke up, showing he had red eyes instead of his normal blue. "Will you let me sleep, damn it?" he said in a deeper and gruffer voice as he sat up. "Naruto?" Raven asked curiously. Naruto blinked at this and looked around then at his hands before he slowly smiled and started to cackle. "Oh, this is hilarious. That little freak gave me control of that brat's body." Naruto yelled out as he laughed. "While the Nine Tails controls Naruto's body, we'll refer to him as Naruto." "Friend Naruto, are you not feeling well?" Starfire asked him. Naruto looked at Starfire and laughed. "Oh great. He switched you two around too, huh?" he asked. "Yes indeed. That evil toy switched me and Raven's bodies," Starfire said with a frown while crossing her arms as a trash can nearby exploded. "Well, at least the only difference with you two is the alien now has the bigger ass and the goth now has the bigger rack," Naruto said with a laugh. Raven stopped at this and blushed at this before she scowled. "Okay, who the hell are you?" she asked Naruto with a glare. "Piece of advice, you're not intimidating in the alien's body," Naruto said with a smirk. "He's not Naruto?" Starfire asked curiously. "You might call me Naruto's tenant and that wooden freak had us switch places," Naruto said. Raven frowned at this as she folded her arms. "Can he hear us?" she asked. "Oh sure. He hasn't stopped screaming about how my cell sucks and he hates the sower," Naruto said with a snicker. Starfire gasped at this and glared at Naruto. "You will free him, now." She yelled in Naruto's face, causing many things to get destroyed. "Okay, two things. 1. You're not suited to make threats if you want to be taken seriously. And 2. I have no control over this. Blame the wooden freak," Naruto said. "Who are you anyway?" Raven asked with a glare. "I don't exactly give out my name to anyone." "Heck, the brat doesn't even know it," Naruto said as he picked at his ear, looking bored. "Well, I'm not calling you Naruto," Raven said with a hard look. "Me neither. You are not friend Naruto." Starfire yelled out, causing a traffic light to explode. "Whatever," Naruto said with a shrug before he spotted a green eagle in the air and scowled. "Looks like your friends found us," he said as he stood up. Raven and Starfire looked in the direction he was looking and saw the green eagle flying towards them. Naruto grabbed Starfire and Raven and ran towards the alleyway but was blocked by a raising wall of earth. Naruto growled at this and looked around and saw a sower grate, then smirked as Cyborg and Terra dropped down, followed by Beast Boy in a tiger form. Naruto raised his hands and fired some red energy at the three attacking titans. The energy turned into what looked like goop and covered the three possessed titans, binding them to the floor. "What was that?" Raven asked in surprise. "Talk later, escape now," emo Naruto said as he fired another energy attack from his palm at the three possessed titans, which made red binding tape which covered their eyes. Naruto then opened the sower grate and threw both Starfire and Raven down into the sower and quickly followed after them. "Okay, now what the heck was that?" Raven asked as Naruto led them through the sower. "Indeed. Did you use some evil powers to bind our friends?" Starfire asked Naruto with an untrusting look. Naruto scoffed at this. "No, you idiot. I used the gadgets in this stupid suit of the brat's. Thank Kami that bat freak made it so this thing is powered by chakra," he grumbled out. "Tarka?" Raven asked, surprised. "What, the brat didn't tell you?" Naruto asked with a smirk. "It would seem friend Naruto doesn't tell us a lot," Starfire said with a frown. "Well, duh. That kid's been through hell since he was a kid. Of course he keeps secrets, Naruto said. Oh, and I'm sure you had nothing to do with it, Raven said with a glare at Naruto. Naruto paused at this and chuckled. You're too smart for your own good, witch, he said before they continued walking. This is not helping. We need to find a way to help the others, Starfire said with a frown. That's impossible, Sunshine. You two don't know each other's powers, and I'm limited to the brat's chakra and not my own, since the brat can't give me access to my chakra, since he has no idea how, Naruto said with an unhappy look. Then we should try and explain each other's powers, Raven said with a sigh, as she knew this would require her actually telling Starfire about herself, which normally she wouldn't do, but this was a desperate situation. Starfire nodded in agreement as they both sat down on the ground. Good. Now, while you two talk, I'll meditate and touch bases with the brat, Naruto said. Naruto meditates? Raven asked curiously. Plan a date later, emo, Naruto said with a scoff as he sat down on the cement and started to meditate. Raven blushed at what he said before looking away. Naruto's mindscape. The Nine-Tails smirked as he looked at the cage that represented the seal and saw Naruto in it. Not so fun on the other side, huh? The Nine-Tails asked with a large grin. Naruto rolled his eyes at this. Yay, well, don't get too used to it, he said as he crossed his arms. The Nine-Tails smirked at this. Oh? And what makes you think I'll help fix this? He asked. Naruto held up 3 fingers. 3 reasons, furball, he said. The Nine-Tails quirked an eyebrow at this. 1. You have no access to your chakra like this, Naruto said. The Nine-Tails scowled at this. 2. You would be stuck as a human forever, and we both know you hate humans, Naruto said. The Nine-Tails growled at this. Oh, and 3. If you don't help fix this, I swear that I'll annoy you forever. Naruto yelled out as he grabbed the bars to his cell and started shaking them. Oh no, please, I'm a demon fox, you can't be that annoyed, the Nine-Tails was saying before he got interrupted. Naruto then picked up a tin cup and started to slam it across the bars over and over, making a loud clanging sound. I know a song that'll get on your nerves, get on your nerves. I know a song that'll get on your nerves, and it goes just like this, he sang, well off key. The Nine-Tails slammed his paws on his ears and groaned. Oh Kami, make it stop. He yelled in pain. Then fix this, you fleabag. Or I continue singing, Naruto yelled, not stopping his clanging with the tin cup. Alright already. The seal is better than dealing with your girlfriends anyway. The Nine-Tails yelled. They are not my girlfriends. Naruto yelled out as he lightly blushed. Yay, not yet. I give it about, say 6 months tops, the Nine-Tails said before he disappeared. Naruto blushed at this as he tried to ignore what the demon fox said. Outside Naruto's mindscape. Naruto soon woke up and saw Raven and Starfire talking. You two figure out each other's powers yet, or do I have to do everything myself? Naruto asked as he got up. Indeed. We have some understanding of each other's powers now, Starfire said. Though, there are no guarantees, Raven said with a sigh as she tried and failed to make a starbolt appear. Well, it's better than nothing, I suppose. Now, let's go save your friends, Naruto said. Is Naruto okay? Starfire asked, worry on her face. Naruto waved his hand in the air. Don't worry, bimbo, he's fine, he said. Fine, I'm alone in here and bored out of my mind. Naruto yelled from the seal. Naruto rolled his eyes at this and led the 2 heroines back up from the sewers to the surface. Don't try anything. I'm watching you, Raven said to Naruto with a glare. I'm so scared, fat ass, Naruto said with a smirk. Later. Naruto, Starfire and Raven were outside an abandoned warehouse where they could see Cyborg, Terra and Beast Boy were guarding the outside, with Beast Boy as a Doberman. This guy's an idiot, Naruto said with a scoff. Yay. If he wanted to hide to complete his plan, he would keep them inside to guard, Raven said, rolling her eyes. Naruto chuckled at this. So, the brat is right. You're the smart one, he said. Raven blushed at this and floated a little off the ground. What's he say about me? Starfire asked curiously. Something about you being as pretty as a sunset, Naruto said, without thinking as he watched Cyborg, Terra and Beast Boy patrol. Starfire smiled brightly at this, but this caused a truck nearby to explode. The possessed titans instantly ran over to the parking lot, which was pretty far from the building. Let's get in quickly. Naruto whispered as he ran forward with Raven and Starfire close behind him. Raven flew ahead and slammed her fist into the door, destroying the door so they could enter. When they entered, they saw the Puppet King holding the puppets of Cyborg, Terra and Beast Boy over a cauldron that had a small blue fire in it. Take one step and your friends die, the Puppet King said. Naruto held out his arms to stop Raven and Starfire from moving and looked at the Puppet King as he smirked. Go right ahead, he said. Raven and Starfire looked at Naruto with looks of shock, while Terra, Cyborg and Beast Boy all yelled at him. The Puppet King glared at Naruto and dropped what was in his hands. What he didn't notice was that at the last second the puppets were switched with his control that was on his hip. The control fell into the fire and exploded in a burst of magic which sent the Puppet King flying back. "No. How?" the Puppet King yelled out. "Easy toothpick. I used a technique to switch the puppets with your control thing, which I noticed you were very protective of," Naruto said with a smirk. In a burst of magic, 3 colored lights flew out of the puppets and flew outside. Raven and Starfire glowed and 2 lights shot out of them and went into the other. Naruto sighed as he felt himself being switched back. "Well, it was nice to have some freedom for an hour at least," he said as he closed his eyes and fell to the floor. "Naruto." The now normal Raven and Starfire yelled as they ran to Naruto. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto looked at the 9 tails from the other side of the seal as he felt control return to him. "Not bad, Fox. Very clever way to win," Naruto said with a smirk as he folded his arms. "Well, I am a fox," the demon said with a prideful smirk. Naruto chuckled at this and nodded as he turned around to leave, but paused. "What do you want now?" the 9 tails asked in annoyance. "You said you had a name. What is it?" Naruto asked curiously. The demon fox paused at this. "You actually want to know?" he asked in surprise. "Well, we are stuck together and you aren't that bad since you helped my friends. When let's be real, you didn't have to," Naruto said as he looked at the demon over his shoulder with a grin. The demon looked at Naruto with a contemplative look. "Kurama," he said simply. Naruto smiled at this. "Glad to finally meet you, Kurama. I hope we can actually be friends in the future," he said before he disappeared from his mindscape. Kurama looked at the area Naruto disappeared from before chuckling a little. "Good luck. Naruto," he said as he laid down to take a nap. Outside Naruto's mindscape. Naruto groaned as he woke up and saw his friends around him. "Hey dude, you okay?" Beast Boy asked with a look of worry. "Yay, you were acting weird, even for you," Cyborg said with his arms crossed. "I am fine guys," Naruto said as he got up. "You are not the mean one who called me Bimbo and Raven a fat ass?" Starfire asked. "Naruto called you what?" Terra asked in surprise as Raven blushed in embarrassment. "It wasn't me." Naruto yelled out instantly, waving his hands in front of himself. "Then who was it?" Raven asked with a light glare at Naruto. "Yay. This isn't some split personality stuff, is it?" Beast Boy asked curiously. "How the heck do you know what a split personality is?" Cyborg asked with a quirked eyebrow at Beast Boy. "Moon Knight," Beast Boy said, holding up a comic book of a man wearing a white version of what looked like Batman's suit. "Focus." Raven yelled out her patience at its end after dealing with Kurama's mouth tonight. "Yay, what's going on?" Terra asked Naruto, folding her arms. Naruto paused at this and started to panic a little as he didn't want to tell them about this so soon. Starfire looked at Naruto and saw he was getting nervous. So she grabbed his hand to comfort him. "Naruto, it's okay. You don't need to be scared of telling us," she said with a small grin. "Yay dude, you're our friend," Beast Boy said with an encouraging smile. Cyborg nodded at this and gave Naruto a thumbs up with a smile. "Yay, you helped us. Nothing will make us turn on you now," Terra said with a smile. Raven sighed and calmed herself before she nodded at Naruto. "What they said," she said simply, trying to be comforting. Naruto looked at his friends and saw that they were serious and soon smiled lightly before he nodded. "Okay, the one you all encountered was called Kurama," he said. "Cool name," Beast Boy said. Naruto nodded at this. "And no, he's not a split personality. Like he said to Starfire and Raven, he's the prisoner and I'm the warden," he said. This gained curious looks from everyone. "He's the one who gave you that boost when you finished the fire monster, isn't he?" Raven asked with wide eyes, remembering that fight. "Yay, that's him. The seal that keeps him inside me lets me borrow his power from time to time," Naruto said. "So, what exactly is Kurama?" Terra asked curiously. Naruto sighed at this. "He's a 9-tailed demon fox," he said, knowing it was best to just say it. Raven's eyes widened even more at this. "Wait, the 9-tailed demon fox from folklore?" she asked. "Kinda. He's not exactly some yokai who are only known for tricks," Naruto said with a shrug. "Yay, I got that from his mouth," Raven grumbled out as she crossed her arms. "So, you're possessed by a demon?" Starfire asked with wide eyes. Everyone groaned at this, with some face palming. "I told you that Exorcist movie was a stupid idea," Cyborg said to Beast Boy. Beast Boy chuckled sheepishly at this as he rubbed the back of his head. "No Star, I'm not possessed. He can't control me, as the worst that happens is he makes stupid comments sometimes," Naruto said with a smile, trying to comfort his alien friend. "Love you too brat," Kurama said with a snicker from Naruto's mindscape. Enough from the peanut gallery, Naruto thought to Kurama before looking at his friends. "Okay everyone, let's head home. We've had a rough night," he said to his team. They all nodded in agreement at this and followed Naruto as they headed back to the tower. A few days later. Naruto and the others were outside the tower, at the beach. They had seen off a new ally that they made by the name of Aqualid after helping him defeat an enemy of his called Trident. "I'm still surprised you were able to work with him to stop the Trident guy without letting your ego get in the way," Cyborg said to Beast Boy. "What can I say, maybe I'm growing up," Beast Boy said with a smile as he shrugged his shoulders. "There's the ego again," Raven said flatly. "Oh, let him have this Ray. He did help stop a big villain," Naruto said with a smile. Suddenly their communicators went off. "What's the situation this time?" Terra asked as Naruto took out his communicator. "Looks like Wayne Tech is being robbed." "Something tripped the alarm," Naruto said as he closed his communicator. His team nodded and were ready to go and followed Naruto. "Remind me to make a land vehicle," Cyborg said. "What about a flying one?" Beast Boy asked. "Why not do one that can do both?" Terra asked with a shrug. "I'll order the parts from Bats," Naruto said as they left the beach. "Bats? Ha!" Beast Boy said as he laughed at this. "Wayne Tech." Inside a big vault, a single computer chip floated on a pedestal and a group of robots approached it. But before one could take it, a red spiral struck it, making it back off. "I'm gonna guess you work for Deathstroke," Naruto said as he and his team dropped down to confront them. The robot said nothing as they charged at them. "Titans, they are robots, so don't hold back," Naruto said as they all attacked. Starfire charged at a robot and charged a starbolt in her hand as she slammed her fist through its head, then fired her attack at another robot, destroying its head. Beast Boy turned into an armadillo and rolled up while Cyborg kicked him towards a group of robots. As Beast Boy flew at the group of robots, he turned into a rhino and crashed into the group, slamming into a wall. "Woo. 10 points." Beast Boy cheered at how many robots his and Cyborg's team-up move took out. Cyborg smiled at this as he fired his sonic cannon at a robot, dropping down at him from behind, sending it into a wall. Raven and Terra were back to back and they both attacked the robots with a barrage of earth and equipment nearby, thanks to Raven's magic. Naruto was using his kunai to cut through some robots and saw one grab the chip and take off. "Hey!" Naruto yelled upon seeing this. The robot flew off with its jet boots. But before it could get far, its head exploded from a gunshot. "What the?" Naruto asked in surprise, seeing the robot fall to the ground. "Betting sloppy kid," a voice said, getting their attention. They saw an older man up in the rafters with a sniper rifle aimed at where the robot was. He had a red helmet that covered his entire head, while he wore a dark brown jacket over a bulletproof vest with blue trousers and black combat boots. He also had a utility belt around his waist and 2 pistols holstered on either side. "Anti-hero alert." Beast Boy yelled out, recognizing this guy. "Red Hood," Naruto said with a sigh. "Relax kiddos, I'm on your side," Red Hood said as he jumped down to greet them while putting the sniper rifle over his back. "Their body count doesn't exactly give us confidence," Cyborg said with a frown. "Smart, but if you paid attention, I only off criminals. And the really bad ones at that," Red Hood said with a shrug. "Relax guys, he's part of the Bat family." "Well kinda, as it's complicated," Naruto said. "So, you're a friend of Naruto's?" Starfire asked curiously. And I thought it was Nightwing who had an alien with him," Red Hood said as he looked at Starfire. "Let's take this back to the tower," Naruto said as he put the chip the robot took back on the pedestal. Red Hood nodded at this. "Lead the way, little bro," he said with a teasing tone as he gestured towards the door. "You're only 4 years older than me," Naruto yelled out. "Like I said. Little bro," Red Hood said with a chuckle as Naruto led them all out. Titan's Tower. "So, what brings you here?" Naruto asked Red Hood as they entered the common room. "Oh, I just wanted to check on you, meet your new team. Nice base by the way, way better than the breeding cave," Red Hood said as he looked around. "Didn't catch and keep you updated?" Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. "She told me you lost to some witch with bad luck powers," Red Hood said with a slight shrug. Naruto groaned at this, making Cyborg and Beast Boy laugh and Terra to scowl lightly. "You have to have a reason to be here besides checking up on Naruto," Raven said with a slight glare at Red Hood while folding her arms. Red Hood looked at Raven and tilted his head. "So, you know his name huh? This one your girlfriend or do you share that information with your whole team?" he asked Naruto as the others could hear the grin in his tone. Raven's eyes widened at this and all the windows shattered thanks to her powers. Jason. Stop. Raven is right, you could have just called. "So what are you here for?" Naruto said with a firm tone. Red Hood sighed at this. Okay. Look, I followed a mark to the city and since I know you wouldn't want some trash from Gotham to infest your territory, I decided to ask you and your team to help," he said. Whoa, a Gotham villain is in the city? Beast Boy asked, surprised at this. Not good, Terra said, as she knew a Gotham villain was a bad thing to have in the city. Which one? Naruto asked. Cobblepot, Red Hood said, as he sat down at a table. Oh good, one of the least crazy ones, Naruto said with a sigh of relief. Why is that, friend Naruto? Starfire asked. Penguin is only an arms and information dealer. So, he's more predictable than the other villains in Gotham, Naruto said. I'm gonna guess he's looking to expand into Jump City to try and avoid Batman. Cyborg asked as he leaned against the wall while folding his arms. Red Hood scoffed at this. Yay. He figures dealing with a green hero team would be much easier than Batman, he said. I don't understand. The only green one is Beast Boy, Starfire said with a confused look. He means that we are new heroes, Terra said to Starfire. Man, the one with Nightwing is smarter. Though, she's making him and Batgirl nuts, Red Hood said with a chuckle. Okay, that's twice you mentioned that. Nightwing has an alien with him now. Naruto asked. Oh yay. She's called Blackfire, and I'm gonna assume she's from this one's home, Red Hood was saying, before he got interrupted. My sister Starfire yelled in surprise as she got right up close in his face. Where is she? Is she okay? Starfire asked him. She's fine, kid. She's in Bloodhaven, being a hero with Nightwing and Batgirl, Red Hood said, waving his hand dismissively. Naruto quirked an eyebrow at this and looked at Cyborg, who nodded and opened his arm communicator, and after pressing a few buttons, several images appeared on the giant monitor. They saw what looked like news pictures of Nightwing, Batgirl and Blackfire fighting some criminals and helping citizens of Bloodhaven. Starfire smiled at this, seeing that Blackfire actually looked happy. Well, looks like your sister is just fine, Naruto said with a smile at Starfire, knowing she was worried about her sister, despite knowing she can take care of herself. As fun as it is to put your alien teammate at ease, I think we should try and find Cobblepot and find out what he's actually doing in your city, Red Hood said. Naruto nodded in agreement at this before he looked at Red Hood with a firm look. We can head out into the city right now, but I want to be clear on something first. This is my city, and you're not gonna be killing anyone while you're here. Got that? He said with a slight glare. The rest of the team nodded at this as they agreed with this. Red Hood nodded at this. That's fine by me. Cobblepot is good to keep around for his information anyway, so don't worry. Now, stop imitating the old man, kid. You're not suited to act like him, Red Hood said. Naruto nodded at this and turned to his team. Okay everyone, we are gonna split up into teams and patrol the city for Cobblepot Aka the Penguin, he said, as Cyborg made an image appear on the screen of a short older man. He had a thinning head of receding black hair, well short in stature and hefty in weight, with a beak-like nose. He was wearing a custom brown coat with a collar that was lined with white fur over a silk button-up shirt, along with black gloves, pants and shoes. He was smoking a cigar and carrying an umbrella, with the handle looking like a bird's head. Ugh, and I thought Plasmus was ugly, Beast Boy said with a cringe. Yay, I think he's even shorter than you, Cyborg said with a smirk. Don't let the looks fool you. He's got a temper and will shoot to kill. So if you find a lead on him, you call in the rest of the team, Naruto said with a firm tone to show there was no negotiations with this. Everyone nodded at this as they all split up and headed out of the tower. Naruto was teamed up with Red Hood while Starfire, Raven and Terra were a team, with Beast Boy and Cyborg being the third team. Later in the city, Naruto and Red Hood were making their way across the rooftops as they searched for any leads on the Penguin. I gotta say, you have a pretty competent team, Red Hood said, making conversion. Yay. I train with them all the time, so they work well together and get better with their powers, Naruto said with a nod. Red Hood nodded at this in approval. So you dating any of those girls on your team? He asked with a teasing tone. Naruto groaned at this and ignored his big brother figure as they leapt over rooftops. Ah, so Selena's theory of you being into that thief and wanting to redeem her is true? Red Hood asked in a tone where you could tell he was smiling behind his mask. I'm ignoring you, Naruto said flatly, not enjoying this at all, as Red Hood laughed. Soon, Naruto's communicator went off and he and Red Hood stopped. What's up? Naruto asked as he answered his communicator. I think we have a lead, Cyborg said. Yay, we spotted some goons with penguin masks re-entering a warehouse at the docks, Beast Boy said. Is there any confirmation he's there? Naruto asked. No, but my thermal scans show a big group is in there, waiting for something to happen, Cyborg said. On our way. Stay put and observe them from afar, Naruto said, before he cut communications and called the others. Later at the docks. Naruto and Red Hood arrived on a rooftop where the rest of the team were waiting, across the way from a warehouse where they could see a group of people with guns on the roof of the warehouse. Any sign of movement? Naruto asked as he and Red Hood approached. Some figures entered from the back door a few minutes ago. So I think old Hook-Nose is making a deal with someone, Beast Boy said, grinning at what he called Penguin. So, what's the plan? Terra asked Naruto. We take out the men on the roof and then observe who is there, making a deal with Cobblepot, Naruto said. Sounds good to me, Red Hood said as he took out some pistols and gave them a look over. Those better be non-lethal, Raven said with a glare. Don't get your leotard in a twist, they are non-lethal, Red Hood said as he undid the clip to his pistols to show that they were tranquilizers and not bullets. Raven glared at Red Hood at this but said nothing as they all made their way stealthily to the warehouse. How do we take out their guns? Terra whispered to Naruto as they all made their way. I'm on it, Red Hood said as he pulled out what looked like a mini grenade launcher and fired it at the group of goons. The item he fired landed near the group and looked like a metallic ball. And when it landed in the group of goons, it opened up and let out a high-pitched screech which caused the blasters they were holding to malfunction and start to spark. What the hell? One of the goons said before Naruto dropped down on him, causing him to get knocked out. The rest of the Titans and Red Hood soon attacked and in a few moments the goons were all subdued. Geez, these things are high-tech blasters. They could take out an armored tank easily with these, Cyborg said as he scanned one of the blasters. Which is why I disabled them, though the EMP grenade only works for a few moments, Red Hood said. Whoever Bird Boy is meeting with is probably looking to buy them, Terra said with a frown as she crossed her arms. Okay everyone, we are going in. But keep to stealth mode, just like we practiced, Naruto said. That's double for you, Elf, Red Hood said, looking at Beast Boy who he could already tell was most likely to blow this. I'll stay as a mouse, so relax, Red Riding Hood, Beast Boy said with a grin. Red Hood scoffed at this. Don't compare me to that childish fairy tale, he said with a huff as he crossed his arms. Naruto snickered at this as he fist bumped with a smirking Beast Boy as that was a good one. Inside. Naruto and Red Hood were in the rafters of the warehouse while the others were taking different corners of the warehouse just in case when things went bad they could block any escape attempts. They saw that Penguin was sitting on a wooden crate as he waited and didn't look happy. That district, his lady growled out as he tapped his fingers on the box impatiently. Shit, Naruto thought as he was afraid of this. That maniac is in your city. Red Hood signed to Naruto with his hand. Naruto sighed at this and gave Red Hood a thumbs up, showing that yes, district was part of his rogue gallery. Well, at least it's not the clown, thanks to you, Red Hood signed. Naruto's eyes widened at this as for a moment he heard the cackle of someone he wished he could forget about. Naruto shook his head slightly and glared at Red Hood. Before even Hood could respond, the warehouse doors opened up and a group of district's robots entered, along with Ravager. Penguin scoffed at this. So, District is sending a young bird to make his arms deals now? He asked as he hopped off the crate. Ravager unsheathed her sword and pointed it at one of Penguin's goons with a hard glare. Don't test me, or I'll leave your lackeys in pieces for you to clean up, you fat flightless bird, she said. Penguin chuckled at this. It seems old District has you trained right at least, so let's deal, he said as he clapped his hands together before rubbing them. Naruto scowled at this and looked at his teammates from nearby before he nodded, giving them the signal. Cyborg nodded back and activated his tech to hack the power and take out the lights. What is this, some kind of backstabbing? Penguin yelled out as he looked around. It's not me, fat boy, so stay alert, Ravager growled as she readied herself. Naruto and Red Hood soon dropped down and quickly took out Penguin's men, with Naruto binding them to the walls with his suit's red binding goo and Red Hood's tranquilizers. Cyborg and Beast Boy were able to take out the robots Ravager had brought with her. Starfire was firing a star bolt at a hanging girder's rope, which made it fall and crush some robots to pieces. Terra used her powers to make the earth swallow up the rest of Penguin's goon up to their necks. Naruto looked at this and gave a slight shiver. Reminds me of when Kakashi used the headhunter jutsu on me, he thought to himself before dodging some bullets from a robot. Raven instantly grabbed Penguin with her magic and had him bound in place so he couldn't use his umbrella. The lights then came on, showing what happened within seconds to the Penguin and Ravager. So, you did leave the bat. Fuck, Penguin growled out. You came into this city without confirming that? Red Hood asked with a slight laugh. Ah, talk about stupid, Beast Boy said with a grin. Well, he is D-list C on a good day, Naruto said with a smirk at how easy this was. Yay, laugh it up. You gonna do me in, like you did the Cloug? Penguin was saying before Red Hood slugged him in the jaw, then covered his mouth with a metal clamp so he couldn't talk. Naruto nodded at Red Hood in thanks before he turned to Ravager. You wanna do this the easy way or the hard way? He asked her. And we have 7 reasons you should give up now, Cyborg said, gesturing to himself and the team. I prefer the fun way, Ravager said before she pressed a button on her wrist. Suddenly, the roof burst and what looked like purple sludge dropped down into the warehouse. Shit. Naruto cursed as they all scattered to avoid attacks from the sludge dot. Is this a villain of yours? Red Hood asked as he pulled out a shotgun and an SMG. Yay. Meet Plasmus, Terra said with a scowl as she made an earth wall to block his attacks from herself and the others. She's getting away, dudes. Garfield yelled, pointing out Ravager running off. Beast boy, not all of us are the dudes you speak of, Starfire said as she rained down starbolts on Plasmus. Let her go, we need to contain Plasmus. Raven, you get Penguin out of the way and bind him somewhere, Naruto said as he threw a few kunai at Plasmus. Raven nodded at this and floated up to a hanging hook where she hanged Penguin there by his feet, which she tied together with a nearby rope. Stay still, my rope tying isn't the best, so you might fall if you drop, she said with a flat tone. Penguin yelled at her through the clamp on his mouth, obviously swearing at Raven. Raven ignored the villain and helped her team fight Plasmus. Red Hood fired his shotgun at the sludge monster while Cyborg attacked with his arm cannon. Does this walking pile of goo have a weakness? Red Hood asked as he hid behind a crate to avoid some sludge from hitting him. I believe if he's asleep, he will go back to human, Mr. Red Hood, Starfire said as she fired some starbolts at Plasmus. So ice him up or knock his ass out, Terra yelled out as she threw a large rock at him, which he just opened the hole to let it pass through. And me without some of my heavy artillery, Red Hood said with a sigh. On it, Naruto said as he pulled out 6 kunai with what looked like plastic red balls attached to the end of the handles. Naruto had 3 in between the fingers of each of his hands and threw them at Plasmus, who swallowed them up. Bad move, sludge monster, Naruto said as he made a hand sign. Suddenly, 6 red flashes appeared in Plasmus's body and suddenly several powerful explosions went off, sending pieces of the sludge flying. Everyone took cover, thankfully avoiding the sludge that was sent flying. When they all looked over their cover, they saw what looked like a man in his underwear asleep. Geez, I didn't expect you to be packing C4 level stuff, Cyborg said, looking at Naruto with wide eyes. He can take a lot of punishment. Plus, I did research on this guy, so I knew it takes more than that to beat and kill him, Naruto said with a shrug. Not bad, kid, Red Hood said, patting Naruto on the back. Starfire flew up to Penguin and carried him down. Now, what do we do with the man of penguins? She asked as she dropped him on the floor. I'll escort him back to Gotham and dump him in Arkham, Red Hood said. Good. I want this piece of trash out of my city, Naruto said with a nod at Red Hood. Are you sure you don't want me telling the old man that you're dealing with Deathstroke, kid? Red Hood asked as he picked up Penguin and slung him over his shoulder. Naruto nodded at this and looked at his team. No, we can handle it, he said as his team gave him a thumbs up and nodded in agreement. Red Hood nodded at this and looked at Naruto's friends. Take care of him, okay? The rest of the Bat family worries, he said before he turned to leave the warehouse. Naruto rolled his eyes at this as Red Hood left. Wow, Bat sure keeps you on a short leash, doesn't he? Beast Boy asked. Not really. I just grew on them all within 4 years, Naruto said with a smile. Of course you did, friend Naruto. Anyone would be lucky to have you as a friend, Starfire said with a bright smile. Naruto smiled more at this and nodded. Okay team, let's head home, he said. His team nodded at this and followed Naruto out of the warehouse so they could head back to the tower. But Deathstroke and Ravager were in their hidden base of operations, watching footage of the incident at the warehouse. Sorry about that deal falling. Though, I didn't expect Red Hood to follow after Cobblepot and alert the Titans, Ravager said. Deathstroke said nothing to this as he observed the footage of Red Hood silencing Penguin. It is fine. It seems I have a lead on something involving young Kitsukage's past, Deathstroke said as he then pulled up an image of a news article from Gotham that said old Arkham ruins destroyed. And had a picture of the destroyed ruins of the old asylum, along with the Justice League there, taking questions from the press. Interesting, Deathstroke said while rubbing his chin in interest upon seeing an image of a body bag in one picture that had only the initial J on it. A few days later, with Naruto and the Titans. Naruto groaned as he woke up and realized he was bound to a chair. What the? Naruto said in surprise as he pulled on his arms, trying to free himself. He looked around and saw that his fellow Titans were with him in their own chairs and bound to them, like he was. You guys all okay? Naruto asked them. Yay, I'm okay, Terra said as she tried to free herself. How long have I been asleep and who was the first to wake up? Naruto asked. I was the first to wake up and you were asleep for a few minutes, Raven said as she tried to focus her powers, but her chair zapped her. Sorry my little duckies, but I can't have you using your pesky powers to escape, a Cockney voice said. The Titans all looked and saw a man on the top of a staircase. He was wielding a walking cane while wearing a Union Jack mod jacket with a black shirt underneath, white pants, tan Chelsea boots, and a white neckerchief. He also has cherry red hair that was in a mod cut with sideburns, is tall and skinny, and wears blue shades. "Who are you?" Cyborg asked as he tried to get loose, but his clamps were very strong. "I'm Mad Mod my duckies, and you're all now in my school for do-gooder teens," the madman said. "Why have you abducted us?" Starfire asked with a frown. "Because you all have been a thorn in the sides of many hard-working villains. So, I decided to bring you to my school and teach you all a lesson. It was very tough to filling your tower with knockout gas," Mod said as he spun his cane. "Oh great, another D-lister for my villain files," Naruto said with a groan. This made Beast Boy, Cyborg and Terra smile and giggle. "That's mean dude. He's at least a C-list," Beast Boy said with a smile. Mad Mod scowled at this. "You all won't be laughing once I start your lessons," he said as he approached them. "Can I get a last request first?" Naruto asked. "I suppose, since you're one of the Bat's little students I can grant you that," Mad Mod said as he leaned on his cane. "Can you please yell very shagadelic baby for me?" Naruto asked with a smirk. This caused the other titans to start laughing loudly and Mad Mod to face fault at this. "He does look like the Austin of Powers," Starfire said with a giggle. "Oh god, I can never take this guy seriously now," Beast Boy yelled out as he laughed while kicking his feet in the air. "I know right," Naruto yelled as he laughed. "Oh man, I can't breathe," Terra yelled as she laughed hard while gasping for air. "That is enough," Mad Mod yelled out, rage on his face. Cyborg made his shoulders open and the song Soul Bossa Nova started playing. This caused the titans to laugh even more, with tears appearing in their eyes. Mad Mod pushed the ruby on his cane and made the titans all fall down a hole, separating them. "I'll get you powers," Naruto yelled dramatically as he fell, which caused the others' laughs to echo from their holes. "I'm gonna enjoy making you pay, you brat," Mod yelled, with his face red with rage. But Naruto was in what looked like a classroom, but he was the only student. "Okay, time to get loose," Naruto said as he tried to focus and get free. He then felt a rush of chakra, which caused him to break loose from his chair. "You're welcome. Now, go get him," Dr. Evil Kurama said with a smirk on his face. Naruto nodded at this as he headed for the door. "If I'm Drive Evil, does that make you my mini-me?" he asked. "Well, it's better than being Mr. Bigglesworth," Kurama said with a shrug as Naruto opened the door. He then saw what looked like a lake of acid form on the floor. "Great, he's a fan of booby traps," Naruto said as he chakra jumped over the acid and made it to the door before he opened it and got free. "So, you do have powers," Mod's voice said over intercom. "Yup, so you're gonna need more than traps and mini-robots," Naruto said as he threw a kunai at a robot that looked like a bust of Mad Mod, which struck it and destroyed it. "You may be free, but your little alien friend won't get free in time to save herself," Mad Mod's voice said with a cackle. Naruto then heard Starfire's screams coming from behind a door up ahead. Naruto instantly ran over and opened the door. He saw that he was now in what looked like a chemical lab and saw that Starfire was in her chair while a falling ceiling was making its way to her, squishing the empty chairs in front of her as it got closer. "Starfire!" Naruto yelled out as he ran to her. As he ran over, some robot busts that came to life and prepared to attack him. Naruto growled at this and slashed at them with his kunai, instantly destroying them. He then ran to Starfire and freed her arms with a slash of his kunai. "Are you okay, Starfire?" Naruto asked her as Starfire blasted the manacles in her legs and got free. "I am unharmed," Starfire said with a smile as she hugged Naruto. Naruto smiled at this and hugged Starfire back. "Look Star, we need to find the others quickly. They may be in traps like this," he said as Starfire pulled away from him. "Indeed, we must save our friends from Austin's traps," Starfire said as they made their way to the door. Naruto snorted at this and smiled as he followed his alien friend. They made it to what looked like a main room and saw that Cyborg, Raven, Terra and Beast Boy were already there. "Oh thank goodness, you are all unharmed," Starfire said happily as she floated over to greet her friends. "Yay, not for lack of trying though," Terra said with a scowl as she rubbed her shoulder. "What did that moron do to you all?" Naruto asked curiously. "He put me into the computer lab. His computer almost gave me a virus," Cyborg said with a shudder. "He put me in the study hall." "Oh, the horror," Beast Boy yelled. "That idiot put me in swim class, so I had no earth to fight back. I'm lucky Raven saved me," Terra yelled with a scowl as she crossed her arms. "What did he do to you, Raven?" Naruto asked her with a raised eyebrow. Raven opened her cloak and showed she was wearing a gym uniform that was a size too small and showed off her body. "Gym," she said with a flat tone that showed she was very annoyed. Whoa, Naruto said, as he blushed upon seeing Raven's body, but quickly composed himself. Looks like Naruto doesn't mind that you did Jim. Raven, Beast Boy said with a snicker. Raven rolled her eyes at this as she used her magic to switch back to her leotard. But deep down, she was actually glad Naruto found her attractive. So, what's the plan? Cyborg asked Naruto. We find this moron and end his lesson plan, Naruto said, punching his fist into his palm. Yay, that moron won't get one over on me again with his hypno screens. Beast Boy said as he walked away, but his path was blocked by a hypno screen, which caused him to be hypnotized and start to groan and drool. Well, that didn't last long, Raven said flatly upon seeing this. Cyborg, you help Beast Boy. The rest of you, stick together. This moron obviously doesn't want us working together, Naruto said. Cyborg approached Beast Boy and burped in his ear loudly. Beast Boy then snapped out of it and laughed. Good one. He said before he blinked in realization. Oh man, he got me again. He yelled with a frown. Mad Mod then appeared behind them, surprising them. Naruto jumped back and pulled a kunai while the others prepared themselves to fight. How the heck did he sneak up on me? He thought as he observed the villain. Mad Mod then twirled his cane as he summoned some robots to attack. Titans go! Naruto yelled out, pointing at Mad Mod. Terra stomped her foot and made several boulders rise from the ground and blocked the path of some robots. Cyborg charged at some robots and slugged a robot in the head, destroying it while he fired at the robots with his sonic cannon arm. Beast Boy turned into a T-Rex and roared as he charged at the robots and swung his tail at them, sending them flying into a wall where they broke apart. Starfire flew around, throwing star bolts at the robots, shooting them down. Raven used her magic to raise the floor in front of the robots and trap them before crushing them. Naruto charged at Mod, easily avoiding some robots before he took a swing at Mod, who expertly dodged. Okay, I call bullshit on this guy. Disney has the build of someone who's trained more like that, Naruto said as he observed Mad Mod stand on his own cane with a smirk. Starfire, who was above them, blasted a big robot making a flash of light. Naruto saw that Mad Mod didn't make a shadow while his form became slightly see-through. The hologram, Naruto said with a smirk at finally figuring it out. He then ran at Mad Mod and ran right through him. Mad Mod saw that Naruto was making his way towards a wall, which Beast Boy had torn open thanks to slamming one of his bust robots that had a chainsaw into it, and scowled. Not so fast. He yelled as he made more robots appear to block Naruto's path. Naruto made a cross sign and in a burst of smoke made a small army of shadow clones that attacked the robots. In all the chaos, the real Naruto made his way through the open wall. In a hidden room, an old man was pulling on some levers as he watched the Titans fight his robots on his monitors. This was the real Mad Mod. Keep trying, you brats. I have plenty of Rob. Wait, where is Kitsukage? Mad Mod asked, seeing that all of the shadow clones were gone and there was no sign of the real Kitsukage. He then felt someone grab him by the back of his neck and slam his face into his control panel. Mad Mod groaned as he looked behind him and saw Naruto had him by the back of his neck and had his arm in a hold. Game over, baby, Naruto said with a smirk. Stop comparing me to that stupid movie. Mad Mod yelled in a rage. Naruto said nothing at this as he slugged Mad Mod in the face, knocking him out. Later outside. Well, that was annoying, Raven said as they all made their way outside and saw that they were on what looked like an abandoned oil rig. Yay, don't worry. I'll use my tech to get the T-sub to come to our location so we can get home, Cyborg said as he opened his scanner on his arm. We can drop this idiot off at jail, then we can go get pizza, Naruto said with a smile at his team. Wonderful. I am most hungry, Starfire said with a smile. Naruto nodded to this as he looked at the sunrise as they waited for the T-sub to arrive. The Titans were all in the garage with Cyborg in front of an object that was covered with a sheet. What's so important that you had to drag me away from playing video games? Beast Boy asked with a frown. I agree. Me and Raven were having fun with the meditation, Starfire said with a nod of agreement. Now. Cyborg said he was working on something and he wanted to show it to us, Naruto said. Cyborg nodded at this. Can I get a drumroll please? He asked Beast Boy. Beast Boy nodded and smiled at this as he transformed into a lemur and started to beat his belly like a drum. Ladies and gentlemen, and Beast Boy, Cyborg said with a teasing grin. Beast Boy turned back into his human form and frowned at him. Hey, you want a drum roll or not? He asked before he turned back into a lemur and continued to beat his belly. Sorry. Anyway, may I present to you the T-car? Cyborg said as he pulled away the sheet showing a car that was themed after Cyborg. Ooh, it's glorious, Starfire said with a smile. Very cool, Terra said with her own smile. Dude, you build an entire car? Beast Boy asked with a wide grin. It doesn't look like it will fit all of us though, Naruto said as he looked at the car. I thought of that. Why do you think I wanted your motorcycle? Cyborg said as he tapped a button on his wrist. A door nearby opened and showed a brand new motorcycle that was themed after Naruto's hero outfit. I present to you the Cage Cycle. Cyborg said with a grin. Naruto smiled at this and went over to his new motorcycle. Thanks he said with a smile at his friend before he looked his new bike over. Cyborg nodded at this. So, if you made Naruto some wheels, could you make me a moped? Beast Boy asked curiously. You can fly, Raven said flatly. Oh, sure, that's a good way to attract chicks, Beast Boy said with a frown. Starfire looked confused at this. Friend Beast Boy, why would you want to attract baby chickens? She asked him. Naruto chuckled at this, finding this cute. He wants to attract a girlfriend, Terra said, with a shake of her head, but she still smiled at her alien friend. Tell you what BB, you actually get a date and I'll make you a moped. No questions asked, Cyborg said with a grin. Oh, you're gonna regret that, I never give up, Beast Boy said with a smile. All those poor girls, Raven said flatly, while shaking her head slightly. Okay, let's all go out on a ride. Cyborg said with a smile as he rubbed his hands together. Suddenly everyone's communicators went off. It looks like the joyride has to wait. We have a situation at an electronics store, Naruto said as he looked at his communicator. I'll drive, Cyborg said as he quickly hopped in the T-car. Naruto got on his motorcycle and Terra instantly got in the seat behind him. Starfire slightly pouted at this and Raven's eyebrow twitched slightly. Kill her. A voice in Raven's head yelled. Raven shook her head at this before she and Starfire got in the T-car. Minutes later. Whoa dude, this thing runs like a dream, Beast Boy said with a smile from the backseat of the car. Thanks. I put part of myself into this baby, Cyborg said with a smile. Starfire smiled as she looked at the buttons from her seat in the front. So many fascinating buttons, Starfire said as she started to push lots of buttons with a bright smile on her face. She then looked up and saw the wipers moving back and forth. Oh, they're dancing, she said with a grin as she clapped her hands. Before Cyborg could react, he saw Beast Boy as a dog and was sticking his head out of the window. Hey. You better not get drool on my paint job. He yelled. Raven rolled her eyes at this as she looked out the window and saw Naruto drive past them with Terra hugging him from her back seat. She growled slightly at this but said nothing as they drove along. Later. Outside an electronics store, Naruto parked his bike while the T-car arrived right behind him. Okay Titans, from what I saw of the report, it's an electric villain. So be smart and don't be reckless, Naruto said as he led his team inside. Hey man, nice wheels, a teen boy said to Cyborg as he and his fellow teen boy approached the car. Thanks, I put a lot of work into ow. Cyborg yelled as Raven grabbed him by his ear and dragged him off. Boy, she said flatly as she dragged Cyborg towards the electronics store while Cyborg activated his car alarm. The two teens looked at the car and then smirked at each other. Inside the electronics store. The Titans all saw what looked like an electronic monster. There was a small red chip that was in the middle of his body, which they presumed was the face, while they could see what looked like wires and robot parts for the arms and legs. Okay, you electro ripoff. Drop the appliances. Naruto yelled out. Overload must have more power. The creature yelled as he charged his body and attacked the Titans. Titans go. Naruto yelled as he and his team scattered. Raven used her magic to try and bind Overload with some giant appliances, but it did nothing. Cyborg charged at Overload, but some giant TVs blocked his way, so he started to punch his way through them. Beast Boy charged and turned into an electric eel, and when he made contact with Overload, he tried to absorb his power, but he was sent flying back due to there being too much power to absorb. Starfire rained starbolts down on Overload, who sent a few blasts of electricity back at her, causing her to dodge them. Naruto threw some kunais at Overload, but they did nothing to him. Terra raised her hands and summoned some rocks from the ground and sent them flying at Overload. The rocks hit him and sent him flying into a wall, which caused a water dispenser to shake before it fell over and break, sending the water flying. Overload yelled in pain as some water hit him and he fled from that area, away from the water. I smell a weakness, Beast Boy said with a smile upon seeing this. Naruto nodded as he pulled out some kunai and threw them at the sprinkler system on the ceiling, breaking them. The water started to rain down on all of them, and when it struck Overload, he yelled in pain as he started to short out. He soon fell to the floor and his body dispersed, leaving only a chip behind. Well, that was easy, Naruto said with a smile as he walked over to the chip before picking it up. Outside. Okay, how about to celebrate, we take the T-car to get some drive-through? Cyborg asked with a smile at his team. What car? Beast Boy asked, pointing at the parking lot. Cyborg looked at the parking lot and his eyes widened as he saw that his car was gone. "My baby," Cyborg yelled as he ran into the parking lot. "Oh, I did not realize that Cyborg was a father," Starfire said. Raven sighed at this and held up a piece of paper that said metaphor on it for Starfire to see. "Oh. Haha," Starfire giggled as she rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Naruto frowned at this as he could tell the car meant a lot to Cyborg. "Okay everyone, I'll send a clone with overload to the cops so all of us can split up and help Cyborg find his car," he said to his team. "Okay everyone, let's split up just in case it was a supervillain," Terra said with a nod as she punched her fist into her palm. "Okay, Terra is with me and we can check the drive-thrus. Beast Boy and Starfire, you take the skies. Cyborg and Raven, you take the racetrack," Naruto said. Cyborg nodded at this as those were the team all split up and took off to go find Cyborg's car. Later, with Naruto and Terra. Naruto and Terra were making their way to another drive-thru as the last few were bust. "This is the fifth one," Terra said with a frown. "We keep looking until we find his car," Naruto said. "Your loyalty to your friends is pretty big, huh?" Terra asked as she hugged Naruto from her backseat on his motorcycle. "Of course, you all are. I didn't have a lot of friends my own age back in Gotham, so you all are important to me," Naruto said over his shoulder. Terra smiled at this and rested her head on Naruto's back. They soon approached another drive-thru and saw Cyborg's car drive past them while they heard a familiar voice laughing. "Oh great, the gremlin," Naruto said with a groan. "Gizmo," Terra said with her own sigh, knowing who Naruto meant. "Get back here, you hobbit-looking freak," Cyborg yelled out as he drove a regular-looking car with Raven in the passenger seat. "Come on, let's help them," Naruto said as he spun the bike around causing smoke to appear before he revved the engine and raced after them, causing him to pop a wheelie for a moment before the front wheel went back down. As Naruto and Terra chased after Cyborg's car, they saw Raven use her magic to make the car she and Cyborg were using fly to try and catch up. "Huh, I didn't know Raven could do that," Naruto said as he revs his engine to give them a boost. Terra scowled at this before she jumped off his motorcycle and made a boulder float up from the ground and catch her, which she used to go after Cyborg's car. Before they could do anything, Cyborg jumped out of the flying car and landed on the hood of his car and looked into it at Gizmo, who was using a controller to drive the car. "Fuzzy dice. Now that's just tacky," Cyborg said. "Get off my car, you crud muncher," Gizmo yelled. They then heard a thud and saw Terra landing on the roof of the car. "Are you even old enough to drive, mini-me?" Terra asked with a smirk. "PFFTT," Cyborg said as he laughed. Gizmo growled at this and activated a button in the car which sent him flying thanks to an ejector seat. Terra was sent flying too, but Raven caught her with her powers, saving her from falling. "Drop her. She's after Naruto," a voice in Raven's head yelled at her. Raven ignored this and placed Terra in the car she was still making fly and slowly made the car land. Meanwhile, Cyborg's car crashed into a police truck that was on the road, going the opposite way. "My baby," Cyborg yelled as he ran to his car. "Ha. Looks like your stupid car is," Gizmo was saying from his floating down seat before Raven used her powers to make the attached parachute wrap him up tightly and gag him. As Cyborg ran to his car, they all saw Overload appear from the destroyed police truck. "Shit," Naruto said as they watched Overload merge with the car. "It's my car now," Overload said as he cackled and charged at Cyborg. Cyborg glared at the now possessed car and knew that if he didn't stop Overload, then he could really harm the city. He then turned his arm into his sonic cannon and pointed it at Overload. "It's not my car anymore," Cyborg said with a look of steel before he fired. The sonic attack instantly destroyed the car and caused it to explode. Overload's chip was sent flying and landed in front of them helpless. Naruto approached Cyborg and put his hand on his shoulder. "Sorry buddy," he said with a frown as he knew this must hurt. Raven and Terra approached and nodded at Cyborg, showing their sympathy for him as they could understand this was hard for him. Cyborg nodded at his team and looked at what looked like a chip from the T-car, which he recognized as the one he used from his own circuits to power it. "Maybe you can rebuild it," Terra said, hoping to cheer Cyborg up. "Yay. Make it better and add some security for idiots like this," Naruto said, gesturing to the tied-up Gizmo, who was trying to speak through the gag. "We can help you rebuild it," Raven said with a small smile, wanting to help cheer Cyborg up. Cyborg picked up his chip and smiled as he nodded at his friends. A few days later. Naruto was in his room, going over information he had gotten from Bruce about Deathstroke. He was really impressed that even Bruce had a hard time with Deathstroke. "What are you planning?" Naruto asked himself as he rubbed his chin in thought. "I think you should ask Bats for backup with this guy," Kurama said. Naruto shook his head at this. "No, I can handle this," he thought to Kurama. Before Kurama could respond, Naruto's door opened showing it was Cyborg. "What's up?" Naruto asked. "Beastrick is on the video phone," Cyborg said with a serious look. Naruto's eyes widened in shock at this. "Did he say what he wanted?" he asked as he got up. "Just that he wants to talk," Cyborg said as they headed for the common room. Common room? Naruto and Cyborg entered the room and saw that the rest of the team was there, along with Beastrick on the video phone. "Ah, Kitsukage. So nice to finally meet you," Beastrick said. "What do you want, Beastrick?" Naruto asked with a firm look. "I had heard you were trying to figure out my plans for the city lately and have no leads at all. How disappointing. I expected more from a student of the Bat," Beastrick said as he shook his head while making a tutting noise. "And I suppose you're here to finally tell us?" Beast Boy asked with a frown as he crossed his arms. "Indeed. I assume you are all familiar with the coronation detonator?" Slade asked as he stepped to the side, showing what looked like a big high-tech bomb. Everyone but Beast Boy paled at this. "You're crazy," Cyborg said, frowning at him. "Why? What does it do?" Beast Boy asked. "It destroys coronations within a 5-mile radius," Starfire said with a frown. Beast Boy tilted his head in confusion. "It stops time for good," Raven said. "Dude." Beast Boy yelled in shock at Beastrick's plan. "I was hoping you and your team would make an attempt at stopping me," Beastrick said. "Tell me where you are and we will be there in a heartbeat," Naruto said. Now, I can't just tell you. You're trained by the world's best detective. I would recommend proving you're more than just the monster who," Beastrick was saying before he stopped himself as he gave a shrug. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. How does he know? The League covered that up. He thought in a panic. "Tick-tock, Kitsukage," Beastrick said with a condescending tone before he cut off communications. "Damn it. We need to find him now," Naruto said. "How?" "We have no leads," Cyborg said with a frown. Raven approached the video screen and started to type into the keyboard, pulling up footage of the recent call. "What are you doing?" Terra asked her. "Beastrick left us a clue," Raven said as she zoomed in on the image of the coronation detonator and showed a blurry image. "Great, squiggly images," Beast Boy said. Naruto looked at Cyborg, who nodded and approached the keyboard. A few keystrokes later and the image was cleared up and reversed showing the words Pier 42. "The docks," Naruto said as he led his team out of the tower. Later at the docks. Naruto and the Titans were all on the roof across the street looking at a big warehouse. "Any signs of life?" Naruto asked Raven and Cyborg. Raven shook her head at this as she felt nothing from the warehouse. "Only thing in there is a bunch of robots," Cyborg said as he looked at his wrist display. "A stupid question, but doesn't anyone else think that this is too easy? What if Beastrick wanted us to find this place?" Beast Boy asked. "Good point," Terra said. "He obviously wants us to rush in and attack his robot so we waste time, since according to Cyborg scanners, the coronation detonator is not in there," Naruto said looking at Cyborg, who nodded in agreement. "Then he obviously moved it," Starfire said. "Yes, but how can he move something so big so quickly?" Raven asked. "Well, in most video games, the villain would move something through the sewers if it's being moved from the docks," Beast Boy said with a grin. This caused the others to pause and look at Beast Boy in surprise. "Fantastic idea, BB. Okay Titans, let's move to the sewers," Naruto said. Beast Boy smiled at this, glad that Naruto took him seriously. They all left the rooftop and found a sewer entrance. Sewers. Naruto and the Titans were walking down a hallway, looking for any sign of Beastrick's robots. "How are you walking on water?" Cyborg asked Naruto curiously. "Trade secret," Naruto said simply, while shrugging his shoulders. "It's your Chaka thing, right?" Beast Boy asked. Takra Raven corrected, with a roll of her eyes. They all soon saw what looked like a motorboat ahead and a couple of robots on it guarding. "The detonator. Titans go." Naruto yelled, pointing at the boat. Before the Titans could respond, the wall burst as Cinderblock grabbed Naruto and pulled him into the room he was in. "Naruto." Starfire yelled in worry. "I'm fine. Go after the detonator." Naruto yelled as he got free of Cinderblock and pulled out a kunai. The team nodded and took off after the motorboat, which was getting away. "Okay asshole, I am having a really bad day right now. So you get one chance, you tell me where Beastrick is or I ask you again, but it ends with you hurt," Naruto said with a glare. Cinderblock growled at this as he roared at Naruto and charged at him. "Oh please. I have heard worse from my friend Kurama," Naruto said as he charged at Cinderblock. "You actually understood what this walking pile of bricks said?" Kurama asked with a raised eyebrow. "I mean, his roar is pathetic next to yours. I don't speak moron, like him," Naruto thought flatly as he dodged a fist by jumping to the side. Cinderblock swung at Naruto several times before he slammed his hands on the ground, sending Naruto flying. "Okay, that's it. Naruto yelled as he had no time to waste on this idiot. Kurama nodded at this and gave Naruto some of his chakra, which caused an orange aura to appear around Naruto. Naruto took a battle stance and charged at Cinder Block as he slammed his palm into his face. Before Cinder Block could respond, Naruto grabbed his head and pulled down as he flipped him, effectively throwing him through a wall. Naruto approached the new hole and saw that Cinder Block was knocked out. Naruto saw that there was a transmitter in Cinderblock's hand and glared as he picked it up. He saw that the transmitter was a map which showed where he was, along with where Deathstroke was. Naruto grinned at this. Gotcha, he thought as he ran off. But Deathstroke was standing in front of his wall of monsters, watching footage of the other titans chasing after the chronoton detonator. Interesting. He's actually trained his team pretty well, Deathstroke said as he observed Beast Boy use his powers to turn into a dolphin and quickly swim after the speedboat and jump on, with Raven carrying Cyborg to the boat while Starfire was carrying Terra. Suddenly, Naruto dropped down behind him, ready to attack. "Ah, Kitsukage, you're earlier than I expected," Deathstroke said, not looking at Naruto. "Hand over the detonator and I may send you to Arkham with only one broken limb," Naruto said as he approached. Deathstroke turned to look at Naruto and showed he had a detonator in his hand before he put it on his belt. "If you wish to take it, then let's see your skills," Deathstroke said as he reached behind him and pulled out two katana swords. Naruto pulled out his kunai while Deathstroke brandished his swords. They stared down one another for a few moments before charging at each other. Deathstroke swiped his sword at Naruto, who narrowly ducked as his hair was split off by the sword. Their blades clashed against one another, with sparks flying between them. Naruto jumped back to avoid a downward slash while tossing a kunai at Deathstroke, who caught it in his hand, then tightly tossing it back at Naruto, who parried it with his other kunai. Naruto performed his hand signs, summoning 4 clones each armed and ready. Deathstroke just tightened his grip, slashing at the clones with 2 coming at him from his sides, holding back his swords. He then saw another running at him in the middle, causing him to narrow his eye. He then applied some great force, pushing off the clone on his left and sweeping under the clone on his right, finally bisecting the clone as he jumped at him. The other 2 clones growled before running at Deathstroke, gripping one by the collar, he threw it into the other, causing both to dispel. "Is this really all you can do, Kitsukage? After your actions with the Joker, I expected far more from you," Deathstroke said, smirking under his mask as he saw the rage in Naruto's eyes. "Why don't you show me that beast that spread fear throughout Gotham? The one that ended one of its greatest criminals, the one who did what a coward like Batman couldn't do," Deathstroke taunted, further angering Naruto. Naruto gave a loud roar at this as he charged at Deathstroke as his blades gained a red glow around them. He swiped at Deathstroke again, pushing him back a bit. Spin kicking him in the chest, Naruto aimed a punch at Deathstroke, but the man caught his fist, causing him to smirk, confusing him as he jumped back. "Boom," Naruto said suddenly as Deathstroke looked down at his chest to see a paper bomb attached, creating a small explosion, but strong enough to push him into the nearby wall. Naruto slammed his fist into the assassin's chest, making his body crack with pain, before he began driving more and more hard punches into the older man's gut, speeding up the pace of the attacks. Soon, Deathstroke fell to the floor and Naruto grabbed at his belt as he took the detonator. He looked at it in his hands and sighed, feeling relieved before the detonator sparked and fell to pieces. Naruto gained an angry look and turned to Deathstroke but saw his mask fall off, showing that it was another robot. "I must say, I'm most impressed. That was quite an expensive robot you just defeated. Granted, it may have been a poor copy of my own skills. But still, the fact that you beat him is very impressive," Deathstroke said as he appeared from the shadows nearby. "I'm done playing your games. Where is the trigger?" Naruto demanded as he pulled out another kunai and held it in a reverse grip. "Trigger? There's no trigger because there is no detonator," Deathstroke said, sounding amused as he walked around Naruto, not taking his eye off him. "What do you mean there's no trigger or detonator? What's your plan?" Naruto asked with a frown. "Poor Kitsukage. You may be very well trained by the Bat, but your detective skills need some work," Deathstroke said smugly. "Then why don't you enlighten me?" Naruto said with a glare. "All these months, setting up crimes for you and your team to solve, hasn't been about taking over the city. It's been about you," Deathstroke said. "What are you talking about?" Naruto asked. "You see, for a long time now, I have been looking for a student to pass on my skills and experience. An apprentice, and Kitsukage, I have chosen you. Congratulations," Deathstroke said as he looked at Naruto. "If you think I'm gonna," Naruto was saying before he got interrupted. "Oh, I think you will if you look at my monitors," Deathstroke said as he gestured at them. Naruto turned to look at the monitors and saw that his friends finally made it to the fake detonator. But when they disarmed it, a hidden blaster on the speedboat opened fire on them, hitting each of them. But it seemed to do nothing. New monitors then lit up, showing images of what looked like drones attached to the blood cells of the insides of someone. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the names on each of the 5 screens, which listed his friends. As you can see, my micro-drones are now inside your friends, ready to attack with just the push of a switch, Deathstroke said as he held up his hand, showing he indeed had a small trigger in his hand. Naruto growled at this as he turned to attack. But someone grabbed him and slammed him to the ground and put him in a hold. Naruto growled as he looked over his shoulder and saw it was Ravager. "I'll let this attack slide this time. But from now on, you so much as hinted attacking me or Ravager and your friends will have a very unpleasant death," Deathstroke said as he held his thumb over the trigger. Naruto glared at Deathstroke with pure hatred as his eyes lit. "Ah, and there is that power you have," Deathstroke said with a pleased tone. "I could help you learn control of that, unlike the bat, who I'm sure just told you to keep it in control." "And how would you help me control it anyway?" Naruto demanded to know. Now, I can't give you that for nothing. You have to earn that. So, do we have a deal?" Deathstroke asked. Naruto turned his head to look at the monitors, which showed the micro-drones that were ready to hurt his friends. Naruto growled as he knew what he had to do. Later, at Titan's tower. The Titans were in the tower, trying to use their computer to find a lead on where Naruto is. "Have you found friend Naruto yet?" Starfire asked Cyborg as she floated behind him. "No, as his tracker is turned off and there are no sightings in the city surveillance systems," Cyborg said with a frown as he typed on the computer. "One of us should have stayed with him," Terra said with worry in her voice as she leaned against the wall. "You should have said something then," Raven said with an edge in her voice. "You got something to say to me?" Terra asked with a light glare as she pushed herself off the wall. "Okay, enough. The fighting won't help us find Naruto," Starfire said, getting in between Raven and Terra. "Yay. If you're gonna fight, we should get some mud and sell tickets, Fi-ow," Beast Boy yelled as Raven used her powers to give him a wedgie. "Now is not the time for the jokes," Starfire said with a frown. Suddenly, the alarms went off. "What is it?" Beast Boy asked as he fixed his uniform. "Trouble at Wayne Enterprises," Cyborg said. "I thought that was in Gotham," Terra said with a raised eyebrow. "That company has buildings in lots of cities," Cyborg said as he turned to the team and led them out of the tower. Later, at Wayne Tech. Inside a tech lab, an experimental blaster was being guarded by several armed men in armor. Suddenly, the power went out and the guards were instantly attacked from behind. The figure attacked them in their pressure points, instantly knocking them out. Soon, the lights came back on, showing it was Naruto. But he was in a jumpsuit, similar to Deathstroke, with the same mask as his Kitsukage outfit. "Very impressive. Now, take the blaster and put it on," Deathstroke said from the comm in his ear. Naruto said nothing as he took the blaster and attached it to his wrist before heading for the vent he used to enter the building. When he made it outside and started to head for the end of the rooftop, he was suddenly surrounded by the Titans. "Naruto?" Starfire asked, surprise on her face. Terra's eyes widened at this as she looked at Naruto's new outfit. "Dude," Beast Boy said, his eyes wide. "What's going on?" Raven asked with a frown. "Yay, this isn't like you. What's the deal?" Cyborg asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto looked at his friends with a hard look. "Say nothing, you know what will happen if you don't. Remember, they are not your friends anymore," Deathstroke said. Naruto clenched his fist at this and soon threw some kunai at the Titans. Terra blocked with some earth walls, but before she could react, the kunais exploded and sent her flying into Cyborg's arms. Naruto then ran to Beast Boy, who held up his arms. "Wait, dude. I don't want a," Beast Boy was saying before Naruto slugged him in the stomach and then threw him into Raven. "Dude, you need to stop this. I don't want to hurt you," Cyborg said as he readied his sonic cannon. Naruto charged at Cyborg and slammed a low-powered Rasengan into his sonic cannon, effectively destroying it. Thankfully not hurting his arm, but taking out his sonic cannon for a bit. "Hey. That's expensive to fight," Cyborg said before Naruto tripped him and jumped on top of the Wayne Tech sign before he started to try and retreat by running along it. "Stop!" Starfire yelled as she blocked his path, her hand glowing with a ready starbolt. "Naruto, you are my best friend and I know you wouldn't do this without a reason. So please, stop. I don't want to fight you," Starfire said with some tears forming in the corner of her eyes. Naruto saw her tears and frowned. "Starfire, I don't," he was saying before he got interrupted. "Kitsune. I said you have no friends anymore. If your friends are gonna be a distraction," Deathstroke said with a hard tone. Suddenly, Starfire groaned in pain as her body started to glow orange and she fell to the roof. Naruto quickly jumped off the sign and caught her before she hit the ground. Naruto held Starfire, panic on his face as he looked around and saw his other friends glowing orange and groaning in pain. "No. Please stop. Naruto yelled as he started to panic. Then you fight them. Fight them to save them, District said. Naruto growled at this as he hated this more than even what happened years ago, as him losing his friends was what he feared most. Naruto placed Starfire on the ground and stood up. Then Naruto Starfire said as she tried to reach out for him. Naruto tried to hold back his tears and aimed his blaster at her. I'm sorry, he said before he fired it, making a flash of light appear. When the flash disappeared, the Titans weren't glowing anymore and were slowly getting up. What was that? Terra asked as she got up along with the other Titans. Yay. Since when can Naruto do that orange glowing thing? Beast Boy asked curiously. It wasn't him. I felt nothing but sorrow and fear from him, Raven said with a frown. Cyborg looked around to make sure Naruto was gone before he looked at his damaged arm and his electronic eye caught something. What, he hurt your arm worse than you thought? Terra asked as she folded her arms. Cyborg's robot eye glowed as he looked at his arm and saw an invisible ink message on his arm that simply said microbots. But District and Ravager watched the footage of Naruto fighting the Titans. He's pretty good, Ravager said with an impressed look. Indeed. And this is him holding back, District said with a nod as he could tell Naruto was barely trying. Suddenly the door exploded open and Naruto came in with his body glowing orange from Kurama's chakra. Ah, is this the power that you used to kill the Joker? District asked, sounding amused. You're about to find out. Naruto roared, with his whisker marks way more defined, his eyes red and slitted while his nails turned into claws. Ravager charged at Naruto, but in an instant Naruto grabbed her by her arm and swung her hard, throwing her into a rotating gear nearby. Naruto then charged at District with a roar and slashed at him with his claws. District slashed Naruto across the chest, causing blood to leak from his wound. Naruto snarled at this as he charged at District again, flipping around as he slashed and kicked at District, who avoided and countered his moves. Naruto then brought his arms into an X shape before swiping his blade, sending out a cross-shaped blast of compressed air, blasting District into the wall and breaking off pieces of his armor in the process. Are you sure you want to do this, Kitsukage? After all, I have your friends' lives in the palm of my hand. District said, clutching his hand. Naruto gasped at this as his eyes narrowed and his fangs bared as red chakra began to seep out from his body. Memories began flashing through his mind, his hand plunged into the chest of a purple suit and a sadistic smile on his face. I knew you were a killer, kid, the Joker said as he coughed out blood. Naruto saw only red as he got to all fours as red chakra covered his body, forming a one-tail chakra cloak. District was taken aback at this as he had seen this power from footage of the attack in Gotham, but to actually face it was another thing entirely. Before he could react in time, Naruto's chakra tail swiped him across the chest, sending him crashing away into the wall once again. Naruto then appeared in front of him, with his claws bared, slashing him across the chest, spraying out blood. He jumped after him, gripping him by his face and smashing him into the ground hard, with the impact cratered to ground. Naruto coated his fist in chakra into his fist, smashing it into District's chest again and again, not giving him any time to fight back. He then jumped away a good distance, wrapping his tail around District's neck and hanging him up by his neck. Naruto snarled as he held out his hand, forming a bubbling purple Rasengan. He held it up high, ready to smash it into District's face. With a loud cry, he thrusts his attack forward, only for it to be held back by an aura of magic energy. Naruto, stop. A voice shouted. Naruto turned his head over to see the other Titans running into the room. Naruto's eyes snapped back to normal and his chakra aura stopped for a moment but didn't disappear. Guys, get out of here. That blaster, he was saying before Beast Boy held up his hand to stop him. Dude, we already know, Beast Boy said. And we don't care, Cyborg said as he approached the machine nearby which controlled the micro-drones and ripped off the main part of it. Starfire and Raven approached Naruto and placed their hands on his shoulders to calm him down. Naruto's chakra aura finally faded at this as he sighed. Looks like you've lost your leverage over Kitsukage, District Terra said as she approached him. District said nothing to this as he pushed a button on his wrist. The room started to shake as it began to fall apart. Shit. He's set this place to destroy itself. Naruto yelled to his friends. Suddenly, Ravager ran past them and grabbed District before she retreated. Hey. Terra yelled as she moved to follow after them. Let them go. We need to get out of here. Naruto yelled to her. Raven nodded in agreement as she waved her arms and made shadows surround them to form a raven and fly off out of the area to safety. Titan's Tower, sometime later. Naruto was sitting in the common room with his friends, waiting on Cyborg to finish removing the micro-drones from them, which was thankfully possible, since they took the tech District used to infect them in the first place. Right now, Beast Boy was covered with wires and wore a mask as he was the last one getting the treatment. Are we done yet? I feel like I'm gonna suffocate from this dude. Beast Boy yelled from behind the mask. Cyborg looked at his computer screen and smiled as he nodded before he gave Beast Boy a thumbs up. Finally. Beast Boy yelled as he took the mask and wires off. I'm glad you are all safe, Naruto said with a relieved sigh. Yay, us too. But are you okay? Terra asked Naruto in concern. Indeed. I am most worried about you after how badly you beat District Starfire said as she didn't like seeing Naruto in his chakra cloak. Naruto smiled at this and shook his head. I'm fine Star, don't worry he said as he patted his alien friend on the head. Starfire blushed lightly at this but smiled at Naruto, glad that he was okay. Raven and Terra glared lightly at this but said nothing. Okay dudes and dudettes, we beat District and saved the city. I say we celebrate with a breakfast buffet. Beast Boy yelled in excitement. Booyah. But no tofu. Cyborg yelled as he followed Beast Boy into the kitchen. Beast Boy and Cyborg started to make food and started to yell at each other over food choices. Naruto laughed at this as he and the others approached to try and defuse the situation. Old Arkham Ruins. Inside the old Arkham Ruins, in a dark room, a shadowed figure watched a mini-TV which showed footage of the Titans helping the citizens of Jump City and fighting villains. Well, it would seem that the Titans led by Gotham's Kitsukage are becoming a real hero team for our fair city, an anchorman said with a smile as an image of the team was shown. A mallet then smashed the TV, destroying it. So, that demon freak that killed my pudding has a hero team now huh? A female voice said as she stepped out of the shadows. She had her hair in twin pigtails, with the tips on one dyed red and the other dyed black, while she had black eyeshadow around her eyes, along with black lipstick. She wore a black and red sleeveless bodice, with sleeves on her arms just reaching her shoulders, with the wrists being frilly and red and black gloves on either hand. She also wore red and black knee-high boots, black pants with a red diamond symbol on her right thigh, which was broken up into 4 diamonds and a red belt. This was Harley Quinn, former partner and lover of the Joker. So, are we heading to Jump City boss? A male minion asked, while the minions stood nearby. The now revealed Harley Quinn smiled madly at this. Of course we are. Kitsukage killed my pudding, so we're gonna make Jump City burn until there is nothing left. She yelled before she laughed maniacally. Naruto and Terra were training in the training room, doing their regular training with Terra's powers. Today, Terra was working with some metal sheets, trying to get some progress with controlling metal. Terra growled in annoyance as the metal sheets did nothing, no matter how hard she tried to move them. Naruto sighed as he approached and placed his hand on her shoulder. Hey, it's okay. This kind of thing takes time he said as he figured manipulating a sub-element of Earth would be way harder to learn. Terra froze at this and brushed Naruto's hand off as she composed herself, trying not to show her blush. Look, how about we go out to eat and relax a bit? I don't need my teammate to be miserable Naruto said, smiling at Terra, hoping to cheer her up. Terra smiled at this, glad Naruto while good at training her, was never harsh with her and always made sure she was okay. They then heard a crash outside. I said that it's my turn to use the TV, you green freak. Cyborg's voice yelled out. And I said that I want to play my new game. Beast Boy's voice yelled back. And I believe that I said, you two idiots need to shut up so that I can read in peace. Raven's voice yelled at them both. Naruto sighed at this and looked at Terra. Rain check? He asked, wanting to make it clear he wasn't ditching her. Terra nodded at this. Yay, let's go stop them from destroying the tower she said. They both followed the yelling and soon arrived in the common room and saw that Cyborg, Beast Boy and Raven were arguing, with Starfire trying to stop them while holding a broken necklace in her hands. Okay, enough. Naruto yelled out, adding chakra to his throat so that his voice was louder, which caused the windows to shake slightly. Everyone stopped at this and looked at Naruto. Whoa, nice pipes Cyborg said, holding his ear slightly. What? Beast Boy yelled out as his hearing was slightly damaged since his ears were more sensitive. Raven rolled her eyes at this and used her magic to try and heal Beast Boy. Now, what the heck is going on? Naruto asked. Our friends were fighting and on Blorthog. Starfire said, sounding sad as she looked at her destroyed necklace. We weren't actually throwing punches, Cyborg said. Yay, but you all should have a better way to settle this stuff besides yelling at each other all the time, Terra said with a frown. What is Blorthog Star? Naruto asked curiously as he helped Starfire pick up the mess a little bit. It's a holiday on my home planet that celebrates friendship, Starfire said. Naruto smiled at this. I like the sound of it he said as he definitely liked the idea of a holiday like that. Starfire smiled brightly at this, glad that Naruto liked the idea. Suddenly, the alarm went off and Naruto went over to the computer to see what caused the alarm. We can celebrate this later, Starfire. For now, there is a robbery at the museum, Naruto said. The rest of the Titans nodded at this and they all followed Naruto out of the tower. Jump City Museum. Inside the museum, a man was walking around. He had a long goatee and mustache while wearing what looked like a gold suit of armor with black pants and shirt underneath. This man was known as Warp. Warp approached what looked like a miniature clock and used some kind of tech to make a portal in the glass case so he could reach in and grab it. Valuable in this time, but priceless in my time, Warp said with a grin as he held the clock in his hand. Suddenly, he felt a presence behind him and turned around to see the Titans behind him. No window shopping for you, Tin Man, Naruto said as he readied a kunai. Ah, Kitsukage of the Teen Titans. You're well known in the future, along with your teammates, Warp said as he looked at the other Titans. Ah, I see I am at a point in time when you are missing a few teammates, he said. This made the Titans look confused at this. What does he mean? Starfire asked curiously as she tilted her head. I am from the future, you fool, Warp said as he threw what looked like a high-tech grenade and fired a blast from his palm at them, making the Titans scatter. The future? Cyborg asked curiously. Cool. Do I ever find true love? Do I become rich and famous? Beast Boy asked with a grin. Well, one of those, Warp said as he rolled his eyes at Beast Boy's questions and jumped back as Beast Boy swung at him as a gorilla. Wait, we get other teammates? Terra asked curiously as she tried to block Warp's way with an earth wall, but he went right through it after turning it to dust. I don't have time for this. I am on a schedule, Warp said as he touched his chest, which caused it to glow. Naruto threw a kunai at Warp, which struck his chest. You fool. That is my only way, Warp was saying before Starfire slugged him in the chest, making the glowing part fall off and hit the ground. When the piece of tech hit the ground, it fired a ball of light at Starfire which struck her and in a burst of light she disappeared. Naruto's eyes widened at this as he ran to where she was. Starfire. He yelled out before he turned to Warp and pulled out a kunai as he grabbed him by his throat and slammed him against a wall. But Starfire. In a burst of light, Starfire appeared in the museum. Starfire looked around and saw that the museum was more high-tech and that there were civilians looking at her curiously. Where am I? She asked a woman curiously as she flew over to her. You're in Jump City Museum, sweetie, the woman said, looking at Starfire. Are you a new recruit for the Titans? A teen boy asked her curiously. They have enough Tamaranians, especially with the twins there, an older woman said with a chuckle. Starfire tilted her head at this. There are others from my planet here? She asked curiously. Oh, sure. They were born here, but they are at least half your people, the older woman said. Starfire smiled at this as she clapped her hands together. Oh, wonderful. I shall go meet them. Where are they? She asked happily. They are usually at Titan's tower when not fighting crime, another teen boy said. Starfire nodded at this and took off out of the museum excitedly. She kinda looked like Starfire back when she was just starting out as a hero, the first teen boy said, tilting his head slightly. Nah, she wasn't that stacked as a teen, the second teen boy next to him said. Oh? And how would you know? The first teen boy asked him as he crossed his arms. This debate is stupid, the older woman said with a huff. But Starfire. Starfire flew towards Titan's tower and saw that it was a little different than she was used to. It now looked way more high-tech than before. Starfire landed at the front door and a panel opened as it scanned her. Welcome home, original Titan Starfire, a computer voice said as the door opened. You know me? Starfire asked curiously as she entered the tower. Indeed, Miss Starfire. The Titans will be happy to see you, especially Kushina and Iruka, the computer voice said. Who are they? Starfire asked curiously. Before she could get an answer, the doors to the common room opened and she was tackled by Blur into a hug. Oh glorious, Mom is here to visit. A red-headed teen girl with orange skin and blue eyes yelled as she hugged Starfire. The teen boy that had red hair and blue eyes looked at this and quirked an eyebrow at this. I don't think that's Mom, Kushina, he said. What do you mean, Iruka? The teen girl asked as she looked at Starfire. She kinda looks like Auntie Starfire, a blonde boy said as he looked up from some pizza he was eating. He had a black shirt on and had some earth gloves on along with cargo pants. The teen girl with violet hair, who was wearing a cloak similar to Raven, looked up from her book and looked at Starfire as she blinked in surprise before she sighed. I'll call Mom. I smell time travel shenanigans, she said as she walked over to the computer. I don't understand. What's going on and where are my friends? Starfire asked curiously. I think the real question is, when are your friends, a voice said from behind her, making her jump. She looked behind her and saw a teen boy with light gray skin and short pink hair. "Johnny, would you stop being a moron?" the girl with violet hair said from the computer. "Oh, lighten up, would you sis?" Johnny said with a smile. "We only share a dad," she said as she looked over with a scowl. "Oh, stop being a sour puss. We grew up as siblings and dad made it clear. We are family." "So nah," Johnny said as he made a face at her. The girl rolled her eyes at him before her hand was covered in dark energy and she made a few pillows fly over and start hitting him. "Love you too sis," Johnny said with a smile before he ran off with the pillows following him. "Your siblings?" Starfire asked curiously. "Well, most of us are," the blonde boy said with a smile as he placed his hands behind his head. Starfire tilted her head in confusion at this. "Oh, I think I remember this story," Kushina said with a bright smile. "You fought a villain named Warp, right?" "Indeed. He said he was from ... the future," Starfire said as her eyes widened in realization. "And it looks like the penny has finally dropped," the violet-haired girl said. "Oh, how nice. She may be from the past, but she's family," a new voice said. They all turned and saw a teen black girl with what looked like insect wings. "Terra," Johnny said, waving as the pillows hit him. "So you too?" Starfire asked, looking at Kushina and Haruka. "Hi mom," Kushina said with a bright smile as she waved at her. Starfire's eyes went wide at this and she did the only thing she could do. She fainted. "Well, at least now I can call mom in peace," the violet-haired girl said. "Terra, lighten up," Haruka said with a sigh. "Okay, I brought more pizza," a green-skinned teen boy with diamond gauntlets on his hand said as he entered the common room. "Little late Nathan," Johnny said flatly. The now-named Nathan looked at the passed-out Starfire. "Oh geez. Is this Auntie Star from the Warp story?" he asked. "Looks like it," Ray said with a nod. "You tell her most of you are related?" Nathan asked as he put the pizzas down on a counter. "Yay, we haven't got that far. She just found out that me and sis are her kids before she passed out," Haruka said with a sigh as Kushina carried Starfire to the couch. "Probably best to not tell her that dad's a horn dog," Terra said while rolling her eyes. "5 girls make him a horn dog?" Nathan asked with a raised eyebrow. "No. I think the fact that dad has a do not disturb sign on his door that's almost never off makes him one," the blonde teen said with a smile. Nathan laughed at this and nodded in agreement. "Yay, that's a good point Haru," he said as even if their dad wasn't related to him, he knew how he was with his wives. Though, to be fair, according to mom, he didn't start like that. If anything, he was too shy to make the first move, Johnny said with a smile. "Obviously he got over it if he has 6 kids," Ray said, pointing at herself and the others, besides Nathan. "Okay, new subject," Terra said as the video phone rang. The screen soon changed to show an image of Raven, only she looked older. "Hey mom," Terra said with a smile. "You usually don't call unless it's an emergency, honey. What's wrong?" Raven asked her. Terra groaned at this as her mom still doted on her even when she was a teen. "Hey Auntie Ray. We have a situation involving Auntie Star," Haru said, waving at Raven. "How can you have a problem with Starfire? I just saw her with your father," Raven said before she got interrupted. "I don't want to hear this," Terra yelled while covering her ears. "They weren't doing that. Get your mind out of the gutter," Raven said while rolling her eyes. "We have a time-traveling incident. Remember that story about Warp?" Haruka asked. Raven's eyes widened at this. "Oh geez, this is when she shows up. Okay, we are on our way. Don't let her leave the tower," she said before she looked to the side. "Put your damn clothes on, we have a situation," she yelled out before the call cut off. "Weren't doing that my ass," Terra said as she shuddered. "I find it cute that dad's marriage with his wives is strong after so long," Kushina said with a smile. Later. Starfire groaned as she woke up and saw the titans of this time looking at her. "Hey mom. Don't worry, we have a way to send you woe," Haruka yelled as Starfire pulled him and Kushina into a tight hug. "My precious bumgirfs." Starfire yelled happily as she hugged the twins with a bright smile. "Oh yay, that's definitely Auntie Star," Haru said with a smile as this was something she did all the time when she visited. "Oh, glorious. Are you all kids of my friends?" Starfire asked as she looked at the others. Johnny nodded at this. "Yeah, pretty much. I'm Johnny," he said as he waved at her. "Though from what I read in the archive, I don't think you have met my mom yet," Ray said. "Oh? Who is she?" Starfire asked with a tilt of her head. "No spoilers," Auntie Ray said with a sigh. Starfire pouted at this and looked at the others. I am assuming your friend Terra's child?" she asked Haru. "Yup," he said with a nod. Starfire smiled at this and looked at Nathan. "Oh, wonderful. Friend Beast Boy had a child," she said, clapping her hands happily. "Yup. Dad and Mom will probably meet soon in your time, so you will meet her eventually, Nathan said. If we can get you home, Terra said flatly as she crossed her arms. Well, obviously she will, otherwise Auntie Star's older self wouldn't be around, Johnny said. And neither would we, Kushina said as she gave Iruka a side hug. Starfire looked at Terra and her eyes widened. Friend Raven had a child? She asked in surprise. Obviously, Terra said with a roll of her eyes. I am most glad that friend Raven found love. Oh please, tell me who is it that made her happy? Starfire asked with a smile. Suddenly the doors opened and an older-looking Naruto rushed in. Okay, where is the problem? He asked. Hey Dad, all the Titans, besides Nathan, said together. Starfire looked over in surprise at seeing an older Naruto. But before she could say anything, she paused. Dad. She yelled in surprise. Yup. Dad's a horndog, Johnny said with a mischievous smile. Starfire fainted again at this. Raven, Starfire and Terra then entered the room. Good job keeping that secret, Terra said, with sarcasm lacing her words. No problem, ow. Johnny said before Terra smacked him upside his head. You do realize we will have to alter her memory of that info now, right? Terra asked with a frown. Aw. Do we have to? Kushina whined as she gave a pout. Sadly, yes. If she goes back and says the words harem and multiple kids before the time we actually started this whole thing, it may change things in the future drastically, Raven said. You say it like you don't enjoy it, Naruto said with a smile at Raven as he hugged her. Hush you, Raven said as she smirked and pinched his hand, which was on her ass. Okay, all of you clear out. We can handle this now, Starfire said kindly to the teens. The teens all nodded at this and got up to leave. Where is Mom and Auntie Jinx? Ray asked Raven, who finally got loose from Naruto. Since at this point, this star hasn't met B or accepted Jinx yet, I figured it would be best to leave them at home, Raven said. You didn't mention your mom, did you, Nathan? Terra asked the green teen. Only that she'll meet her eventually, he said. Good, cause we don't need that ruined, Raven said with a sigh of relief. I know. They are so cute together. Starfire said with a smile. Did she ask about Cyborg? Terra asked curiously. Didn't get to that yet. Thankfully, Rick is off training with Uncle Sai and Auntie Pantha this week, Iruka said with a sigh. The younger Starfire groaned as she started to wake up. Okay, you all get moving, Terra said to the teens, who quickly left. Raven then grabbed Naruto and pushed him out. You too. We don't need her drooling over you, Raven said. Like she doesn't do that now? Naruto asked, looking at the older Starfire with a smirk. The older Starfire giggled at this before she blew him a kiss. Get moving before I get the hose, Terra said with a chuckle. Naruto pouted at this and started walking. But when he passed Terra, he smacked her on the ass. Oh, that's it. Terra yelled as she started chasing Naruto as he laughed. 20 years later, and they are still acting like this, Raven said with a sigh as she shook her head slightly. Starfire giggled at this. I know. It's so much fun, she said. Raven nodded at this and had a small smile as she wouldn't change a thing. Ugh, what's going on? The younger Starfire said as she sat up with a groan. Oh good, you're unhurt, the older Starfire said with a smile. The younger Starfire looked at her older self in surprise. Hey, are you me? She asked. The older Starfire smiled at this and nodded. Indeed I am, she said. So, we married Naruto? The younger Starfire asked as she stood up. You're not the only one, Terra said as she entered the room. Didn't catch him? Raven asked flatly but with a teasing tone. Terra said nothing but looked away with a pout as she crossed her arms. So Naruto married all of us? The younger Starfire asked. Indeed. As you know, that is common on Tamarin, the older Starfire said. Younger Starfire nodded at this before looking at her older self, Terra and Raven. I can't believe how big you guys have gotten with everything, she said as she looked at her smaller breasts and ass compared to her older self. This is a moot point anyway, since I'm gonna remove your memory of the future before I send you back to your time, Raven said. Younger Starfire's eyes widened at this as Raven made a portal with her hands. Oh, don't worry. I leave the knowledge that the future is great, Raven said with a kind smile at her younger version of her best friend. Thank you, friend Raven. Is there anything I can do to repay this kindness? The younger Starfire asked. Raven nodded at this and made a big book appear in her hand. Please pass this to my younger self, she said. Starfire took the book and nodded before she approached the portal. Raven placed her hand on Starfire's head and after she took her memory of the future, she pushed her through the portal. As the portal closed, Raven smiled. Okay, what did you do? Terra asked her, knowing this look. I may have left some information with her that should help our younger selves accept the harem, Raven said. Ah. I do recall thinking that all of us that love Naruto getting along being most important after I returned to the past, the older Starfire said, with a nod of understanding. Exactly, Raven said with a smile, knowing that Starfire was the glue that kept the group together. Aw. Did I just miss seeing the younger version of my sister? A voice said as the girls turned around to see an older Blackfire at the doorway. Yup, she just went back home to her time, Terra said with a nod. Blackfire gave a playful pout as she crossed her arms. And here I was, planning on teasing her a little, she said, with a playful grin. You do enough of that with this version of Starfire, Raven said flatly as she pointed her thumb at the older Starfire. True, Blackfire said with a nod. So, did Dick and Barbara come over as well? Terra asked curiously. Oh, and what of your kids? Starfire added with a smile as she clapped her hands together. They're all in the games room, hanging out, Blackfire said with a smile. Why don't we go join them? Terra said. Indeed. I wish to spend time with my niece and nephew, Starfire said with a smile as the four of them walked off. Back in the past. Naruto had warp by his throat as he choked him. You better bring Starfire back before I gut you like a fish. Naruto growled as his whisker marks became more defined and his eyes slitted as they began to turn red. I don't know how Warp choked out as he started to turn blue. Naruto growled as he started to close his fist on Warp's throat. Suddenly, a portal opened up in the middle of the room and Starfire fell out of the portal before it closed back up. Starfire? The other Titans yelled as they ran to greet her. Naruto dropped Warp and leaned forward towards him. You're lucky, so you should treasure the fact that you're still alive, Naruto whispered to Warp as his chakra receded. The police then came in and took the scared villain away. Later at Titan's tower. Starfire had just finished explaining what she could remember. So, you went to the future? Cyborg asked with a raised eyebrow. But you can't remember anything? Terra asked curiously. Indeed. I think that future Raven removed memories of the future, Starfire said as she looked at Raven, who was looking over the book she had gotten from the future with interest. Aw man, leave it to Raven to be a sourpuss, Beast Boy said with a pout as he wanted some future information. She obviously didn't want Starfire revealing things too early as that would have had disastrous consequences in the future, Naruto said. Raven looked up from her book and nodded as she agreed that was something she would do. Anything good in that book? Terra asked curiously. Just some spells. One here may help me get full control of my powers, Raven said with a small smile. Naruto smiled at this. That's fantastic. I hope you can actually feel emotions freely soon, he said. Raven covered her face with the book to hide her blush from view. A few days later. Naruto was in the training room, training with his clones. I still don't know why you feel the need to instruct me in getting stronger, Naruto thought of Kurama as he tried to add wind chakra to his Rasengan. Because I refuse to let my container be a weakling. With the crazy shit in this world, I don't need you getting blindsided. Kurama yelled at Naruto, making him grab his head slightly in pain. Hey dude. Beast Boy yelled as he ran into the training room. Hey Beast Boy, what's up? Naruto asked as he dissipated his Rasengan. Not much. I was bored and wanted to hang out with you since the others are busy, Beast Boy said with a shrug. Well, I was training to get stronger. So I'll tell you what, me and you can train together a bit, then we can go out and have some fun, Naruto said with a smile. Deal. Beast Boy said with his own smile. So, have you ever tried to turn into mythical animals or alien animals? Naruto asked him curiously. Beast Boy paused at this. I've never actually tried to do that before, he said as he scratched his chin. Well, it is something you should consider trying to turn into. It never hurts to have options, Naruto said. Beast Boy nodded at this. Plus, if we fight aliens, some of my earth animal forms might not work against them, he said. Yup. So let's go down the list and see if you can turn into anything cool, Naruto said with a confident grin. Beast Boy smiled at this and nodded. Sometime later. Naruto and Beast Boy were out in the city, just hanging out. They just left a video game shop after buying some games. Thanks for the new game, Naruto, Beast Boy said with a smile as he held up the new game Naruto got him, which was Horizon Forbidden West. Dude, you've earned it. You learned how to turn into a, Naruto was saying before he saw something out of the corner of his eye. What's up? Beast Boy asked, looking where Naruto was looking. I thought I saw a green dog running into the park, Naruto said. Dude, I'm right here, Beast Boy said, waving his hands for emphasis. I know, but we should probably check it out, Naruto said. But my new game, Beast Boy said as he made a begging face. It will be okay, Beast Boy. It will be waiting for you back at the tower, Naruto said as he made a shadow clone to take the game back home. Make sure you install it, dude. Beast Boy yelled after the shadow clone, who smiled and gave Beast Boy a thumbs up before he ran off. Naruto and Beast Boy took off into the park, with Beast Boy turning into a green dog so that he can track the other dog easier. As they looked around, Beast Boy sniffed around and soon found a scent before he howled and pointed with his nose. "Lead the way, lassie," Naruto said with a chuckle. Beast Boy growled at him with a glare before he ran off. Naruto followed after his friend but noticed what looked like a spaceship flying above the park. "What the?" Naruto said as he ran towards it since it was going towards where Beast Boy was anyway. Before he could get close, a green blur tackled him and made him fall to the floor. "Beast Boy, what did you go and do that for?" Naruto asked as he sat up. The green dog tilted his head at this before he started to chase his tail, barking happily. As Naruto looked at the dog, he noticed that this dog had slightly lighter skin than Beast Boy, which he knew was impossible since the tone of his skin never changed. Naruto then looked for the spaceship and saw it flying off after its underside closed. "Oh geez. You're not Beast Boy, are you?" Naruto asked the green dog. The dog looked at Naruto and chuckled. "You're quite smart for a human," he said with a smile. Naruto quickly bolted up at hearing the dog speak. "Why you can talk?" he asked in surprise. "I'm not exactly like the dogs on your planet," the dog said as he sat down. "Obviously. Well, I'm Naruto. Do you have a name?" he asked. The dog shook his head at this. "Sadly not. My owner has the mind of a child and never thought to give me a name," he said. "Well, that's no good. You should have a name," Naruto said with a frown. "Well, if you're offering suggestions, I'm more than happy to hear them," the dog said with a smile. How about Bradley?" Naruto asked with a smile. "That is most acceptable," the now named Bradley said with a smile as he wagged his tail. "So, do you know how to track your owner?" "He took my friend and I need to find him," Naruto said. "Well, I could help you if you can help me get my owner to treat me better," Bradley said. "Deal," Naruto said as he took out his communicator to call in his friends. But Beast Boy. Beast Boy was in the spaceship, wearing a collar and leash, while an alien that looked like a giant toddler made of gravel was laughing as Beast Boy changed into different animals for him. "Come on dude, I wanna go home," Beast Boy said as he turned back to normal. The alien frowned at this and looked at Beast Boy. "You don't like Soto?" he asked. Beast Boy said as he could tell this guy had the mentality of a child and even he wasn't one to insult a kid. Soto smiled at this. "Good boy. Okay, we go home now," he said as he turned to his ship controls. "Hey, I'm not a pet. And this is my home," Beast Boy yelled as he pulled on his collar. Soto ignored this as he started his ship, which started to float. Suddenly the ship stopped, making Beast Boy fall over. Soto looked out of the window and saw Starfire pushing down on his ship with a determined look. Outside, the others were watching Starfire push down the ship, slowly getting it close to the ground. Naruto whistled at this as he still couldn't believe how strong Starfire was. "Focus, lover boy," Cyborg said with a smirk as he readied his arm cannon. "Yay, we have a friend to save," Terra said before she used some massive pieces of earth to try and help push the spaceship down. Raven used her powers to wrap around one side of the ship to help pull it down. When the ship reached the earth, Raven used her powers to force open the door, but Soto stomped his way out, making the earth shake. "Whoa. Now that's a big toddler," Naruto said as he saw why Bradley was annoyed with his owner. "No. You won't take my pet," Soto yelled as he slammed his fists down at Raven, who made a barrier, which made his fists bounce back and cause him to stumble. Starfire shot forward and threw some starbolts at Soto, which made him back away from Raven. Terra raised her arms and made the earth dig out from underneath Soto, which caused him to fall on his back. Cyborg fired his sonic cannon at Soto, making him stay down. Naruto then jumped up and threw some kunai at Soto, and when they struck him they exploded. "Thanks for the seals, Kurama," Naruto thought, grateful that the fox demon taught him how to make seals, which included paper bombs. When the smoke cleared, Soto was revealed to be on his feet, barely affected. Soto then started to sniffle and started to throw a tantrum. "Wow, Bradley wasn't kidding. He is like a little kid," Naruto said with a sweat drop forming on his head. Suddenly, a green rhino slammed into Soto's back, sending him flying to the ground. "Beast Boy," Starfire said with a smile at seeing her friend. Beast Boy turned into his normal form and gave her a thumbs up with a smile. Soto then got to his feet and looked at Beast Boy with an angry look. "Bad dog. Soto punish," he yelled as he took out a remote and pushed it. When nothing happened, Soto looked at his remote in confusion. Beast Boy threw his collar to Soto, which he picked up. When he looked up at Beast Boy, he saw a green dragon glaring at him. The other titans looked at this in surprise. "Whoa," Terra said with wide eyes. "Booyah," Cyborg yelled with a smile as he pumped his fist. Starfire smiled at this, finding Beast Boy's new form most impressive. Since when can he do that? Raven asked with a quirked eyebrow. Since me and him started training together. Sadly, he's only limited to 3 minutes with forms like this, Naruto said. Wait. Forms, as in more than one? Terra asked him. Naruto smiled at this, as he nodded. Beast Boy roared at Soto, making the alien fall to his back from the force of his roar. Don't hurt Soto. He yelled in fear as he started to cry in terror. Beast Boy turned back to normal and rubbed the back of his head. Geez dude, I didn't mean to scare him. I just wanted to make a point, he said. Bradley then approached Soto and looked up at him. I believe he has learned not to be mean to those smaller than him. Haven't you, Soto? He asked. Yay, good boys aren't bullies, Naruto said as he approached and smiled at the alien in a comforting way. Soto nodded at this. Bullies bad. I'll be good. He yelled before he ran to his ship. Wait for me, Soto. Bradley yelled before he followed him into the ship before it took off into space. Well, that was weird, Raven said flatly. Mad Mod was way weirder, Terra said, shrugging her shoulders. You're unharmed, friend Beast Boy? Starfire asked as they all approached him. Yay, I'm fine. A little stiff from that dragon form, but I'll be okay, Beast Boy said as he stretched his arms. Dude, that was so awesome. Cyborg said as he slapped him on the back. Yay, and I thought dinosaurs were impressive, Terra said with a nod. Thanks guys, Beast Boy said, smiling at them. Okay team, let's head home. Toothless here has a new game to play, Naruto said with a smile. Beast Boy groaned at this, but smiled as his friends laughed as they all headed home. Days later, at an abandoned warehouse. Harley Quinn was sitting in a chair while watching some news reports about the Titans with a scowl on her face as she stroked a hyena. Everything okay, boss? A minion asked nervously. I have noticed that Whisker's team hasn't dealt with a lot of city-destroying threats besides that alien invasion and some fire demon. I feel they need to be tested, Harley said with a mad grin. How will you do that? The minion asked. Easy. Did you make contact with that idiot with the light abilities? Harley asked. Yes. We brought him here like you asked, the minion said as some other minions dragged in Dr. Light. Ah, so this is Dr. Light. You know, I heard the Titans made quick work of you before, Harley said as she got up and walked towards the villain. Why yes, that witch of theirs cheated with her dark magic, Dr. Light said with a scowl. Well, that's not fair at all. How would you like to have an edge against them so you can get revenge? Harley asked with a grin. Dr. Light raised an eyebrow at this. What do you have in mind, Miss Quinn? He asked her curiously. Harley pulled out a file from her desk and opened it, showing a teen girl with pink hair. The girl looked to be a teenager, with blue eyes and 2 pieces of her pink hair poking up, almost like an insect's antenna. She wore a white blouse with a blue collar, light blue sleeves that seemed to be made to look like crystals, a dark blue skirt and white boots. I have done some research for you, and this brat should make a good power source for you, Harley said, handing the file to Dr. Light, who looked over the file, with his eyes widening in surprise at what he read. This could power a weapon I have had in mind for years, Dr. Light said with a grin. I look forward to you destroying the city with it, then Harley said with a grin as Dr. Light left. Let's see Whisker's deal with this, Harley said before she started to laugh maniacally, with the hyena joining in. A few days later. Naruto and the rest of the team were just relaxing in the common room, not really doing anything, when the alarm went off and a red siren was flashing. That's new, Beast Boy said as the siren was something he hadn't seen before. It's only set to go off if something that could destroy the city is attacking, Cyborg said as he used his tech to pull up what set off the alarm on the holo screen. When the screen came on, everyone saw a giant-looking robot firing lasers at the city. The head part looked to have windows all around it, which would allow the pilot to see 360 degrees, with cannons on either arm. For a better picture, imagine the giant mecha suit that Kuvira uses in Legend of Korra. The Titans were shocked at seeing the lasers take out whole buildings easily, with only one shot. Dude, Beast Boy said with wide eyes. Who could have such power? Starfire asked. It doesn't matter. What does matter is that we take this thing out, Naruto said as he put on his mask. The others nodded at this as they followed him out of the tower. In the city. The giant robot was stomping through the city while citizens of the city were screaming in terror as they ran while trying to avoid the destruction. The robot kicked a car out of its way, which flew at some running kids when the truck stopped in midair thanks to some dark energy grabbing it. The kids looked up and saw Raven floating in front of them, holding her hands out and glaring at the robot. At moving kids, Raven said as she threw the car at the robot, which struck it and exploded, causing the robot to stumble backwards. Thanks, Miss Raven. The kids yelled together before they ran off. Who knew you liked kids, Terra said as the rest of them arrived. Raven said nothing as she and the others went to confront the robot. The Teen Titans finally arrived. Dr. Light's voice yelled from an intercom on the robot. The Titans paused at this in surprise. "Didn't Raven put you in the nut house?" Beast Boy asked, with folded arms. "The Doctor of Light is a squirrel?" Starfire asked with a tilt of her head. "The FFT," Naruto said as he tried to contain his laughter while the others laughed. "Star, I hope that you never change," Naruto said as he shook his head and smiled. "I refuse to be insulted by you brats. I finally have the power to bring you and this city to its knees." Dr. Light yelled as the robot took aim with a blaster on its arm. "Titans go!" Naruto yelled as he and his team attacked the robot. Starfire threw some starbolts at the robot but they just bounced off of it. Cyborg aimed his sonic cannon at one of its knees before firing it. Once it hit, it barely seemed to do anything. Raven used her magic to try and make it stay still, which worked for a moment before Beast Boy charged at the robot's legs as a woolly mammoth and slammed into its legs, which made it wobble slightly. Terra's eyes glowed yellow as she raised her hands, making the ground itself shake and raise several boulders up. She then made a sharp motion with her hands and the boulders started to break and fire small pieces of rock at the robot's head like a machine gun. The robot covered its face with its arms, not noticing Naruto running up his back while charging an imperfect wind Rasengan. When he made it to the top, he slammed it into the head. When the attack was done, Naruto jumped over to a rooftop and looked at the robot and saw that he barely made a crack in the armor. "Man, what is that thing made of?" Naruto said with a frown. "Ha. It will take you fools forever to do enough damage to stop me from destroying the city," Dr. Light said as the robot aimed one of its arm cannons at Naruto. Naruto ran across the rooftop and when he made it to the edge, he jumped as the robot fired. Starfire instantly flew over and grabbed Naruto as she held him by his arms as the robot's blast destroyed the building. "Thanks for the save, Star," Naruto yelled, looking up at his friend. Starfire nodded at this and flew over to the others who were taking cover while Raven, Terra and Cyborg provided cover fire. "Any ideas?" Terra asked Naruto as she continued to fire small rocks at the robot like before. Naruto nodded at this. "I made a crack in the robot around the head that one of us could use to get in and try to shut down the robot from the inside," he said. Beast Boy looked over Cyborg's shoulder and saw the crack Naruto was referring to. "Dude, that thing is too small. Who do you think can?" he was saying before he trailed off as he realized something. The others looked at Beast Boy as they all instantly knew what Naruto was thinking. "The mouse could easily get in," Cyborg said as he continued to fire at the robot. Beast Boy paled slightly at the idea of going in on his own. "Beast Boy, you're our best bet to get an edge over this guy," Naruto said as he threw some paper bombs at the robot, causing them to blow up once they hit the chest area. "We have complete confidence in you," Starfire said as she threw some starbolts at the robot's leg, trying to cause it to stumble. "I would recommend going after Dr. Light and not the power source, since that may be too complicated for you," Raven said as she picked up some cars and threw them at the robot. Beast Boy scowled at this but said nothing as a car nearby blew up from another blast from the robot. "Whatever you're gonna do, Beast Boy, you better do it now," Terra yelled as she tossed a large boulder at one of the robot's arms, causing it to aim the cannon somewhere else as it fired. Beast Boy nodded and took off after transforming into a fly. "Do you think he can handle this?" Raven asked Naruto. "Of course. He may be a goofball, but heck, so was I when I started," Naruto said. "Was? Ha, you still kinda are," Cyborg said with a smirk. "Hey. If I'm a goofball, you all are idiots for following me," Naruto yelled as he and the team scattered to continue the fight. He's got you there, Sai," Terra said with a chuckle as there was no argument for that. "With Beast Boy." As Beast Boy flew through the robot as a fly, he noticed that two guards with blasters were guarding a door with a warning label on it. "I bet that this is where Dr. Nightlight is," Beast Boy thought. As he snuck up behind the two guards and in an instant he turned into a gorilla before he grabbed them both by their heads and slammed them together, knocking them out. Boom. Double stealth knockout. Beast Boy yelled with a fist pump as he turned back to normal with a smile. "Hello?" a female voice said from behind the door the guards were guarding. Beast Boy looked at the door in surprise. "Oh geez, this must not be where he is," he thought as he mentally berated himself for wasting time on this. "Is anyone there? I need help," the female voice yelled in a scared tone. Beast Boy paused at this and thought about his options. What would Naruto do? Beast Boy thought as he rubbed his chin before he remembered what Naruto once said. "A hero's priority is saving people, so don't hesitate." Beast Boy nodded at this and walked to the door and opened it before he entered the room. Beast Boy looked around and saw that it was what looked like a chamber where they would find an engine. Only here, there was a teen girl inside a glass cage with wires and tubes connected to it. "Who are you?" the teen girl asked. "I'm Beast Boy of the Teen Titans, miss," Beast Boy said. Cole, the girl said, as she looked at Beast Boy with interest, as she never saw a person that was green, but smiled a little at him. Why does Dr. Nightlight have you locked up in his robot? Beast Boy asked her curiously. Cole smiled as she giggled at the name, before she turned serious. He's using me to amplify his weapon, she said, before an ethereal yellow light started to charge above her cell. Cole's body instantly turned into what looked like crystal as the light engulfed her before dying down as they both heard an explosion outside. Wow, Beast Boy said, his eyes wide in surprise. Cole's body turned back to normal and she frowned. That doctor and his men captured me after killing my caveman friend so that he can use my crystal form to amplify his weapon, she said. And if you do this transform when the machine starts charging, you will be hurt. Beast Boy asked her. Cole nodded at this. Yes, I think it might kill me. And I can't exactly fight back in my crystal form since I can't move in that form, she said. Beast Boy nodded at this. Okay, stand back, he said, before he turned into an elephant and slammed his head into the glass container. This caused the glass to shatter all over the room. Beast Boy then turned back to normal and smiled at Cole. Okay, let's get you out of here, he said, as Cole walked away from the chamber. We should try and sabotage the robot first, before we leave, Cole said. Any ideas? Beast Boy asked, as he looked around the room. Cole looked up at the roof of the destroyed chamber. I think if we reverse the power when it tries to charge again, it will make it overload, she said. Beast Boy looked up and saw the roof of the chamber light up, ready to charge again. Ah, I'll just wing it. Beast Boy said, before he turned into an electric eel and let the energy strike him. This caused the chamber to begin to spark and start to overload. Beast Boy turned back to normal and groaned. Okay, that was different, he said, as he shook his head. It worked though, so we should leave. Cole yelled. Beast Boy nodded in agreement as he scooped Cole up in his arms bridal style before he ran out of the room. Outside. Outside, the robot was sparking and shorting out as it was starting to stumble. What's going on? Dr. Light's voice yelled out. Well, it looks like BB improvised, Cyborg said with a smile. I hope he can get out of there before this thing explodes, Terra said. Suddenly, the chest of the robot bulged as a T-Rex forced his way out with a roar, with Cole on his back holding on tight. The now heavily damaged robot then fell to the ground in a heap. Most glorious friend, Beast Boy. Starfire cheered as she and the other Titans ran to greet their teammate as he transformed back and caught Cole in his arms before he put her down. Who's the girl? Raven asked curiously, looking at Cole. Oh, I'm Cole. Nice to meet you all, Cole said as she smiled and bowed her head at them. What were you doing in that robot? Naruto asked, gesturing to the destroyed robot. Oh, Beast Boy saved me from that thing, Cole said with a smile at Beast Boy. Yay. Get this, that quack was using her to amplify his robot's power, Beast Boy said, jerking his thumb at the destroyed robot. How is she able to do that? Naruto asked curiously. As they were talking, Dr. Light finally crawled his way out of the robot and took aim at Beast Boy with his palm and fired at him. Cole saw this and instinctively jumped in front of Beast Boy as she turned into her crystal form. The light blast from Dr. Light hit Cole, and after a moment the blast ricocheted and hit Dr. Light, sending him flying into a building before he fell to the ground in a heap while groaning in pain. Like that, Beast Boy said, looking at his surprised friends. Not bad, Naruto said with a nod as he approached Dr. Light. Indeed, most impressive. And you look so pretty as a crystal, Starfire said with a smile. Cole turned back to normal and smiled sheepishly as she rubbed the back of her head. Thanks, she said with a slight blush. Naruto grabbed Dr. Light and picked him up by the front of his outfit. Okay, I know how you don't have the resources or the brains to think of this plan to use Cole as a power amplifier, so you better talk, Naruto said. I'm not telling you anything, Dr. Light said. Fine, then I'll just ask Raven to do it, Naruto said with a smirk. Raven nodded at this and approached with a small smile that was anything but comforting. Dr. Light paled at this and shook his head. Okay, I'll talk. It was he was saying before he got interrupted. Suddenly, a beeping sound was heard coming from the back of his neck before Dr. Light's head exploded. This caused everyone to be shocked and horrified at this. Beast Boy frowned at this and covered Cole's eyes as he blocked her view of the gore. Starfire covered her mouth in shock. Cyborg scowled at this, along with Terra, as this was definitely a first for them. Raven frowned at this and used her powers to block the view of this from any civilians that were nearby. Naruto gained a hard look and placed Dr. Light's corpse on the ground before he took off his cape which he used to cover the body. With Harley. Harley was watching live footage of what happened and laughed maniacally at the looks on the Titans' faces. Nearby, some figures were watching. One was what looked to be made of clay, the other was a green female with plant-like clothing, and the third was what looked like a humanoid shark. These were Clayface, Poison Ivy and King Shark. Wow, I didn't think Harley was this cold-blooded, Clayface said to Ivy. Ivy frowned at this and nodded. Oh relax, I only had the one bomb from my days with the Suicide Squad. This was just so I can mess with Whiskers some more. I know how much he likes to pretend he's above some gore, Harley said as she turned to her friends. So, no boom for us? King Shark asked Harley curiously. Of course not, Nanu, Harley said with a smile, putting her friend at ease since she knew King Shark was simple-minded. So, do you have a new plan? Clayface asked her. I do actually. See, I'm looking into getting a new recruit that would be perfect for getting close to Whiskers, Harley said as she pushed a button on a remote, changing the image on the TV to an image of Jinx. You looking to get an apprentice, huh, Harley? Clayface asked with a smile. Harley smiled at this and nodded. Indeed, my dear Clayface, indeed, she said. Titan's Tower. The team and their new friend Cole were in the common room, talking with Cole. So, you have nowhere to go? Naruto asked her, wanting to be sure. Cole nodded at this. Then you can stay with us, Naruto said with a nod as he smiled at her. Indeed. You can be a Titan and be our friend. Starfire said with a smile as she flew close to Cole and pulled her in for a hug. Raven and Terra nodded at this as they approved of the idea since Cole seemed to have good instincts. Beast Boy smiled brightly at this, glad the girl he saved was staying. Well, aren't you happy? Cyborg said with a teasing grin. Beast Boy paused at this and gave Cyborg a pleading look. Fine, I'll be silent around her. But, I expect you to stop messing with my meat, Grasstain, Cyborg whispered to him. Deal, Beast Boy said with a nod as he knew that was the best deal he was gonna get. Welcome to the team, Cole. And don't worry, I'm sure we can get you trained and find out more you can do with your powers, Naruto said with a friendly grin at their newest recruit. Cole nodded and smiled at this, glad that she found a place to belong. It was a regular day in Titan's Tower and today the Titans were exercising in the gym. Beast Boy was running on a specially made treadmill as a cheetah while Naruto was on a rip weight machine. Starfire was lifting a specially made weight set that she could set to be as heavy as she wanted. Raven was doing some squats while holding some small dumbbells at her shoulder height. Cole was doing some push-ups on her fists while clapping her hands as she pushed herself high enough before she went down. Terra was standing in front of a punching machine, trying to perfect what she called her shockwave punch, which she started training with after her fight with lightning. Pia. Terra yelled as she slammed her palm into the punching machine. The force behind the shockwave she channeled caused the punching machine to crack and fall to pieces. Still having trouble holding back? Naruto asked her as he walked over. Yay. Plus, me using this a lot hurts my hand, Terra said with a frown as she rubbed her palm. Naruto grabbed her palm and held it in his hand. Terra froze at this and blushed. He's holding my hand. She thought to herself. Nearby, Cole was watching this along with Beast Boy who was now helping her do some sit-ups. Is Naruto always this clueless? Cole asked Beast Boy curiously. Let's just say that me and Cyborg have a bet going on which of the other girls makes a move on him first, Beast Boy whispered to Cole with a smile. Cole giggled at this. Can I make a bet? She whispered. The only one open is Starfire, since I bet Terra and Cyborg bet Raven, Beast Boy said. I'll take it, Cole said with a smile. Naruto didn't notice this as he inspected Terra's hand. Well, it looks like that attack has some kickback that is hurting your hand, Terra, Naruto said with a frown. That's not good. If you keep using that recklessly, you will cripple your hand, Raven said as she put down her weights. Terra sighed at this as she looked at her hand. Don't worry about it. You will get better, just don't be reckless, okay? Naruto asked Terra as he placed his hand on her shoulder. Terra nodded at this before Naruto turned around to walk over to Cyborg and sighed as she watched Naruto. Raven watched this with her eyebrow twitching as Starfire watched while pouting. Naruto approached Cyborg, who was using a massive set of industrial weights, and saw that Cyborg was starting to struggle. Come on Cyborg, go all out. Naruto said, trying to encourage his friend. Indeed, friend Cyborg. Pump it up. Starfire said with a smile as she raised a fist in the air. Cyborg tried to push himself more, but his arms started to beep and show that he was at his max. Don't give up, dude. Beast Boy yelled out. I can't. Cyborg yelled before he started to buckle under the weight. Naruto instinctively ran to the weight machine and pushed the button that made the weights shut down and hold the weights in place. This caused Cyborg to be able to get out from under the weights and try to catch his breath. Are you okay? Cole asked curiously, hoping that he wasn't hurt. Why yay, I'll be okay. Thanks for the save, Cyborg said, looking at Naruto. Sorry that I tried to push you. I'm guessing you have limits built into your body? Naruto asked as he helped Cyborg to his feet. Yay, I can't exactly go beyond. And if you say plus ultra, grass stain, I'm throwing away your tofu, Cyborg said with a pointed look at Beast Boy, who was about to say something, but stopped and sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Well, if you have limits, you can still learn how to be creative with what you can do, Naruto said, trying to be encouraging. Yay, I would listen to him sigh. He was trained by the Bat, who can take on the League if he has a plan, Terra said with a smile. That man usually has prep time to pull that off. I'm not exactly that smart, Cyborg said with a frown. Now, no talking down about yourself. Tell you what, how about we all go out to a show I got tickets to? Naruto asked with a grin. Cool. What's the show? Beast Boy asked excitedly. I'm not exactly in the mood for, Cyborg was saying, before Naruto interrupted him. Oh really? I know you're a wrestling fan, Naruto said with a smile as he held up some tickets. Cyborg paused at this and looked at Naruto. Real or fake? He asked. About as real as Naruto's ramen problem, Terra said with a smile as she had heard about this event that was in town. This caused some of them to laugh while Naruto pouted at Terra's joke. I don't have a problem, Naruto grumbled as he led his team out of the tower. Sure, keep telling yourself that, Raven said with a flat tone. I don't want to hear it from you, Miss Krispy Kreme, Naruto said as he walked. Raven paused at this and blushed a little but said nothing. Later in the city. Everyone was arriving at the arena and saw that there was a lot of people trying to get in. Quite a crowd coming to this, Cole said as she looked around at the people. Well, yay. From what I hear, one of the wrestlers in tonight's match is a famous one from Mexico, Naruto said as they walked up to a ticket taker who took all their tickets. You think we have time to get snacks? Beast Boy asked as he saw some food stands nearby. Yay, but make it quick, Naruto said. What do they have? I have never had that many snacks, Cole said as she looked at the stands curiously. Oh, wonderful. You must try some of the great foods. Starfire said with a smile as she flew over to Cole. Naruto noticed that Beast Boy frowned a little as he saw Starfire about to drag Cole away and chuckled before he looked at Starfire. Actually, Star, how about me and you go find some good seats for us and every woe? Naruto yelled as Starfire instantly grabbed his arm and dragged him off. Beast Boy looked at Naruto with wide eyes as Naruto gave him a thumbs up as he was dragged off. Raven scowled at this, along with Terra as they both followed. Did he just? Beast Boy asked Cyborg curiously. Yay, he did. Who knew he could see other relationship potential besides his own, Cyborg said, shaking his head at how clueless their leader was. Huh? Cole asked, not understanding what Cyborg meant. Beast Boy instantly grabbed Cole's hand at this. Come on, Cole, let's get some food for you to try, it's on me. He yelled as he dragged her towards the food stands. Cyborg chuckled at this as he followed to get some food for himself and the others. Later. Soon, everyone was in their seats, ready to watch the match. Soon enough, the lights died down and some spotlights shined down on the arena as the announcer entered the ring. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the special exhibition match. We have several challengers for our guest. From Mexico, welcome to Jump City the champ. Panther. The announcer yelled as he pointed towards one side of the arena. The crowd cheered loudly as a woman entered and walked towards the arena. She was about their age, with red bushy hair that went to the middle of her back while wearing a yellow mask with black stripes on the top and cheek areas with black around the wide eyes and small yellow ears. She wore a dark brown suit with a yellow belt that had the letter P in the center and yellow stripes under the belts, along with dark brown wristbands that also had yellow stripes. She also had yellow and black boots on. Cyborg paused at this and choked on his popcorn at seeing Panther. Beast Boy saw this and smirked. Watch it, Rastain, or I'm gonna tell everyone how much you like jewelry, Cyborg said, with emphasis on the word jewelry. Beast Boy paused at this and made a zip it motion with his hand. I'm surprised that a wrestling champ is a woman around our age, Terra said, with a raised eyebrow as Panther's opponent entered the ring. This was a bulky-looking man, wearing a red and blue mask along with black pants and a green shirt, who sneered at Panther. Well, from what I heard, she actually has powers. But most wrestlers think they still have a shot because she's a woman, Naruto said as he shook his head at this. That, or they just want to wrestle with a woman, Raven said flatly. This made Naruto, Cyborg and Beast Boy sputter in surprise. Terra snorted at this, while Cole blushed a little. I don't get it, Starfire said with a confused look. Terra leaned over and whispered into her ear, which made Starfire gain a look of realization before she blushed bright red. Did you just make a good honest joke? Beast Boy asked as he looked at Raven with wide eyes. Who's joking? Raven asked flatly as she gestured to some guys in the audience who were wolf whistling at Panther. Pantha said nothing and charged at her first opponent, ready to fight. I'm surprised she didn't at least glare at the idiots, Naruto said. Just wait for it, Terra said with a knowing smirk. Come on baby. Crush him between your thighs. The guy up front yelled while his buddies laughed. Pantha growled at this and grabbed her opponent, who was twice her size, and easily lifted him above her head and approached the edge of the ring, near the men who were yelling at her. Oh fuck, one of the men yelled before Pantha threw her opponent on the group of men. The crowd groaned at this but cheered for Pantha. Pantha smirked at this as she raised her hands in the air and before she turned to go to her corner, she spotted Cyborg and looked at him as she winked at him with a small smile. Oh, looks like someone's interested in you buddy, Naruto said with a smile as he nudged Cyborg slightly. I don't want to hear it, especially from you, Cyborg said flatly as he compassed himself. Yay, your relationship problems are way worse than ours, Beast Boy said with a nod. Huh? Naruto asked cluelessly. More on Raven and her emotions thought together as Terra sighed at this. Later. It was Pantha's final match and she was easily overwhelming her opponent. Give him the chair. Terra yelled out with a smile as Pantha smacked her opponent with a folded chair, knocking him out. Geez, and here I thought that Bachan was a thug, Naruto said, with a chuckle at the memory of Tsunade. Yay. Who else wants to challenge me? Pantha yelled out, with her fists raised in the air. How about me, human? A massive cloaked figure asked as he disrobed himself and showed he was a giant robot. His head, neck and arms were colored red, while the rest of him was gold. He had a black belt with red bolts on and a red helmet-looking symbol in the middle. The robot, huh? Don't think that will give you an advantage, Pantha said as she punched her palm with a grin. Atlas never loses, especially to a human, Atlas said as he entered the ring. Pantha rolled her eyes at this. Oh great, one of those that talk in the third person, she thought to herself. You think she has a chance? Cole asked Cyborg since she figured he would be the one to ask. Probably. It depends if this guy will fight fair, Cyborg said. He has a lot of arrogance. So if he starts losing, he may use actual weapons, Raven said. Yay. So if he pulls that, everyone be ready to help her, Naruto said to his team, who nodded as they knew that was a likely scenario. The referee held up his hand to start the match as Pantha and Atlas charged at each other. When they clashed, they both had each other by their hands, with both not wanting to give an inch to each other. Not bad for a bucket of bolts, Pantha said as she held her ground. Atlas continued to try and overwhelm her, but he was barely making any progress before he growled and activated some high-powered tasers in his hands. Ag. Pantha yelled as she felt electricity course through her. Give up yet, human? Atlas asked with a smirk. The crowd started to boo at Atlas at this, as this was obviously cheating. Some people even threw food and drinks at him. Pantha growled and bared through the pain before in a burst of power she grabbed Atlas and threw him out of the ring with all her strength. Atlas hit the roof before he crashed through a wall. The crowd cheered at this. Whoa, now she's definitely someone you don't want to make mad, Beast Boy said with wide eyes. Pantha groaned in pain before she held up her fist again in victory. Suddenly, Atlas burst through the hole he made, only now he was equipped with weapons. Atlas doesn't lose. He yelled out as he fired a blaster. Naruto and Cyborg narrowed their eyes at this. He must have a mechanic or something who helps him, Naruto said as Cyborg nodded in agreement. Okay, me, Cole and Raven will go try and find him since he's probably nearby with his equipment. You all try and back up, size girl, Beast Boy said before him. Cole and Raven ran off. She's not my, Cyborg was saying with a blush before Naruto interrupted him. Terra, you two help evacuate the place, Naruto said as he grabbed Cyborg and pulled him towards the ring where Atlas was attacking Pantha. Starfire and Terra nodded at this as they went to the panicking crowd and started to lead them to the exits. As Atlas was getting ready to attack Pantha, Cyborg jumped at him and slugged him in the face. Hey, I don't need help with this. Pantha said, seeing Naruto and Cyborg approach. Oh, I agree with ya. But since he's fighting dirty and involving the civilians, I think we should help so that nobody gets hurt, Cyborg said as he turned his arm into a cannon. Yay, so if you have powers besides your strength, I would use them, Miss, Naruto said as he pulled out two kunai, ready to fight. This. I'm only a few years older than you, Squirt, Pantha said as she got off her knees. As she saw Atlas approaching, she cracked her neck. But since this guy isn't an actual wrestler, I guess I can accept the help, she said as she took a stance. Atlas glared at Cyborg as he held his jaw. Ah, a fellow robot. Let's see who's better, he said with a confident smirk. Cyborg glared at Atlas at this and readied his arm cannon. Let's do this, you sore loser, he said. Atlas never loses. Atlas yelled out as he aimed his cannon at them. Well, let's test that theory, shall we? Cyborg said as he and Atlas clashed as they both fired at each other. Cyborg was sent flying back a bit and was stopped by the ropes of the arena. Panther's claw. Panther yelled out as her hands glowed red as she swung her hands at the robot, striking his blasters which heated up and blew up. Not bad, Naruto said with an impressed look. Blast me now, pendejo. Panther yelled out as Atlas dropped his destroyed blaster. Atlas scowled at this before he looked at the hole he made earlier. Mechanic, weapons. He yelled out. The figure was then tossed to the floor in front of the arena and they saw it was a man in a mechanic's uniform, covered in what looked like jewel restraints. No outside help for you dude, Beast Boy said with a smile as he, Cole and Raven approached. Oh, wonderful. Your training is already paying off, friend Cole, Starfire said with a smile as she flew over with Terra close behind. Cole smiled at this and nodded, glad that she was a little more helpful now. Atlas growled at this and made a fist and went to swing down his fists at Panther, but Cyborg caught his fists in his own. Tag team. Cyborg yelled as Panther took the chance to uppercut Atlas hard in the jaw while her fist was still glowing. Atlas was sent flying into the air, but before he could get to the roof again, Naruto was above him with a giant Rasengan charging in his palm. Giant Rasengan. Naruto yelled out as he slammed his attack onto Atlas, sending him into the ground below, where the attack continued to drill into him. When the attack stopped and the dust cleared, they saw that Atlas was badly damaged and that his jaw was practically melted. Good, he can't talk trash now, Panther said with a smirk as she dusted her hands off. Not a bad uppercut, Cyborg said with a thumbs up. Not so bad yourself, you can take a beating, Bolts, Panther said to Cyborg with a smile and a nod. Cyborg groaned at this. Call me Cyborg, he said. Panther nodded at this. Not a bad attack, Whiskers, she said to Naruto. Hey, you and Sai softened him up. I just made sure he stays down, Naruto said. Yay, your heat claw must be powerful, if it could melt through this guy's armor, Terra said as she looked at Atlas, who was glaring at them as he could do nothing since he lost his legs and an arm thanks to Naruto's Rasengan, in addition to his jaw being destroyed. Panther's claw, Panther said as she crossed her arms. Well, whatever it is, it was impressive, Terra said with a smile. Yay. Are you interested in being a Titan? Naruto asked her. Panther paused at this. Well, I'm still on the road for a while. She said. That's okay. You can be a reserve member for now and can join us when you're free, Naruto said as he took out a spare communicator and held it out to her. Panther nodded at this. I can do that, she said as she took the communicator and turned to leave. As she walked, she stopped and looked at Cyborg. Keep in touch, Bolt, she said with a smirk as she held up the communicator before she continued to leave. Cyborg blushed at this before he compassed himself as he heard Beast Boy laughing. A few days later. The Titans were all in the common room, hanging out. Beast Boy and Cole were playing a racing game on the TV, smiling happily. Who knew she would end up liking video games, Raven said as she drank her tea. Just be glad that she does, as now Beast Boy can stop asking me to play against him, Cyborg said as he typed on his arm. Yay, but you like playing games with him. Heck, he's your best friend, Naruto said with a smile as he sat at the counter while Starfire made some ramen for him. Drew, Cyborg said with a smile as he knew him and Beast Boy were best buds even if they made each other nuts. You do realize if he gets together with Cole, you owe him a moped, right? Terra whispered to Cyborg with a smile. Cyborg froze at this. Oh geez, you're right, he said in realization. Better get those parts ordered, Naruto said with a laugh at his friend. Okay friend Naruto, the ramen is ready. Starfire said with a smile as she turned to look at Naruto, not seeing a tentacle pop out of the pot and grab her wooden spoon and attempt to take it from her. Naruto sweat dropped at this as he watched Starfire try to take her wooden spoon back. Well, at least she's cute, Kurama said with a laugh at how bad Starfire's cooking was. Before Naruto could respond, the tentacle finally got the wooden spoon from Starfire and threw it at her, hitting her in the head. Starfire's eyes glowed bright at this before she instinctively blasted the pot with a starbolt which caused the pot to explode, covering the kitchen area and Naruto and Starfire in brown broth and the remnants of her attempt at making ramen. Naruto looked around after wiping his face and he saw that Raven covered Terra and Cyborg with a shield. Good reflexes, Raven, Cyborg said with a smile. Yay, thanks Raven, Terra said with a nod at the sorceress. Raven nodded at this while Starfire whipped her face and frowned. This is horrible. I'll never be a good cook. Starfire said as she looked down at the floor as she tried to fight back tears. She then felt a hand on her shoulder and looked up and saw it was Naruto, who had an encouraging smile on his face. It's okay Star, you will eventually learn, Naruto said, hoping to cheer her up. Starfire looked at Naruto and saw he wasn't lying as she smiled at him. Do you really think so? She asked hopefully. Of course. You're getting better, as the broth tastes great at least. So that is progress, Naruto said, as he wiped his face. Yay, though I would avoid alien ingredients from now on, Terra said, pointing out a blob nearby that was still moving. Starfire giggled sheepishly at this as she rubbed the back of her head. Suddenly, the alarm went off. Oh, and I was winning, Cole said with a pout at the game being interrupted. Only because Beast Boy was letting you win, Cyborg said with a teasing grin. Hey Cy, how is the long distance thing going with Pantha? Beast Boy said with an evil grin. So I talk to her sometimes. So what, Grass Stain? Cyborg said. Every night? Beast Boy asked with a raised eyebrow. Okay team, we have an unknown villain attacking the movie rental store, Naruto said as he put away his communicator. You think I'm ready for a fight? Cole asked Naruto with a slightly nervous look. Sure. You have those bracelets I got you? Naruto asked her. Cole nodded at this as she showed she was wearing what looked like a pair of high-tech bracelets on her wrists. Please tell Batman that I said thanks for sending these to me, she said with a grin. No problem. Once I told him my idea for a way for you to fight, he said it was a good way to fight with your powers, in addition to you learning to partly transform and to encase people in crystal to trap them, Naruto said with a smile, as Cole had been working hard to get better with her powers. You will be great, Cole. Just remember your training, Beast Boy said with a thumbs up as he smiled at her. Cole nodded as they all followed Naruto's rental store. Inside a rental store, a young man was causing the TVs and cardboard cutouts to come to life and approached the staff of the store in a threatening way. He was slightly overweight with orange hair, with 2 long bangs on either side of his face and mutton chops on his cheeks. He wore a bandolier over a brown shirt with a jacket worn over it while holding a high-tech remote control in his hand. This was Control Freak. Okay, either you admit that you should have the entire Star Trek series for rent and not just the reboot, or you will all be destroyed. Control Freak yelled out. Before anyone could respond, the Titans burst in. Ah, my nemesis, the Titans. Control Freak said with a grin as he held up his remote and zapped the snack displays nearby and brought them to life. The couch potato with a souped-up remote. I'm petrified, Raven said, with sarcasm lacing her words. Yay, this guy probably ranks lower than Mumbo and Mad Mod, Naruto said, as even he found this guy's gimmick stupid. Control Freak glared at them upon hearing this. I'm unlike those buffoons, he said. What are you gonna do? Quote movies at me? Beast Boy asked with a smirk. Don't tempt him, Cole said with a giggle. This made some of the Titans snort along with the store staff. Yeah, otherwise he might say cheesy one-liners from various villains, Naruto said with a grin. I'll show you how strong I am. Control Freak yelled as he pushed a button on his remote which caused the TVs, cutouts and evil candy to attack. Titans, feel free to destroy them. They are insured. A worker yelled as he and his fellow co-workers took cover. You heard him, team. Naruto yelled as he pulled out a kunai and slashed at some evil chocolate bars that jumped at him. Starfire took off and blasted a few TVs before some of them grabbed her with their cords. Terra stomped her foot and punched a boulder she summoned up at a cardboard cutout, sending it flying. Beast Boy was fighting a group of cardboard cutouts as a ram, and when he took a few out, he turned back to normal. Let's see if you can take out something scarier than a cardboard cutout. Control Freak yelled as he pointed his remote at a giant TV that was showing the alien movie. When the light from his remote hit it, the alien actually walked out of the TV. Dudes, run before it lays eggs in your mouth. Beast Boy yelled as he ran away as the xenomorph roared. That's the face huggers. This is what it looks like all grown up, Cyborg said as he ate some of the evil candy. You've clearly not seen the second Aliens vs Predators movie, Beast Boy said before he turned into a gorilla and destroyed some TVs. Yay, cause it sucks, Cyborg said as he blasted a few cardboard cutouts. Yay, that predator looked like a mutated Jamaican, Terra said as she sent some boulders at some cutouts and crushed them to pieces. Raven glared at the alien as she focused her powers and threw a desk at it. The xenomorph jumped out of the way and when it landed, it shot its tail at Raven. Naruto ran forward and slashed off its tail, making it screech in pain as it bled. Naruto saw its blood eating through the floor and his eyes widened. This idiot can actually summon fictional monsters. He asked in surprise as he dodged the alien's tongue that shot out of its mouth. That's right, Kitsukage, and it's about to get worse. Wait until I summon a lot more movie villains. Chucky, Freddy Krueger, Godzilla, Thanos. They are all at my command. Control Freak yelled as he held up his glowing remote with a laugh. Suddenly, a blast hit the remote, sending it flying from his hand. Everyone looked and saw Cole with her arms out, her hands covered in crystal and her bracelets glowing. Good shot, Cole. Naruto yelled as he jumped towards the remote and caught it in his hand and pushed the power button. This caused the TVs, evil candy and cutouts to fall over, now normal. Meanwhile, the xenomorph screeched as it turned to dust. Did that back. I'm nothing without my remote. Control freak yelled before Terra stomped her foot, which caused him to sink into the ground up to his neck. Okay, I take it back. This remote makes you crazy dangerous, so I'm gonna lock this thing up, Naruto said as he looked at the remote. If he wanted to be taken seriously, he would summon weapons from fiction in addition to creatures, Beast Boy said with a shrug. This caused everyone to look at him flatly. No giving the villains advice, Cole said while she shook her head at her friend. Good job with the sneak attack, Raven said to Cole. Yay, glad these energy generator bracelets work. Now you have a long-range attack, Naruto said with a nod, glad his idea worked out. Okay, let's get this guy locked up. Ag, my stomach, Cyborg groaned out. Are you okay, friend Cyborg? Starfire asked, worried about her friend. It's probably a stomachache from all that evil candy he ate, Naruto said as the police arrived to take Control Freak into custody. Well, since we took him out easily, how's about we have a movie night? Beast Boy asked with a smile. Sorry BB, I need to take this remote to a contact and make sure it's locked up, Naruto said. Good idea, that thing is dangerous and should be put somewhere safe, Raven said with a nod. That's the plan. So head home, you all deserve a night off, Naruto said before he took out his phone and tapped on it and made a bat symbol appear as it flashed. Everyone nodded at this and went to the T-car while Naruto took off on his motorcycle. With Raven. Raven was in her room, looking over her book as she was preparing to cast a spell, which would help her be able to feel emotions more easily. Now, according to the book, in order for it to work, I have to have closure with all my emotions, Raven mused out loud as she read the book. She then nodded her head as she put the book down and started to concentrate. It should be doable, thanks to Naruto helping me with rage, Raven thought with a small smile as she started to cast the spell. As the magic started to swirl around her, on her dresser nearby her mirror flashed violet before the magic swirling around her disappeared. Raven frowned at this as she felt the spell being blocked. What's going on? She thought to herself in confusion. Hey, Warden. A brash voice yelled in Raven's mind. Raven sighed at this. Okay Brave, what did you do? She thought, sounding annoyed. I didn't do anything. I wanted to tell you that you have a new emotion you need to come to terms with before that spell will work, Brave said. What? I have a new emotion. Raven thought in surprise, not expecting that. Well, you always kinda had this one, but recently it's been more active, but this one is more annoying than happy, Brave thought at Raven. Raven sighed at this and nodded as she approached her mirror. But before she could do anything, she saw a reflection of herself, but with a violet cloak, before she was blasted back by a burst of violet energy, making her fall to her knees and grab her head. After a few moments, she stood back up and had a sultry smile with violet eyes. I'm coming for you Naruto, she said with a sexy purr as she took out her communicator. With Naruto. Naruto was on a rooftop, waiting for his contact to show up. Soon enough, he heard the roar of an engine and looked up as he saw what looked like a black jet before a figure dropped down. Hey old man, long time no see, Naruto said with a smirk upon seeing Batman. Batman said nothing, but Naruto could tell he was rolling his eyes. Kitsukage, he said simply. How's Kacchan and Alfred doing? Naruto asked. They are doing good, though Selena is wanting you to call more, Batman said in a low tone, so only Naruto could hear him. I'll be sure to call her soon. But for now, I need to pass this thing to you, Naruto said as he took out Control Freak's remote. Ah, so this is the remote you said could summon fictional characters, Batman said as he took the remote. Yay. It summoned a Xenomorph and it had all its abilities. So I figured it needs to be locked up in the Hall of Justice, or at least the Batcave, Naruto said. Batman nodded at this as he agreed that something like this should be securely locked up with the key thrown away. Naruto then felt his communicator buzzing. Go ahead and answer it, your team may need you, Batman said with a nod. Naruto nodded at this and opened his communicator. Hello? He asked. Well, hello Naruto, Raven's voice said over the communicator. Naruto's eyes widened at this. Raven, is that you? He asked in surprise at her tone of voice as he never heard Raven talk like this. Of course it's me, who else would it be? Raven asked. Look, is this an emergency? I'm with my contact, Naruto asked. Oh, I just wanted to talk to you. Can we talk later in my room? Raven asked. Sure thing. I'll be home soon, Naruto said. Oh Naruto, I'm so excited. I just can't wait to feel that long hard beep up my beep as you hold me down and beep me so hard that I fucking scream so loud my beep wets the entire bed. Then shove that nice long beep down my throat while I run my nails over your back till you're screaming like a beep baby. Then I'll strap you down and spread my beep lips before bouncing up and down on your beep. Like a beep beep. Then you can put me over your knee and spank my fat beep again and again and again till it's bright red, then spread my cheeks and shove that lung hard beep up beep again. Raven said, and as she talked she started getting louder and sounding crazed as she talked more. As Raven ranted, Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he started to blush and soon his nose burst from a nosebleed and he fell to the floor as he smacked his head on the ground hard. As Naruto's communicator fell to the ground, Batman ran to Naruto to check on him, all while Raven's voice kept yelling obscenities. "While you and I are eating jelly sandwiches." Raven yelled out before Batman closed the communicator and picked it up. Wow, Batman thought, impressed with how depraved Naruto's teammate obviously was. He then pocketed Naruto's communicator and picked Naruto up to take him back to the tower. With Raven. Raven was waiting in her room with a sultry smile before she grabbed her head. "Wait. No. This is my chance." She yelled before the violet light left her body and went back to the mirror and she gasped. What the hell was that? She thought at her emotions. That would be love, knowledge said, matter-of-factly. Love? That's not love. That's something else entirely. Raven thought in a panic as she had heard everything Love had yelled at Naruto. Well, the line between lust and love is pretty thin, Knowledge mused. Let me out. I want my Naru. Raven heard Love yelling. He's not yours. Brave yelled out as the sounds of fighting was heard. I'll deal with you later. I need to deal with Naruto thanks to you being a perverted freak. Raven thought as she headed for her door. Well, maybe if you tried some of those things with Naruto, you wouldn't be such a stick in the mud, Love said before she gave a yell of pain. Okay, back in your pen. Brave yelled. Yay, don't make me get the hose. Happy yelled out. The door then opened and Raven saw Starfire there with a look of worry in her face. What's wrong, Starfire? Raven asked, seeing that her friend was distressed. The man of bats is here, with a passed out Naruto, Starfire said with a look of worry as she grabbed Raven's hand and dragged her off. Common room. Starfire and Raven entered the room and saw Naruto passed out on the couch. Raven saw Batman looking at her with an emotionless look, but she could feel his emotions and felt that he was looking at her with surprise and a little bit of judgment. Raven blushed lightly at this but quickly composed herself. What happened to Naruto? Terra asked Batman. Batman looked at Raven, who had a slightly panicked look on her face, before he mentally sighed. He fell down and hit his head. Don't worry, his healing factor should help, he said. I'll try to heal him a bit so he is up sooner, Raven said as she quickly floated over and placed her hand on his forehead. One quick spell and he will forget that entire rant, Raven thought as she quickly cast a spell. No. You can't do this. I want him to know I wanna be his, Love was yelling before the sound of someone being gagged was heard. Thanks, Raven thought at her other emotions, glad they had her back. No problem. But I think gagging her just gave us a whole new problem, Rage growled out. Raven heard what sounded like Love moaning in approval. Before Raven could respond, Naruto groaned and woke up. Ugh, what hit me? Naruto groaned as he held his head. Well, according to Bats, the floor, Beast Boy said, with a smile at his friend. Yay, who hurt you? Cole asked, wondering how Naruto got hurt. I don't remember, Naruto said as he tried to remember but couldn't remember anything after giving Batman the remote. You should be okay, so don't worry about it, Batman said as he turned to leave. Thanks for bringing him home, Mr. Man of Bats, Starfire said with a bow at him. Batman said nothing, but he nodded at Starfire before he left. Naruto frowned and tried to concentrate, trying to remember what happened. Brat, trust me, you're not ready for what it was that shocked you so much that you fainted, Kurama said before he started to cackle madly. Oh come on, it can't be that bad, Naruto thought. Not that bad, Okami, I can't breathe. Kurama yelled as he continued to laugh. Naruto just shook his head at this as he figured Kurama was just messing with him. Raven sighed in relief, glad that Naruto didn't remember Love's rant. A few days later. It was a normal day in Titan's tower and Starfire was trying to use the video phone and looking at the contacts list. What are you doing, Starfire? Naruto asked suddenly, making his presence behind her known. Beep. Sorry, I was just trying to Starfire said as she rubbed her shoulder nervously. Naruto chuckled at this and waved his hand. Hey, it's okay. Now, what's wrong? He asked with a kind smile. Starfire smiled at Naruto, feeling at ease. Well, I was wanting to call your friend Nightwing, she said as she looked at the video phone. Ah, you want to talk to your sister, huh? Naruto asked with a nod of understanding, remembering that Jason told him that Starfire's sister was with him helping him and Barbara fight crime in Bloodhaven. Indeed. I miss talking to my sister, Starfire said with a nod. Don't worry, Starfire. I'll help you out, Naruto said as he approached the video phone and a few keystrokes later it was ringing. A few rings later, an image of Dick Grayson appeared, looking exhausted. "Hey big bro. You okay?" Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. "Yay, I'm fine Naruto. I just had a rough night last night," Dick said with a reassuring smile. "Oh, you and Barb loved it, so quit your bitching." A female voice yelled from off-screen. Dick blushed brightly at this, as Naruto gave him a knowing smirk. Dick coughed into his hand and compassed himself. "Anyway, I'm assuming that's Starfire," he said. "How do you?" Naruto was saying before he got interrupted. "Jason called ahead and told me to expect her call since her sister is staying with us," Dick said. Suddenly, what looked like a slightly older Starfire with black hair appeared behind Dick and hugged him from behind. "And you and Barb love it, don't you my big dicked hero?" Blackfire asked with a smirk before she nibbled on his ear. Naruto threw his head back and laughed loudly at this as he held his sides. He laughed for a few minutes before he was able to compose himself. "Hello dear sister." Starfire said in greeting as she waved at her sister. "Oh. Hey sis. I'm glad you're doing okay. You're on that team with Dick's little brother right?" Blackfire asked with a kind smile at her little sister. "Indeed. I have made great friends," Starfire said with a bright smile, along with Naruto who was happy for Starfire. "So what did you need, little sis?" Blackfire asked. Starfire said before she looked at Naruto then Dick. Blackfire nodded at this in understanding and turned to Dick. "Okay babe, I'm gonna need the room. Go wake up Barb, she's still passed out in her own drool from what happened last night," she said as she pushed Dick off screen. "Later, little bro," Dick said before he left. "Same to you," Naruto said as he waved and left the room to give Starfire some privacy. "Okay, now that the men are gone, what's up?" Blackfire asked curiously. "Well, I was wanting to ask you how I could, Starfire was saying before she trailed off as she rubbed her arm. "You want to know how to tell your whiskered friend you like him and wish to court him?" Blackfire asked with a teasing smirk. Starfire blushed at this, but quickly nodded. "Sis, you're lucky you're cute, cause that shyness isn't gonna help you tell him," Blackfire said with a shake of her head. "So do you have any advice?" Starfire asked. "Well, the best way to do it is to just tell him since I can tell he's an idiot when it comes to," Blackfire was saying before Starfire glared at her. "Don't call Naruto an idiot." Starfire yelled, slamming her fists on the controls and making her eyes glow brightly. Which caused the video phone to turn off. Starfire looked at the screen and looked at the controls she just destroyed. "What happened?" Naruto asked as he came back in. Starfire said, not knowing how to tell Naruto that she destroyed the controls because her sister called him an idiot. Suddenly the alarm went off, which made Starfire sigh silently in relief. "What's going on?" Terra asked as she and the others entered the room. Naruto opened a spare control pad and tapped a few buttons which soon showed an image of what looked like giant moths attacking a bridge. "You bugs," Cole said with a slight shiver. "Looks like giant moths," Cyborg said. "I thought moths only ate clothes," Beast Boy said with a tilt of his head. "These obviously decided to move up the food chain," Raven said as they watched a moth seed at the bridge and cars while civilians ran. "Okay Titans, get to the bridge now," Naruto yelled as he turned to them. "Don't bother," a voice said as the screen changed to show a mutated Mothman. This was Killer Moth. "Oh geez, Killer Moth. Didn't the old man send you running out of Gotham?" Naruto asked with a roll of his eyes. "I am not the same as when I fought the bat," Killer Moth yelled in a rage. "Obviously, since you're an actual moth and are controlling actual minions now," Naruto said flatly as he crossed his arms. "As you can see, my children are easily tearing through the bridge into the city," Killer Moth said. "What's your point bug?" Cyborg asked with a raised eyebrow. "This is just a small amount of my minions and soon I will be releasing the whole swarm on the city," Killer Moth said, showing an image of his cages of moth minions. This got everyone's attention as a whole swarm of these could easily destroy the city. "What do you want?" Naruto asked with a glare at the villain. "My demands are very simple. Control of the city, the Titan surrender and Kitsukage," Killer Moth said. Naruto glared at Killer Moth, ready to hear his demand. "We'll take this lovely lady to her junior prom," Killer Moth said as an image of a teen girl with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared on the screen. This caused Naruto to fall over in shock while the other Titans, besides Starfire, had their mouths drop in shock. Excuse me?" Naruto stuttered out as he got up. "This is Kitten and you will take her to prom. Tonight," Killer Moth yelled. Starfire glared at this and flew close to the screen. "This prom is a duel of sorts, yes? Well, Kitsukage accepts," she yelled out. Star," Beast Boy said with a smirk at Naruto. "It's not a duel," Cyborg said as he tried to keep a straight face. "It's where he has to dance with her," Terra said with an unhappy look. "A dance, what's that?" Starfire asked curiously. "It's a date," Raven growled out as the windows in the tower all shattered. Starfire's eyes widened at this as she gasped and turned to the screen. "Kitsukage does not accept. He will not," she was saying before she got interrupted. Naruto then grabbed Starfire by her foot and pulled her to the side. One moment, we have to talk," Beast Boy said as he pushed the hold button, putting Killer Moth on hold. "This is unacceptable. That evil man won't force you on," Starfire was yelling before Naruto held his hand up to stop her. I have to," Naruto said with a sigh. This caused Starfire, Raven and Terra to look at him with shocked looks. "Why?" Starfire whined out as she didn't understand. "Look, this guy could destroy the city, so we need time to track him down, which is what me doing this will do," Naruto explained. "Oh great. So you want us to go track him down while you go on this date," Terra said with a glare as she clenched her fists and her eyes flashed yellow for a moment. "Yay, pretty much. And if you two start, I swear I'll prank you so hard that even the trickster would say calm down," Naruto said with a glare at Beast Boy and Cyborg. "Spoilsport," Beast Boy said with a smirk. "Look, I need you to lead the team and track this guy down while I'm doing this," Naruto said, looking at Cyborg. Cyborg nodded at this and gave Naruto a thumbs up. "There has to be another way we can," Starfire was trying to say. "Starfire, we have little time and I have to do this despite the fact I don't want to," Naruto said as he walked to the video phone. "And I really didn't want to," Naruto said with heavy emphasis as he answered the phone. "Well?" Killer Moth asked as he tapped his finger on his arm. "I'll take her to prom," Naruto said. "Don't ask me, ask her," Killer Moth said, gesturing to Kitten's window. "Oh, for crying out," Naruto was saying with a groan. "Do it," Killer Moth yelled. Naruto glared at this, but sighed. "Kitten?" he asked. "Meow," Kitten said with a cute face. Urge to kill rising, Raven growled out from the hallway where they could all hear this. Dead in line, Terra growled out with her eyes glowing yellow. "Will you go with me to prom?" Naruto asked, sounding like he wanted to crawl in a hole and die. "Oh Kitsukage. Of course I'll go to the prom with you," Kitten yelled happily as she clapped her hands together. "I'll send the address. Don't be late, as you know the consequences," Killer Moth said. Before he hung up. "Well, at least now we know the sound of my nightmares," Naruto said with a shudder as Kitten's voice was already giving him a headache. "Okay team, let's head out. Oh, and take a tux. It's your first date after all," Cyborg said with a smirk as he led the team out. "That's what Starfire," Raven and Terra yelled in a rage as they didn't know that bit of information. Starfire's eyes shining bright green, Raven's red as her darkness began surrounding her, Terra's yellow, causing the tower to shake. Naruto groaned at this and held his head as he definitely had a headache now. "This is gonna be a long night," he groaned out as he went to get ready. "Hey, at least you finally have a date," Kurama thought as he laughed. Naruto's eyebrow twitched at this as he knew Kurama was gonna be worse than both Beast Boy and Cyborg put together. Later at the pier. Naruto had just arrived at the pier where he saw a yacht along with some prom decorations all over it. He parked his motorcycle and took off his helmet as he got off the bike. He was wearing a regular black tuxedo along with his skull domino mask. "This reminds me of those parties Bruce would drag me to," Naruto thought as he loosened his tie slightly. You'd think after the third one that ended with a prank, he would have wised up, Kurama thought at Naruto with a smirk at the memory. "Oh good, you're here," a voice said behind Naruto. When Naruto looked, his eyes widened in surprise as he saw Starfire, who was in a dress similar to her regular clothes in color. Wow, Naruto thought as he looked at Starfire with wide eyes. "You're starting to drool a little, kid," Kurama thought flatly. Naruto quickly compassed himself at this. "Star, what are you doing here?" he asked her curiously. "I decided to come here and make sure that this kitten doesn't hurt you. For all we know, she's some kind of mutant monster," she said as she approached and put a flower on the front of his tux. "Cyborg let you go?" Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Starfire smiled innocently at this. But the others? The other titans were outside a regular suburban house, getting ready to break in. "Only? What do you mean?" Starfire threatened you to let her go after Naruto? Terra asked with clenched teeth as she glared at Cyborg. "Yay, I mean it, Starfire. Does she even know how to make a threat?" Cole asked with her arms folded. "She said she would rip off my arm and beat me with a wet end," Cyborg said as he hacked the alarm system for the house. This caused the others' eyes to widen in shock upon hearing this. "Damn Star," Beast Boy said with a chuckle. "I don't know whether that's cute or scary," Cole said. "Yay, that's something I expect from Rav-Ow," Beast Boy yelled as Raven used her magic to give him a wedgie. Back with Naruto. "Don't worry, I'll just make sure this evil girl doesn't hurt you. I won't interfere unless Cyborg gives us the signal that the killer moth is captured," Starfire said. Naruto nodded at this before he saw a pink limo arrive, and when the door opened, Kitten got out wearing a salmon prom dress. She soon spotted Naruto and smiled as she approached him. "Oh Kitsukage. My date Kitsukage." She yelled loudly, trying to make sure the other couples heard her. Naruto fought back a groan at this. Now I know how Sasuke felt, he thought, as he really hated this. "Now, take my arm and take me in, and would it kill you to smile?" Kitten whispered to Naruto. "I am smiling," Naruto said, with a flat look. "You can do better. I saw you smiling at your alien bimbo friend. Now do it, or the city won't last a night," Kitten said, taking out a remote trigger to make her point. Naruto grit his teeth at this before he grabbed her arm and let her in, while smiling in a strained way. Starfire watched this and glared as she followed, and when she passed Kitten's limo, she slugged it hard, sending it into the pier. "I'll show her who's the bimbo," she thought angrily, as she knew what that word meant. Later on at the yacht, Naruto and Kitten were sitting at a table while music played. "I swear, I would rather fight Darkseid than be doing this," Naruto thought as he avoided eye contact with Kitten, who was looking at him with a smile. "Come on Kitupu, let's go dance," Kitten said as she stood up. Naruto froze at this. I don't dance," he said. "Oh, I'm sure you're fine. Unless you would rather start kissing?" Kitten asked with a smirk as she puckered up her lips. "Let's go dancing." Naruto yelled quickly as he stood up and pulled Kitten to the dance floor. "There you go. Let's go cut a rug," Kitten said as she playfully pinched Naruto's ass. Nearby, Starfire was watching this and her eyes glowed green before a small devil version of herself appeared on her shoulder. "Fill that chlor bag." The devil Starfire yelled, with her own eyes glowing green as she waved her pitchfork. Starfire hesitated at this as she knew she shouldn't do anything before an angel Starfire appeared on her other shoulder. "Do it. Do it, do it, do it." The angel Starfire yelled in a rage as her own eyes glowed green. Before Starfire could respond or question this, her communicator buzzed and she answered it. "Hello?" she asked. "Hey Star. How's Naruto's date going?" Beast Boy asked. Starfire growled at this and her eyes glowed as she roared at the communicator and crushed it in her hand. But the others? Everyone was looking at Beast Boy's communicator with wide eyes as this response was surprising, especially from Starfire. "Okay, we better move this along before Starfire starts leaving bodies at this prom," Cole said. "Yay. You have the security off yet?" Beast Boy asked Cyborg. Cyborg's arm beeped and the basement door opened. "Got it. Okay, let's go catch this guy so we can stop Star from killing Naruto's date," Cyborg said as he led the way down into the basement. "Why?" Raven and Terra asked with serious looks on their faces. "Oh, just get in already," Cyborg said while he rolled his eyes. "Yay, save that soap drama crap for later," Beast Boy said. They all soon reached the bottom of the basement and saw it was full of cages filled with mutant moth minions. Cyborg took out his communicator and turned it on as he saw Naruto with a panicked look on his face. "Please tell me you caught him," Naruto asked with a begging tone. "Well, we tracked your girlfriend's address and found Killer Moth's minions in the basement," Cyborg said as they all looked around. "She's not my," Naruto was yelling before they were interrupted by Killer Moth dropping down to attack them. "You all have made a very bad mist," Killer Moth was saying before he was encased in Raven's magic and slammed against a wall. "Let me go, or I will, oh god." Killer Moth yelled as Terra slammed an earth-encased first on his knee, breaking it with a sugarless crack. "Okay you bug freak, why did you make Kitsukage go on a date?" Terra growled out with her eyes glowing yellow. "It was my daughter. Her boyfriend dumped her and she wanted a date for prom." Killer Moth yelled. "Daughter?" Cyborg asked with a raised eyebrow. "You," Beast Boy said, wondering who had a kid with this guy. They all shook their heads at this as they thought it best to avoid thinking about it. Raven growled at this as her eyes split into two pairs of glowing red eyes. "Wrong answer," she said with a demonic tone as she and Terra approached the villain. Nearby, Cyborg, Beast Boy and Cole watched as they two mad teens interrogated the villain. "Dude, should we stop them?" Beast Boy asked as Killer Moth started begging for mercy. "You do it." "I'm not going near them when they're like this," Cyborg said as there was no way he was gonna do that. "Hey. I'm the comic relief, but I'm not stupid," Beast Boy said. Cole sighed at this and approached the now hysterically sobbing Killer Moth, who just had his wings being pulled hard by Raven and Terra. "Look, I can make them stop before they take your wings if you tell us how to stop your moths," she said. "The emergency shutdown button. It will turn them all to a helpless larva form." Killer Moth yelled as he pounded his fists on the floor in desperation. "Now please, have mercy." "On it," Cyborg said as he approached said button that the villain was pointing at. "Good job Cole," Beast Boy said with a thumbs up as he smiled at her while Cyborg pushed the button and the moths turned into larva forms. "Okay, let's go save Naruto from that bitch." Terra yelled as she and Raven let go of Killer Moth's wings. "Hey, that's my daughter," Killer Moth yelled. "Do you want some more?" Raven and Terra yelled in a rage as they glared venomously at him. Killer Moth shook his head as Cole grabbed his arm and encased him in crystal. But Naruto. Naruto was still dancing with Kitten, who was leaning her head against his chest. "It's me," Kitten said with a smile as she looked up at him before leaning in. Naruto responded by blocking her attempt to kiss him with his palm. "Yay, that's not happening. My team caught Killer Moth, so we are done here," Naruto said as he backed away. "What?" Kitten yelled in a rage. "I said we are done here. I only came here because Killer Moth blackmailed me," Naruto said with a shrug. This caused some of the other couples to groan upon hearing this. "You won't do better than me, so don't pretend you're not interested," Kitten yelled as she clenched her fists in anger. Naruto looked at Kitten and shook his head. "Are you kidding me? I would rather fight an island of Amazons than spend another moment with you," he said as he crossed his arms. This got some laughs from the other couples who had their phones out to record this. "Yes." Starfire said in joy at Naruto effectively rejecting Kitten. Kitten growled at this, but before she could react, she saw something behind Naruto. "Fang," she said with a smile. "Who is the hell is that?" Naruto said as he turned around and saw what looked like a biker boy with a spider for a head approaching them. "Hands off my girl," Fang said before he spat some webbing at Naruto. "She's all yours, bug boy. Besides, she's not my type anyway," Naruto said as he backflipped to dodge the webbing. "What, you prefer that orange bimbo?" Kitten asked with a sneer. "She'd be much better to date than you," Naruto said with a shrug. This caused many other couples to go all with this, finding it sweet, while Starfire was blushing. "Oh, and by the way," Naruto said as he grabbed a plate of cake and threw it at Kitten, hitting her in the face. "You insult my friend again, and I'm gonna use something harder than a piece of cake," Naruto growled out. Kitten growled at this before she pulled out a blaster from her purse. But before she could fire it, Starfire fired a starbolt at her hand, making her drop the blaster. And before Kitten could respond, Starfire grabbed her arm and threw her over her shoulder and sent her flying into Fang. "Stay down, or you're not getting up," Starfire growled out as her eyes glowed green and she picked up a table and held it over her head. "Oh, forget this. I'm out," Fang said, knowing a mad woman and an alien one at that was a losing battle. But before he could leave, Naruto jammed a taser into his back, making him scream as he fell to the ground, knocked out. "If you ever insult her again or even think you could compare to her, I'll have you locked up for insanity. I mean this with all honesty, you're ugly inside and out," Naruto said to Kitten, never more disgusted with a person. Starfire blushed slightly at his remark. 30 minutes later. Naruto smiled as he and Starfire were eating the leftover food from the dance, as a lot of people bailed when Fang showed up. Naruto and Starfire watched as the cops take Kitten and Fang away and throw them into a van with Killer Moth. "Nobody dumps Kitten. I will get even with you, Kitsukage," Kitten ranted as she was thrown into the cop car. "I just did," Naruto said loudly, hearing her scream from the cop car. Naruto, Starfire said in a calm tone as she just finished eating the buffet table. "May I ask how you feel about me?" she asked, wanting to know his thoughts. Naruto looked at Starfire and thought about this. "Well, you're a good person, that I'm glad is my friend. You're one of the kindest people I have ever met and one of the best fighters too," he said, a little lost for words. Starfire smiled a little at this. "Is there anything else?" she asked, wanting to hear more. Naruto saw the hopeful look on her face and paused as something was telling him to be careful with how he answered. "Why do you ask?" he said. Starfire paused at this as she didn't expect this to be so hard to tell Naruto this. Naruto saw Starfire's hesitation and reached out to grab her hand and hold it in his hand. "Hey, it's okay, you can tell me anything," he said with a comforting smile. Starfire looked into Naruto's eyes and in a burst of courage, she grabbed him by his shirt and pulled him into a kiss. After a few moments they pulled away from each other, both having blushes on their faces. Wow, Naruto stuttered out, as even though this wasn't his first kiss, it was definitely the first to feel that intense. Starfire giggled a little at this, finding Naruto's reaction cute. Naruto soon composed himself a little and looked at Starfire. "I'm gonna assume that wasn't so you could learn English again?" he asked with a nervous smile. Starfire nodded at this. "Indeed, I wish to date you and be your girlfriend," she said as she looked down at her feet nervously. Naruto looked at Starfire and thought about how he felt before he realized something. "Wait, that's why you came to watch me on, isn't it?" he asked. Starfire nodded at this. "Yes, I didn't want that clorbag to take you away from me," she said with a frown. Naruto smiled at this and held Starfire's hand. "Well, I can't really blame you, I would probably do the same if I saw you dating someone else," he said truthfully. Starfire looked at Naruto with some hope in her eyes. "So you see me as a possible girlfriend?" she asked. Naruto smiled and pulled Starfire into a soft hug. Of course, if you feel like I'm worth your time then of course I'll be your boyfriend, he said as he hugged her. Starfire smiled at this and hugged Naruto close while she rested her head on his shoulder. Soon they separated and smiled at each other. Let's head back to the tower, we should make sure the others are okay, Naruto said. Indeed, I wish to tell the others the great news, Starfire said with a smile as they approached Naruto's motorcycle. Later. Naruto and Starfire walked into the common room and saw that everyone else was waiting for them. About time you came back, Cyborg said as he looked away from his game which he was playing with Beast Boy. Yeah, I was starting to think that Starfire killed that Kitten chick and you had to get rid of the body, Beast Boy said jokingly. Yeah, well, me and Starfire got held up after the police took Kitten and her boyfriend away, Naruto said with a smile at Starfire, who smiled back. What's going on? Terra asked, looking at Naruto and Starfire, dreading the answer. Well, me and Starfire. Naruto started to say. We are a couple now. Starfire said with a bright smile and she grabbed Naruto's hand. This got various reactions from the team. Cyborg and Beast Boy smiled at this, but inside they were cursing since they both bet on it being Raven or Terra confusing first. Cole smiled at Starfire, happy for her, well also happy she won H.I.V.E bet since she bet on Starfire confessing first. Terra felt like her heart was ripped in half but said nothing as she knew it wasn't Naruto or Starfire's fault. Raven looked down at this, her eyes covered by her cloak. Raven, are you alright? Starfire asked as she floated and touched her friend's shoulder. I'm fine. Raven said as she walked into past Starfire and left the common room without paying Starfire another glance. Naruto watched this and raised an eyebrow at this, but shrugged as Raven was always this reserved. Okay team, we all had a long night, so let's all go to bed, he said to his team. Everyone nodded at this and headed for bed. With Raven. The half-demon sorceress sat on her bed looking down, her face covered by her hood, which did little to hide the small teardrops that fell from her eyes. How could she do this to us? Rage growled, punching a nearby boulder. Bitch. Traitor. False friend. She roared, smashing into a boulder with each word. Brave was leaning against a tree with her arms crossed and a sneer over her face. Knowledge was reading through several books at a rapid pace, trying to ease her own growing anger. Happy was surprisingly silent, not uttering a single word. Timid was huddled up in a corner, her eyes now holding a deep anger within. Love was bound and gagged, but she was putting up a good fight as some of the other emotions tried to keep her chained down. As Raven silently cried, she remembered something she was told by her mother. Raven, one, I know that times will be hard, but one day you will find someone who will fill the pain in your heart, someone you will deeply cherish, and when you do, keep them close to your heart always and make a happy future together. Her mother's voice rang inside her head. Raven continued to cry silently as she fell to her bed, trying to push her feelings down. With Terra. Terra sat in her room on her bed holding a book of old fairy tales close to her chest. She recalled as a little girl how she would read tales of princesses who lived wonderful lives, but others who had to struggle to earn their happy ending, but throughout all of it, they found their prince charming, who made all their wishes come true and filled their lives with happiness. Terra thought back to when she met Naruto and how he saved her and started to help her with controlling her powers, and all the times he was just there for her. That just wasn't meant for me, she thought as she sat on her bed in silence as she cried. Naruto was in his room, looking over some information on his computer when he saw a video call on his computer that had a cat symbol on it. Naruto sighed at this and answered, showing it was Selena. Hey Ka-chan, how have you been? Naruto asked with a smile. What's this I hear about you getting a girlfriend? Selena asked with a smile. Naruto groaned at this. Who told you? He asked. Your little green friend, Beast Boy, Selena said with a chuckle. That gossipy idiot, Naruto said, while pinching his nose. You know me, Beast Boy said with a smile as he poked his head through Naruto's door. Beast Boy. Naruto yelled, not sounding amused with his friend's antics. Beast Boy quickly ran while he laughed in victory at getting Naruto. Forget him. For now, which of your teammates are you dating? Selena asked with a smile. I thought that you said Beast Boy told you, Naruto said with a raised eyebrow. He said to ask you so that I can embarrass you some more, Selena said with a chuckle. I'm gonna have you stuffed and mounted on my wall, you idiot. Naruto yelled out of his bedroom door before he slammed his door shut. Now tell me, which one is it? And don't make me ask again, sweetie, Selena said. Naruto sighed at this as he sat down in his seat. It's Starfire Ka-chan, he said as he pinched his nose. Oh, the innocent one, huh? Selena said with a grin. Yep, that's her, Naruto said with a sigh and a smile. What's wrong? Selena asked, wanting to know what was wrong with her adopted son. Well, I wanted to take her out on a date and I don't have any idea where to take her, Naruto said, leaning forward with his hands on his chin and his elbows on his desk. Well, she likes to see new things on Earth, right? Selena asked, as she'd heard some things from Bruce about Starfire. Naruto gave a nod at this, wondering where Selena was going with this. Well, is there an event or something in your city? Selena asked him. Naruto took a moment to think about this. Well, the carnival is in town, he said with a shrug. Oh, that's perfect for a first date, Selena said with a smile. Naruto nodded at this. Thanks Ka-chan, he said. Have fun sweetie, but not too much fun, Selena said with a teasing smirk. Naruto blushed at this before he punched the off button on his computer. Now then, where's that green friend of mine that I have to skin, Naruto muttered under his breath as he left his room. In the common room. Hey guys, you know where I can hide for a little bit? Beast Boy asked his friends, who were all doing their own thing. What did you do? Terra asked as she looked up from her book. And what makes you think I did something? Beast Boy asked with an offensive look. "'Cause you're you," Cyborg said as he played his game without looking at Beast Boy. "And you have a tendency to be a moron too," Raven said flatly as she meditated near the wall. "Okay, I told Naruto's mom that he's dating Starfire," Beast Boy said. Raven opened her eyes at this as she glared at Beast Boy. "Kill that bitch." A demonic voice yelled in her head. "Wow, you have a death wish, don't you?" Cyborg asked over his shoulder. "I don't understand, why is this bad? On my planet, if someone is courting someone else, the parents should know," Starfire said. "You tell your parents?" Terra asked as she tried to distract herself with her book. Starfire paused at this before she smiled sheepishly. "I'm on safari." Naruto could be heard yelling before he did an imitation of an elephant for emphasis. "Hey Cole. There's a carnival in town, let's go see it." Beast Boy yelled in a panic as he grabbed Cole's hand and dragged her out of the room. "How long do you think it will be before he realizes he just dragged Cole off on a date?" Terra asked. "10 bucks as soon as they get there," Cyborg said with a grin. "Please, what is a carnival?" Starfire asked curiously. "It's where I'm taking you, why are you carrying an old school hunting rifle?" Raven asked him flatly. "It's not loaded," Naruto said as he threw the rifle out of the room and when it hit the ground, they heard it go off. "Oh, glorious. Our first date." Starfire squealed excitedly as she flew to Naruto and hugged him. Naruto chuckled at this and hugged her back. Raven watched this and felt her powers surging before she stood up and left the room. Terra said nothing but lightly glared at Starfire before she felt the earth starting to shake a little before she started to take deep breaths and calmed herself, just like Naruto taught her. "Okay, let's go out. Are you okay to keep watch?" Naruto asked Cyborg as him and Starfire started to walk to the door. "Yay, we'll be fine. Go have fun, you crazy kids," Cyborg said with a smile. Naruto gave Cyborg a thumbs up as Starfire dragged him out. Cyborg chuckled at this before he saw Raven and Terra glaring at him. Did I say something wrong?" he asked. Terra said nothing as she clenched her fist and made Cyborg's arm hit himself in the jaw. "Now you learn to manipulate metal," Cyborg groaned in pain. So that's how you do it. You have to be unmovable mentally," Terra said. Cyborg groaned at this, but before he could say anything else, he noticed Raven was gone. Where is Raven?" he asked. Terra looked around and saw that indeed Raven was gone. "Oh geez," she said as she had an idea where she went. Cyborg's eyes widened as he too realized where Raven most likely went. "Wait, she wouldn't, would she?" he asked. "It's probably what I would do too. So let's go to this carnival and make sure that she doesn't destroy the place," Terra said with a sigh as she ran towards the door. "I hope this isn't gonna be a theme going forward," Cyborg thought as he followed after Terra. With Naruto. It was nighttime at the pier as Naruto and Starfire were walking around the carnival. "Wow, there's so many things to see," Starfire said with a smile as she looked around at the carnival with excitement in her eyes. "Well, there are lots to do at a carnival. Food, rides, games. What do you want to do first?" Naruto asked her with a smile. "Oh. I want to try the carnival foods," Starfire said with a grin as she flew over to a food stand. "Thank you Bruce for the big allowance," Naruto thought as he knew Starfire had a big appetite. Meanwhile nearby, Raven was watching them from a dark alley. "Traitor," a demonic voice in her mind yelled out as she watched Starfire feed Naruto some cotton candy. Naruto chuckled at Starfire as he watched her try what looked like a giant piece of fried dough with sugar on it. This is wonderful. What's it called?" Starfire asked Naruto with a grin. "I think it's called an elephant ear," Naruto said. Starfire's eyes widened in surprise at this. "Not literally Star. It's called that because it looks like one," Naruto said with a kind smile as he explained. That makes sense. They do look like elephant ears," Starfire said with a nod as she finished her snack. "Want another?" Naruto asked with a knowing smile at her. Starfire said with a nod and a smile at her boyfriend. Naruto returned the smile as he bought two more and handed one to Starfire before he took a bite of the other one in his hand. A little later, Naruto and Starfire were walking down the pier and Starfire was hugging Naruto's arm with a happy smile on her face. Naruto smiled back at Starfire before he noticed Beast Boy and Cole nearby by the arcade area. Oh ho, it looks like Beast Boy is on a date too. I smell a great prank opportunity, Naruto thought as he smirked a little. That's a little evil of you, isn't it? Kurama asked. Consider it payback for telling my mother I'm dating Starfire, Naruto thought back. Hey, I'm not complaining. Do it. Do it, do it, do it, Kurama chanted with a mad grin. Calm down, Lucy, Naruto thought with a chuckle. Oh, wonderful. Friend Beast Boy and Cole are on a date too, Starfire said with a smile as she spotted what Naruto was looking at. Crap, Naruto thought as he knew if he pranked Beast Boy while he was on a date, she wouldn't approve. Ha. Only a few days and you're already whipped. Kurama said with a cackle as he swung his tail like he was using a whip. Oh, go chew on your ass, Naruto thought with a grumble. Starfire grabbed Naruto's arm and dragged him towards the arcade area. Hold on, Star, we should just let them have fun first before we interrupt them, Naruto said with a smile at how excited Starfire was to greet their friends. Starfire nodded at this as she looked with Naruto and watched as Beast Boy and Cole walked up to the dancing machine. The two of them stepped onto the machine and watched them as the upbeat song started to play while the steps started to appear on screen. The two young heroes quickly placed their foot on the step with a glowing green mark before moving on to the next one. The motions came in slow at first, like a tutorial, but it wasn't long until the song really started to pick up pace, making Cole and Beast Boy really need to work it. Beast Boy moved his feet across the floor, with Cole outpacing him at every step when an idea popped into mind. Okay Cole, check this out. Beast Boy shouted as he suddenly changed into a bunny, hopping from step to step, then changing into a turtle as he landed in the middle of the area, with Cole laughing as they both spun around together. Next, Beast Boy shifted into a large octopus and played his tentacles on each step as they lit up. While someone would call him out for cheating, Cole simply laughed and giggled, enjoying the fun. Who knew Beast Boy could dance, Naruto said as he folded his arms. Oh, this is most impressive. Is dancing a regular dating activity? Starfire asked him with a curious tilt of her head. Naruto froze at this before he instantly walked over towards Beast Boy and Cole. Ha. You're still scared of dancing, even after dancing with that blonde with the ear-splitting voice, Kurama said with a laugh as he rolled about on the floor. Kitten doesn't count. It means more to dance with a girl that you love. Naruto thought to him. Kurama smirked at this. So you do love her, he said with a large toothy grin. Naruto blushed at this and tripped as he face planted at this while Kurama cackled at him. Cole noticed this and smiled as she saw Starfire float over. Hey Starfire, are you enjoying your date? She asked her. Starfire gave a nod at this with a large smile. Indeed, friend Cole. Are you enjoying yours? She asked her. This made Beast Boy and Cole blush at this. Is it? Cole asked as she looked at Beast Boy. Beast Boy's skin went from green to bright red at this. Well, if why you want it to be, he stuttered out. Cole noticed that Beast Boy was just as nervous as her and soon composed herself a little as she gave a nod. Well, if you want, we can double date sometime, Naruto said with an encouraging smile as he finally got up from the ground and dusted himself off. Beast Boy blushed at this while Cole nodded at this with a small smile. The two couples then continued to enjoy the carnival, with Naruto and Beast Boy winning a few prizes for their girlfriends. Meanwhile, Raven was watching this, but before she could do anything, she felt a presence behind her. What? Raven asked Cyborg and Terra as she continued to watch the two couples. Raven, are you sure you're okay? Cyborg asked her. Raven's powers sparked from her forehead, from her chakra gem, which caused the power in the area to go out. I'm fine, Raven said as she made a portal and left through it. Terra sighed at this as she could understand why Raven was upset. The next day. Everyone was in the common room since it was a quiet day today. It was lunchtime and Naruto and Starfire were actually cooking together. They were making spaghetti bolognese and Naruto was helping Starfire chop the mushrooms by standing behind her and guiding her hands. I'm starting to think you know how to do this and just like me being close, Naruto said with a chuckle as he helped Starfire. Maybe, Starfire said with a grin as she turned around and kissed his cheek. Raven's eyebrow twitched at this, but she said nothing as she returned to reading her book. Terra took a breath at this but said nothing as she knew Starfire and Naruto weren't to blame. She returned to playing Mario Kart 8 on her Nintendo Switch. Cyborg shook his head and smiled at this as this was a regular thing now with Naruto and Starfire. And most recently, Beast Boy and Cole were watching a movie on TV together, with Cole resting her head on Beast Boy's shoulder while hugging his arm. They then heard a bell sound, which caused everyone to stop what they were doing. "We have a doorbell?" Beast Boy asked curiously. "Oh, wonderful. A guest to join us for lunch," Starfire said with a smile as she floated towards the door. "Hold on Star, I'll go with you," Naruto said as he followed after his girlfriend. "Ugh, are couples always this nauseating?" Raven asked. "Most likely," Cyborg said with a nod. "Hey, don't judge. I'm happier than I have ever been," Beast Boy said with a smile as he patted Cole on the head affectionately. "BB, trust me. You're luckier than you realize," Terra said with a small frown. Before anyone could respond to this, Naruto and Starfire returned. Terra, you have a guest," Naruto said as he led an older teen male into the room. He looked to be about 21, with short brown hair and brown eyes, and he wore a suit. Terra's eyes widened when she saw the young man. "Hey sis," the young man said as he looked at Terra. "Sis." Cyborg and Beast Boy yelled in surprise. Terra ignored them as she looked at the older teen. "Hello, Brion. What are you doing here?" she asked him as she folded her arms. "I have come to end this game that you're playing here in the city. It's time for you to come home," Brion said with a slight frown. What's going on?" Beast Boy asked curiously. "Yes, is friend Terra not from here?" Starfire asked with a raised eyebrow. "You didn't tell them?" Brion asked with a quirked eyebrow. "Well, it's not exactly easy to explain that you're a runaway princess," Terra said with a scowl at her brother. "Princess?" Everyone yelled out in shocked surprise. "It's not that big a deal. Starfire is one," Terra said with a shrug. "Yeah, but she's an alien one that was kidnapped." "Well, you're one that ran away from home," Naruto said. "Yay, with a good reason. Ain't that right, brother?" Terra asked with a hard look at Brion. Brion said before Terra held her hand up to stop him. "Don't Terra me. You and the rest of my family only cared about me when I left. And you just let everyone treat me like crap because I didn't have control of my powers," Terra said as she scowled at her brother. Naruto scowled at this. "Look, you know we aren't the best with metahumans," Brion was trying to explain before Terra interrupted him. "Yay, no shit Sherlock. Now, what do you really want me back for? Cause I know there is more to this than what you said," Terra said as she crossed her arms. "Look, after you left, things went bad back home and we barely were able to stop some invaders. And now that the fighting is over, we want you home," Brion said to her. "Yay, well, nice to hear that you finally realized I left. Now, kindly leave the way you came and don't let the door hit your ass on the way out," Terra said as she turned around. "Geez, she really must hate her family if she's cursing at her own brother," Cyborg said to Beast Boy, who gave a slight nod of agreement. "Terra, I'm not asking you, I'm telling you to," Brian was saying before he felt someone grab his shoulder. "I believe Terra said she's not interested in going anywhere with you," Naruto said with a glare. "This doesn't involve you. She doesn't belong here playing hero, so stay out of this," Brion said as he frowned at Naruto. "She is our friend and if she says no, then that's all she needs to say," Naruto said as the other titans got up in case Brion tried something. "You would make an enemy of Markovia?" Brion asked with a raised eyebrow. "That's where you're from?" Cyborg asked curiously. Raven thought about this and her eyes widened in realization. "He wants Terra so that they can end the civil war in his country," she said. "Huh? I don't get it," Beast Boy said with a look of confusion. "Sweetie, his country has been in a civil war against a rebellion for the past 6 months and they are not doing so well," Cole said, trying to keep it simple for him. Oh. They want to use Terra as a weapon," Beast Boy said, finally getting it. This caused everyone to glare at Brion, with Terra turning around to give him a piercing glare. "That is not true. We have been trying to end the fighting peacefully," Brion said as he raised his hands to calm everyone down. "If you think I am gonna come home after the hell you all put me through just because I have powers, you're crazy," Terra said with a hard glare. "Look, you don't belong here. You're the princess," Brion said as he tried to calm her down. "I have 3 other brothers besides you. You don't need me to keep the family line going," Terra said. "Yay, unless they want a family of metahumans to fight against their enemies," Naruto said with a glare. "Stay out of this, peasant," Brion said as he glared at Naruto. "Peasant, he's the one who actually helped me gain control of my powers, unlike you and those shitheads back in that hellhole," Terra said angrily as she shoved her finger in Brion's chest. "I won't listen to you insult our hoe," Brion said before Terra shoved him back. "Then leave. That shithole can burn, for all I," Terra was saying before Brion raised his hand. Slap. The room was then filled with silence as Terra held her face, which was red and bruised as tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. "Friend Terra." Starfire yelled as she flew to her friend's side along with Cole and Raven. "Oh, you are so getting thrown out," Beast Boy said with a glare as he turned into a gorilla. "Get in line. I'm gonna put footage of this online. Let's see your country defend this," Cyborg said with a glare as he went over to the computer. Brion's eyes widened at this before he looked at his hand and grit his teeth. "You're out of here, either on your own feet or by force. Choose wisely," Raven said with a glare as she used her magic to heal Terra's cheek. "I won't be threatened by a witch," Brion was saying before he got interrupted by Naruto grabbing him by the back of his neck and slamming him on the table. "Okay, I'm done playing nice," Naruto growled as he held him down. Brion swung his arm at Naruto, but Naruto caught it and squeezed his arm, making him yell in pain. "Why you can't do this?" Brion yelled out as he glared at Naruto. "Watch me, dipshit." Naruto growled as he dragged Brion to a window which soon opened before Naruto threw him hard out of the window. You do realize that we are 4 stories up, right?" Raven said as she continued to heal Terra's cheek. "The tides in," Naruto said with a shrug as they heard a splash outside. "We are gonna need to do something in case he tries to have Terra deported," Cyborg said as he crossed his arms. "If he wants a fight, he shall have one," Starfire said as her eyes glowed green while clenching her fists. It means making her go home," Cole said. Naruto looked at Terra and saw that she hadn't thought of that as he saw the fear in her eyes. Naruto then nodded at her. "Leave it to me, I'll take care of this," he said as he left the room. The other looked at each other, wondering what Naruto's gonna do. Naruto's room. Naruto was at his computer, getting ready to call someone. After a few rings, Batman answered. "What's wrong, Kitsukage?" he asked. Naruto sighed as he gathered his thoughts. "Bruce. I need a favor," he said with a firm voice. Batman raised an eyebrow at this, since Naruto almost never used his first name. He always used a nickname, which means this was important. Terra's brother showed up and Naruto was saying before Batman held up his hand to stop him. Prince Markov showed up to take her home?" Batman asked. Naruto's eyes widened at this. "You knew?" he asked. "I looked into all of your friends, Naruto. I wanted to make sure they had no skeletons," Batman said. "Bruce, I don't need you to do that," Naruto said with a small scowl. "Obviously you do, if you didn't even know she was a runaway princess," Bruce said with a slight scowl of his own. Naruto clenched his fist at this before he sighed. "Look, this isn't about me, this is about Terra. She wants to stay here," and Naruto was explaining before Bruce interrupted him. "And you want me to get her citizenship so that her family can't have her deported," Batman said. "Can it be done?" Naruto asked him. Batman looked at Naruto in the eyes and saw that Naruto really needed this before he nodded. "It will require her to renounce her citizenship to her home country, but I can get it done," Batman said with a nod. "Do it," Naruto said with a nod and a sigh of relief. "I'm surprised that you're calling in a favor this big for her. I thought you were dating an alien," Bruce said. Naruto went red at this before he fell over. "I take it that Kachan told you," he said into his desk. "Yay, she did," Batman said with a nod. Naruto lifted his head up and looked at the computer screen. "Look, it's not like that with Terra," he said. "And if she was forced to leave?" Bruce asked with a raised eyebrow as he folded his arms. Naruto froze at this and his whiskers became more defined and his eyes slitted. Bruce sighed at this as he rubbed his forehead. "Naruto, you need to really think about your feelings. That's 3 girls that you're getting close to. 4, if you include the mini Catwoman he was saying before Naruto held his hand up to stop him. "Oh Kami. It was one time, damn it," Naruto yelled out. Batman sighed at this. "Whatever the situation, your friend will be a citizen by tomorrow. I'll send the paperwork," he said before he hung up. Naruto sighed in relief at this before he paused in realization at what Batman said. "Wait," he said. "Does he think Raven likes me?" he asked out loud. "Like you, Kurama yelled as he started to cackle madly. "What?" Naruto asked, not getting what was so funny. Kurama said nothing as he continued to laugh. Naruto shook his head at this as he left his room and headed back towards the common room. "Naruto. How did it go?" Beast Boy asked as everyone looked at Naruto. "It's done. She will have citizenship by tomorrow," Naruto said with a smile. "Wow. What did that cost you?" Cyborg asked as that wasn't an easy accomplishment. "Nothing, but Terra will have to renounce her citizenship with her old home," Naruto said. "Done," Terra said with a nod as she stood up from the couch where Starfire, Cole and Raven had been sitting with her. "You gonna be okay?" Naruto asked as he could tell this wasn't easy for her. "I'm fine," Naruto, Terra said as she walked past him and out of the common room. Naruto watched her go before looking at Raven. "How is she, really?" he asked her. "I healed her. She's more emotionally hurt than anything," Raven said. "Thanks, Ray. I'm glad that we have a healer here," Naruto said with a nod at Raven. Hey, if we have a sexy nurse uniform, maybe he will dump that alien bimbo. Love yelled out lustfully. Raven then heard a clanging sound and a thud. Wow. Happy dropped a safe on her, Brave said, sounding impressed. Looney Tunes teaches a lot, Happy said with a smile. Raven said nothing, but mentally sighed. My mind is a madhouse now, she thought with a sweat drop. Is friend Terra gonna be okay? Starfire asked Naruto. Hey, don't worry. I'll go make sure she's okay, Naruto said with a smile as he patted Starfire on the head to comfort her. You guys get dinner ready. It's almost done. You made veggie sauce for the spaghetti, right? Cole asked. Of course. I know that BB would go nuts if we didn't, Naruto said as he left the room. Beast Boy smiled at Cole at this as she smiled back at him. If you two stop being sweet to each other, we all may get diabetes, Cyborg said with a chuckle. Titan's Tower rooftop. Terra was sitting on the rooftop, watching the sunset with her knees under her chin and her arms wrapped around them. Naruto walked out to the roof and saw she was sitting watching the sunset and sighed before he walked over and sat next to her. Hey, Terra, you okay? Naruto asked her. I said I'm fine, Naruto, Terra said as she clenched her fists. No, you're not, Terra. I have never seen you this mad before, Naruto said. Yeah, well, I don't exactly like my home country, Terra said as she glared off into the distance. Naruto was silent at this and sighed looking at Terra. If you want to talk about it, you can tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone if that will make you feel better, he said as he got up to leave, just in case. Terra was silent for a moment before she looked up at the stars. I didn't always hate my home. It was only after I got my powers and everyone started treating me like a monster or being afraid of me that I started to hate it there, she said. Naruto looked at Terra and sighed. I kinda had the same problem back in my old village because of Kurama, he said as he sat back down next to Terra. Terra turned to look at him. So, how did you cope with it? She asked him. I found friends who actually cared about me, Naruto said with a smile. Terra smiled at this as she thought about her friends here at Titan's Tower. I guess I'm doing okay then, huh? She asked as she leaned her cheek on her knees. Oh, absolutely. And if anyone from your old home tries anything, we have your back, Naruto said with a kind smile. Terra smiled at this as she nodded at Naruto. Now let's go eat. I think we have your favorite dessert in the fridge. Apple pie, Naruto said as he got up and offered his hand to Terra to help her up. Terra chuckled at this and grabbed Naruto's hand so he could help her up before they walked towards the door off the rooftop. With Brion. Brion was in his hotel room looking at a picture in his hand which was of him and his family. Why would she hate her home so much? Was it really that bad for her? Brion asked himself as he ran a finger over his sister's happy face. Suddenly, his laptop started to buzz on the desk from a call he was getting. He went to the laptop and answered it and saw an image of an older man who had red hair that was slightly gray along the edges and a red beard. Uncle Baron, Brion said, seeing the face of his uncle. What happened? Baron asked in a harsh tone. What do you mean? Brion asked in confusion. We just got a message from the States alerting us that Terra has just renounced her status as princess and is now a citizen of the US, Baron said with a glare. Brion's eyes widened at this. As she refused to return, but I didn't expect her to go this far, he said. How did she get the pull to make this happen? Baron demanded as he slammed his fists on his table. Brion thought about this for a moment before he glared. It must be that leader of her team, he said. Baron nodded at this in agreement. Ah, Kitsukage. I believe he's an apprentice of the Batman, he said. And the Batman is a member of the Justice League, which has the pull to do this, Brion said as he clenched his hands. Well, it would seem that girl finally grew a spine if she's willing to defy us like this, Baron said with a frown. I won't accept this. I'll do what it takes to make her come home, Brion said, slamming his fist on the desk. Baron smirked at this. Good. I have already sent someone to help you gain what you need to make her come home, he said. Suddenly, Brion's door opened and a woman entered the room. She was wearing a lab coat, glasses and had her brown hair tied in a ponytail. Helga, Brion said with a frown. I believe you said you were willing to do anything to have the power to make your sister return home, Helga said as she took out a small jar that was labeled as tar. Brion paused at this before he clenched his fists. Very well, he said with a nod. Good. It may take a few months for you to learn to control whatever powers you'll unlock, but I have a facility ready for us if you follow me, Helga said. Brion nodded at this as he followed Helga out of his hotel room. Before Helga left, she looked at a file she had and pulled out a picture of Naruto. So you're the one who took one of my children from me, she thought with a scowl. A few days later. Raven was in her room, reading an old book that she'd found in an old shop during one of her trips into town. Which she had been doing a lot since Naruto started dating Starfire. Today, she was doing some extra reading since she needed to calm down some more as she saw Naruto and Starfire heading out on another date. "Hey, Raven." Beast Boy's voice yelled out from outside her room. Raven sighed at this and closed her most recent book and walked over to the door to her room before she opened it slightly to see Beast Boy and Cyborg. "What?" she asked with a flat tone. "Well, since Naruto and Star are out on a date, I thought the rest of us could hang out," Beast Boy said with a smile. "And why did you think I would want to hang out?" Raven asked with a raised eyebrow. "Well, Ray, you have been more reclusive lately since well," Cyborg said as he rubbed the back of his head, trying to pick his next words carefully. Raven's eyebrow twitched at this before she used her magic to slam her door in their face with such power that her door cracked and the force sent Beast Boy and Cyborg flying backwards slightly. "Hey. What's your deal? We were trying to cheer you up," Beast Boy yelled as he got up and yelled at Raven's door. "BB, let's just leave her alone," Cyborg said, placing his hand on Beast Boy's shoulder. Whatever. It's this creepy attitude that probably made Naruto not be interested in her," Beast Boy said with a frown. Cyborg looked at Beast Boy and paled slightly. "You are the Dalai Lama of morons to say that where she can easily hear you," Cyborg said as he shook his head slightly while walking away. "What did I do?" "It's true, isn't it?" Beast Boy asked as he followed Cyborg. "It's called having tact, you moron," Cyborg said. "Hey, I have tact," Beast Boy said with a frown. "You're as subtle as a freight train," Cyborg said as he shook his head. "I'm hearing this from the man that calls his pen pal girlfriend his spicy luchador," Beast Boy said with an evil smirk. Cyborg's face faltered at this before he jumped to his feet as Beast Boy ran off laughing. "You're dead, you green freak," Cyborg yelled as he ran after him. In Raven's room. Raven sat at her bed hugging her book to her chest as she thought about what Beast Boy said. "Is that why Naruto didn't notice me? Am I too creepy?" Raven scared herself out loud as she had heard some people calling her that when she was in the city sometimes, but she didn't really pay them any mind. "That's ridiculous," a voice said from Raven's book. Raven looked at the book with a raised eyebrow. "Yay, it's me. The book you're holding," the voice said. Raven dropped the book in surprise at this. "Ow," the book said in slight pain. "Oh, sorry. This is the first time I have ever met a talking book," Raven said apologetically as she approached the book. "I would think a sorceress with your talent would have seen a few weird things that would make a talking book seem not that weird," the book said. Raven thought about this and nodded. "Who are you?" she asked. "I am Malchier of Noel, master of the mystic arts, at your service," the voice said, with Raven getting the impression that he was bowing to her. "Wait, the same Malchier who defeated Rorik the dragon?" Raven asked as she had read about him from the very book that she was talking to. "The very same," Malchier answered. "How did you get trapped in this book?" Raven asked curiously. "Well, my dear Raven, when I defeated Rorik with his last breath he sealed me in this book," Malchier said. "Wait, this was thousands of years ago. You have been trapped in there that long?" Raven asked in shock. "Indeed, and it's been quite lonely these past years," Malchier said sadly. "Well, maybe I can free you," Raven said as she raised a hand at the book, but the book shocked her. "Ah. The spell is very strong," Raven said with a frown as she nursed her hand. "Indeed, it would take an accomplished spellcaster to free me. But perhaps we can just talk?" Malchier asked. Raven smiled slightly at this as she nodded. A few hours later. It had been a few hours since Raven had met Malchier and started to talk to him. He had listened to her and showed sympathy for her problems with her feelings for Naruto, especially once he started dating Starfire. "Sadly, Raven, love can be complicated. I felt what you're feeling once," Malchier said. "You had fallen for someone who dated your best friend?" Raven asked. "Well, maybe not the best friend part," Malchier said with a sheepish tone. Raven chuckled at this. "You have a pretty laugh," Malchier said. Raven blushed at this before she tried to compose herself. "You don't need to lie to make me feel better," she said. "I only speak the truth," Malchier said with an amused tone of voice. Raven smiled slightly at this. "Is there any way I could free you?" she asked hopefully. "Well, if you're willing to learn, I could help you learn the magic you would need. But it would require you to learn so much more than you know now," Malchier said. "I'm willing to try," Raven said with a determined nod. "Very well," Malchier said. A few days later. Raven was setting up a ritual to try and free Malchier from his prison while the book sat on a stand opened up showing a pair of eyes. "There, you're all set to cast the spell," Malchier said happily. Raven nodded at this as she turned to the book and started to cast her spell. After she cast her spell, what looked like a man made of paper came out of the book. "Ah, freedom at long last," Malchier said, sounding happy as he looked at his hands. Raven reached out to touch Melchior's hand, but before they could touch him, his hand started to fall and become regular lifeless paper. Alas, it would seem that I'm still bound to the book's curse, Melchior said, as he pulled back and approached the book, which caused his hand to reform. At least now you can teach me more effectively, which means eventually I can free you, Raven said with a grin. Indeed. I'll teach you all I know, my dear Raven, Melchior said with a kind tone, as he smiled at her. A few days later. Raven was floating into the common room where the others were, but there were several things different about her. For one, she was now wearing a white cloak. And humming happily. Oh, and smiling too. Oh Raven, what's with the new look? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. I just thought I could use a change, Raven replied with a shrug. Does this have anything to do with your new friend? Starfire asked with a smile. How do you know about that? Raven asked her. Friend Beast Boy told us all about the Melchior who is sealed in a book, Starfire said. Is that so? Raven asked as she looked at Beast Boy who was sitting at the couch with Cole and Cyborg. I may have spied on you as a fly, Beast Boy said with a nervous smile as he turned into a fly. Oh really? Well, you seem more like a rat to me, Raven said with a grin as she looked at Beast Boy and charged some power. Beast Boy then turned into a rat and fell to the ground before he turned back to his human form. Why you warped me, Beast Boy said with a look of surprise. Wow, you must be learning some good stuff, Terra said, sounding impressed. You sure this stuff you're learning is safe, right? Naruto asked Raven as he approached her. Raven pulled away from Naruto as he approached. It is none of your concern, she said in a firm tone. Hey, you don't need to get defensive, Cyborg said. Yay, Naruto is just worried about you, like the rest of us are, Cole said with a nod. Yay, well, it's not his job to worry about me. I wouldn't want to make Starfire mad, Raven said with a slight glare. Starfire looked at Raven with surprise at this. Before anyone could respond, the alarm went off. Look, let's just go take care of whatever is attacking the city and we can iron out whatever is bothering Raven later, Naruto said. Whatever, Raven said nonchalantly as she looked away from Naruto and Starfire and left the common room with the others close behind her. Naruto felt Starfire grab his hand, which made him look at her. Does Raven hate me? Starfire whispered to Naruto as she frowned. Naruto shook his head at her before he squeezed her hand. I'm sure she doesn't. Don't worry, we can fix this, I promise, he said with a comforting smile before he kissed Starfire on the forehead. Starfire smiled back at him as they followed after the others. In the city. People were running down the street away from an armored bank truck which had what looked like a living blob of clay on top of it. This was Clayface, one of Batman's villains. The villain stood there and let the cops shoot at him with guns and shotguns, which did nothing but make holes in his body and in the door. Thanks for the opening to the case, coppers, Clayface said with a grin as he used his abilities to squeeze himself through the bullet holes into the armed truck. Before the police could react, Naruto and the Titans landed before them. We have it from here, officer, Naruto said to one of them. The cop nodded at this and looked to his fellow officers, who all backed up. Soon, the doors to the armored truck bulged and burst open, showing Clayface along with the money inside. Oh great, another Gotham villain, Naruto said with a groan as he readied his kunai. Ah, Batman's one of ninja brat. I heard that you decided to leave after your little incident with the clown, Clayface said with a toothy grin. Naruto glared at Clayface at this. Titans go. He yelled before he threw the kunai at Clayface. Starfire flew at the villain and fired some starbolts at him. Clayface just charged at Starfire and tried to grab at her with his arms. But she fired some eye beams at his arms, cutting them off before either could reach her. Terra clenched her fists, which caused the armor on the side of the armored truck to come flying off the truck and try to bind and crush Clayface. Dude. You finally mastered metalbending. Beast Boy cheered as he turned into a rabbit to dodge some attacks from Clayface while Cole blasted at Clayface with her wrist blaster. Can you try and use your powers on Clayface here? Cyborg asked Raven as he blasted him with his sonic cannon. Raven nodded at this as her eyes and hands glowed as she started to chant and soon fired some black aura from her mouth which engulfed Clayface, trapping him. Clayface tried to escape but when he punched the bubble of aura, his fist shattered into globs of clay. Ag. What the hell? You're making me feel pain. Clayface yelled in shock. Raven continued to contain Clayface. Ag. It burns. Let me out, I give. Clayface yelled as his body started to bubble as he started to scream in pain. Raven, stop. You're gonna kill him. Naruto yelled out to her. I can't stop. Raven groaned out. Kid. My aura can affect magic. Slash at it and it may break the spell enough that she can undo it. Kurama yelled to Naruto. Naruto nodded at this and channeled some of Kurama's chakra into his kunai and jumped up and slashed down on the magic connecting Raven's mouth to Clayface. Thankfully, it actually cut through the magic, and when Naruto cut through it all the way, the magic dispersed. Raven fell to the floor, panting from the spell. "You evil witch. You tried to kill me. I'm gonna," Clayface was yelling before a massive amount of metal encased the weakened villain, trapping him in a metal ball. Naruto nodded at Terra and gave her a thumbs up before he turned to Raven. "What was that?" he asked her with a firm tone. Raven said nothing as she got on her feet. "I'm fine," she said as she dusted herself off. "Yay, that's obviously not true," Beast Boy said. "Friend Raven, are you sure this magic you're learning is Starfire?" was saying before Raven turned to her with a glare, causing her to stop. "Stay out of my business, friend," Raven yelled while saying friend like she was spitting bile at Starfire before she used her magic to leave in her shadow. Everyone was silent at this while Starfire frowned slightly. "Something is going on. Everyone, back to the tower," Naruto said. Everyone nodded at this and followed Naruto while the officers scratched their heads at what to do with the metal ball containing Clayface. Raven's room. Raven appeared in her room and glared at Melchior. "It's dark magic. That's what you're teaching me," she said as she approached the book. "You say that like it's bad," Melchior said. "It's evil," Raven said, scowling at Melchior's book. "Or is it just misunderstood, like us?" Melchior asked her. Raven hesitated at this, not sure what to say. "You have come too far to give up now. You're more than ready to free me and then we can be together. And you can forget that fool who chose that airhead over you," Melchior said in a comforting tone. Raven paused at this as she contemplated what she should do. Soon she nodded and started to prepare the spell. Soon she was ready and started to cast her spell while Melchior stood in the circle which started to pulse with magic. Soon, he disappeared and the magic boomed as the spell started to work, which caused a burst of power to send Raven flying backwards. Raven landed and tripped over Melchior's book, which opened showing a picture of Melchior and the dragon Rorak, which were labeled. Raven then watched the labels under the dragon and sorcerer switch places and her eyes widened in realization. Melchior wasn't the sorcerer. He was the ... No. She yelled out before she turned to the magic circle. But it was too late as the magic circle turned green and a dragon's claw slammed down and a roar was heard. Outside, Naruto and the others approached the tower with Naruto and Starfire on his motorcycle and the others in the T-car. Suddenly, the roof of Titan's tower exploded and what looked like a black dragon flew out of the tower. "Dude, is that a..." Beast Boy was saying in shock. "Hope you have a big form to help," Sweetie Cole said as she watched the dragon fly about before opening its mouth to shoot fire into the air. "What's the plan?" Cyborg asked Naruto, readying his sonic cannon. "You all go after that thing and go all out on it. I'm gonna make sure that Raven is okay," Naruto said as he got off his motorcycle. Starfire got off the motorcycle and nodded as she and the others followed Cyborg into battle. Naruto jumped onto the tower and ran up to the top and jumped into the destroyed tower. "Raven!" Naruto yelled out as he approached what he recognized as Raven's room. Naruto then heard some rubble moving and looked over as he saw some being pushed back by a black dome, which then dissipated to show Raven. "Are you okay?" Naruto said as he approached her and helped her up. Raven looked up at the destroyed roof and heard Melchior's roar. "He said that he cared about me," she said, with a look of betrayal. Naruto's eyes widened at this as he clenched his fists at this. "Looks like her trying to get over you didn't go well," Kurama said with a cocked eyebrow. "Shut the fuck up," Naruto thought, not in the mood to deal with Kurama's bullshit. "Raven, I am sorry he hurt you and trust me he's gonna suffer for that. But do you have any ideas on any weaknesses that this guy has?" Naruto asked her. "He's mortal like other beings. He just has powerful magic," Raven said as she wiped her eyes. Naruto's eyes widened at this. "Did he make you cry?" he asked in surprise as he had never seen Raven cry before. "And no, of course not," Raven said as she compassed herself. Naruto growled at this before he channeled Kurama's chakra over his body and took off out of the roof with a jump. "Oh, he cares about us," Happy yelled before squealing in excitement. "Make sure that you kiss him on the lips as a reward for defeating that dragon jerk," Love yelled out. Raven said nothing, she flew after Naruto, ready to stop Melchior. But the others? Melchior was in the city trying to attack it, but he was being distracted by the rest of the Titans. "You're all getting annoying," Melchior roared as he swung his claws at Starfire, who flew by him while throwing some starbolts at him. "Good, that means we're doing our job," Cyborg yelled out as he fired some rockets at Melchior's chest, pushing him back slightly. "If you're gonna use a mystical form, now's the time," Terra yelled at Beast Boy as she threw some massive boulders at Melchior's head, making him roar in slight pain. I think I have a good one for this guy, but I only have 3 minutes. After that, I'm gonna be helpless. Beast Boy said as he dodged Melchior's stomp. Me and Cole have your back, so give him hell. Cyborg yelled as he fired his sonic cannon at Melchior. Cole nodded at Beast Boy before he transformed into a massive yeti while she transformed into her crystal form. Beast Boy picked up Cole and roared loudly before swinging her at Melchior's leg. The yeti is mystical. Terra asked Cyborg with a raised eyebrow. Well, people have said they have magical powers, Cyborg said with a shrug. Well, it gets the result, Starfire said as Beast Boy slammed Cole into Melchior's head. That's enough. I refuse to be humiliated by you fools. Melchior yelled as he fired some green fire from his mouth. Who is more foolish, the fool or the fool who follows him? Naruto yelled out as he slashed at the dragon's neck, making him roar in pain as he stopped breathing fire. Melchior glared at Naruto and noticed the demonic aura around him. Ah, another demon. Are you pathetic and needy, just like that foolish witch? He said before he started to cackle madly. Naruto glared at him before jumping up and punching him in the eye. That's for making Raven cry, asshole. He growled out. As the dragon roared in pain, Naruto ran down his body and with a spin and a roar, Naruto used his claws to cut off his wings. Melchior roared in pain before Starfire slammed her fist into the top of his jaw before kicking him especially hard in the teeth. You dare hurt my best friend. I'll tear you apart. Starfire yelled as her eyes and fists glowed green. Dude, Starfire is a thug when Mad Beast Boy said as he was on the ground with a tired look on his face. Well, she values her friends, Terra said with a sigh as she could see why Naruto chose her to date. Raven landed in front of Melchior as her hands glowed with magic. Raven. Save me from these brutes. Melchior yelled in a panic. Oh, I'll save you alright. By sending you back where you came from, Raven said as she held up the book. No. I would rather die. Melchior yelled in fear. Naruto growled as he stomped on his spine, making an audible crack. I'm more than willing to do that. Just say the word, Raven, he growled out. Raven shook her head at this as she looked down on Melchior. He's not worth it, she said as she opened the book which started to suck Melchior back in. Damn you. I will get free someday and I swear I'll make you and your friends suffer. Melchior yelled out as he disappeared into the book. Now, let's break out the matches and have a little fire going, Naruto growled as he walked over to Raven. It's fine. I have a place to hide this. He will be lucky if anyone finds him, Raven said as she warped the book away. You okay, friend Raven? Starfire asked with a worried look. Raven looked at Starfire and still felt some jealousy but sighed as she nodded. Yes, Starfire, I'm fine. Don't worry, she said. Starfire nodded at this before she pulled Raven into a hug. Raven sighed at this but let Starfire hug her. Ugh, she makes it hard to hate her, even for me, Rage growled out with her arms crossed. The next day. Raven was in her room after the tower was fixed and reading a book when she heard a knock on her door. She sighed and closed her book before she walked over to her door and opened it, revealing Naruto. Yes? Raven asked, trying to fight down her blush. I wanted to ask if you're doing okay. Naruto asked her. Raven sighed and let Naruto into her room. I'm doing fine now, she said as she sat down on her bed. You sure? I can't imagine how much that dragon hurt you, Naruto said with a scowl as he centered himself. I am over him, Naruto, so don't worry, Raven said to him. Good. I'm sure there is someone out there that will treat you right. Otherwise, I'll gut him like a fish, Naruto said with a scowl as he spun a kunai on his finger. Raven chuckled a little at this. That Kurama, are you talking? She asked with a grin. Naruto chuckled at this. No, I meditate so that I can have more control of myself when I use his power, he said to her. Oh yay, he mentioned that. Would you like to meditate with me sometime? She asked. Oh sure. Starfire said you're a great teacher. So yay, let's meditate, Naruto said with a grin as he sat on the floor, cross-legged. Raven smiled as she sat down next to Naruto, cross-legged, and they both started to meditate. Our first date. Love yelled excitedly. Technically, it isn't a date, Knowledge said, pushing her glasses up her nose. I'll take what we can get. Now pin him down and ride, as Love was saying with a pervy grin before Brave raised a pan over her head. Clang. Thank you, Brave, Raven thought with a slight blush. No problem, Brave said with a grin. Wow, she left a dent in that thing, Happy said, looking at the pan. She's obviously thick-headed then, Knowledge said. Just like my thick ass, Love groaned out. Clang. Now stay down. Brave yelled as she brandished the pan. Maybe I should consider therapy, Raven thought as she gained a sweat drop. Naruto was in the common room playing a card game with the others. I still say you're cheating, Cyborg said as they continued to play. Yeah dude, cause there's no way you're that good, Beast Boy said with a nod. It's been 10 hands already and Naruto has won them all, Terra said with a sigh. Is he doing some ninja thing to win? Cole asked curiously. I swear, I'm just that lucky, Naruto said with a sheepish chuckle as he played his cards. Jin, he said. Okay, but nobody is that lucky. Cyborg yelled out. Yay, let's search him for some ninja tricks, Beast Boy said as he turned into a mouse. Cyborg took out a rubber glove and put it on. Hey. I'm not into that crap. Naruto yelled as he backed away from Cyborg. You're also immature, Raven said with a sigh. You love us anyway, Cole said with a smile as she grabbed Beast Boy and patted him on the head to calm him down as he turned back to normal. Please friends, let's do something else so we don't fight, Starfire said, trying to calm them all down. What about going to an amusement park? Or the beach? Naruto said. PFFT. You just want to see Star in a swimsuit, Cyborg said with a scoff. Wouldn't you want to see Pantha in one if she was here? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. He's seen that already. The pictures she sends, they are my cliente, Beast Boy said with a laugh. I'm gonna kill you, you green freak. Cyborg yelled as he dove for Beast Boy. Suddenly there was a flash of light which engulfed them all and when the light was gone, the room was empty. In a flash of light, the Titans appeared in what looked like a big room out of a Greece Colosseum. Okay, what the hell is going on? Naruto asked as he looked around. Cyborg looked at his wrist, which showed his scanners couldn't pick anything up. Wherever we are, I can't find it, he said with a scowl. Suddenly, in more flashes of light, more teen heroes appeared. We have company, Beast Boy said with a frown. Relax, it's my bro and his small team, Naruto said with a smile as he recognized 3 of the figures, which were Nightwing, Batgirl and Blackfire. Sister. It is so good to see you, Starfire yelled happily as she tackled her sister into a hug. Oh, so this is your team, Batgirl said as she approached them with a smile. Yeah, this is my team, Naruto said with a smile. So, which one's your girlfriend? Batgirl asked with a smirk. Naruto groaned at this. Kachan told you? He asked as he slapped his face. Batgirl smiled at this. Yay, but she didn't say who though, she said. Yay, she said she wanted us to ask you which one you're dating, Nightwing said with a grin as he walked over. Yay, that sounds like Kachan. Well anyway, I'm dating Starfire, Naruto said as he gestured to Starfire, who was still hugging her sister. Oh good, now I don't have to rip you in half for breaking her heart, Blackfire said, giving him a glare. Naruto paused at this before he looked at Nightwing. She's kidding, right? He asked. Nope, Nightwing said as he shook his head at him. Beast Boy looked at the other arrivals and spotted a familiar face. Hey Kitsukage, your Catwoman is here, he said with a laugh as he pointed at Jinx. Naruto gave a loud groan at this as Jinx sauntered over to him. Hey Whiskers. It's been a while, Jinx said with a mischievous smirk. I'm taken, Naruto said with a nervous grin. That's okay. I don't mind sharing since I'm bi, Jinx said with a grin as she winked at him and Starfire. Naruto blushed brightly at this. Ha. You hit the jackpot, dude. Beast Boy said as he and Cyborg laughed hard at this. What is this pot of jack? Starfire asked cluelessly. Sis, she likes boys and girls and wants to pursue Naruto and apparently you too, Blackfire said with a chuckle as she liked Jinx's attitude. Oh. She wants to be a harem sister. Starfire said with a nod of understanding. That's a thing. Terra asked, surprised. Oh, indeed. Why do you ask? Starfire asked curiously. Terra was about to answer before Raven covered her mouth with her powers. Nothing, Star Raven said as she tried to stay calm. Oh, this is glorious, Cyborg said with a laugh as he watched this. Yay, it's an anime come to life, Beast Boy said with a laugh as they high-fived. Oh, be nice, Cole said with a shake of her head. Before they could respond, Cyborg was pulled into a hug by the final hero that was here. Hey sweetie. Did you miss me? Pantha said with a smile. Course I did, Rosa, Cyborg said with a smile of his own as he returned the hug. Welcome, young heroes. A voice bellowed out as a figure appeared on a throne up above them. The figure looked like a yeti with an amulet around his neck. I am the master of games and I welcome you to the tournament of heroes. He yelled at them. Do you have a real name or should we call you emoji? Naruto asked him. The figure chuckled at this. Emoji will be fine, he said. So what's this tournament about? Jinx asked with a curious look as she stepped forward. Yay. Are there any prizes? Beast Boy asked. This better not be to the death, Nightwing said with a frown. Now, it's nothing like that. See, I like to view other realities and I decided to see who the best up and coming heroes in your dimension are the best, Emoji said with a smile. So, this is just because you're bored. Raven asked flatly. Pretty much. It gets so mundane to just watch your dimension. So I decided to have some fun. Oh, and don't worry, nobody will be hurt here, and you will of course win a prize if you win the tournament, MOG said. If this is a tournament of heroes, then why is she here? Terra asked, gesturing to Jinx with a frown. Well, let's just say she has a want to be a MOG said, before he dunked as a hex hit the wall behind him. Mind your own business. Jinx yelled, as her eyes glowed pink from her rage. Naruto quirked an eyebrow at this, curious about what Jinx was hiding. Okay, let's start this tournament, MOG said. This isn't some tournament of power battle royal stuff, is it? Beast Boy asked. MOG laughed at this. No. I'm actually gonna have you all fight one-on-one first, and before you ask, no, I'm not gonna race your worlds, he said with a friendly smile. You're an anime fan? Cyborg asked with a raised eyebrow, surprised this guy understood Beast Boy's reference. I'm a fan of a lot of the fiction you mortals make. I gotta do something as an immortal, MOG said with a smile. Which is your favorite so far? Terra asked curiously. Can we just do this tournament already? I want to see how strong I am compared to these other heroes, Pantha said, punching her knuckles together. MOG nodded at this. Very well. Let the first round of battles begin. He yelled out. The group of heroes were then engulfed in another flash of light, and when the light faded they were gone. With Pantha threw a punch at Blackfire, but the Tamaranian princess blocked it with her elbow before sending her own fist across Pantha's cheek, knocking her back a bit. Blackfire charged in with her first raised as the wrestling heroine raised her arms in an X block as she took on the attack head-on. Blackfire and Pantha grit their teeth as they struggled against one another. With Cole smirked as she flipped back, avoiding Batgirl's batarangs. The time spent training with Naruto had been a big help with her being able to avoid them. The female knight of Gotham smirked, impressed with her little brother's teammate, he had been training them well. With that, she came in punching at Cole's chest, but the girl's body soon crystallized on the impact. H.I.V.E. Batgirl cried, jumping up and down holding her bruised hand, while Cole simply laughed. With Nightwing smirked as he easily dodged the charging Beast Boy in his elephant form, landing atop his back before jabbing him with his stun batons. Beast Boy roared in pain at this before transforming into a lion next. But once again, Nightwing was prepared, having faced many of these beasts in his time at the circus and on missions. He pulled out a pellet from his belt and tossed it at Beast Boy, engulfing him in a massive cloud of purple smoke as he pounced at him. The green teen soon returned to human form as he fell to the ground with swirling eyes. With Cyborg. Try this on for size big guy. Terra shouted, sending off numerous boulders at Cyborg, who held up his arm, firing Sonica blast blowing them away. Gonna need to do a lot more than that. Cyborg challenged with a smirk, which Terra returned. Terra slapped down her hand on the ground, pressing down hard, making the battlefield they were on start trembling and making it hard for Cyborg to maintain his balance as well from the mini-earthquake his friend was causing. Terra soon looked over behind her and concentrated, closing her eyes. While Cyborg was trying to steady himself in battle, he didn't notice several large rocks approaching up from above. And this is checkmate, Terra said with a grin. Cyborg said before he saw a shadow above him and looked to see several boulders above him. Uh-oh, Cyborg said as he attempted to run, but suddenly he looked down to see his legs were stuck. I wasn't shaking up the land to cause that mini quake. I did to soften it into mud to keep you in place for this. Terra shouted as she dropped down the rocks. Cyborg screamed as the rocks fell down on him one by one, forming into a stone prison. With Naruto avoided a kick to the face from Jinx. She then kicked at his chest, knocking him back before she swiped at his head, but Naruto blocked with his forearm while kicking Jinx back. You're way more alert now since we met, Whiskers, Jinx said with a smile as she threw some hexes at Naruto, which he dodged. Well, I would hope so. Do you have any idea how much crap I have gotten because of you getting one over on me? Naruto asked as he continued to dodge more hex blasts. Well, at least I'm getting compared to Catwoman, Jinx said with a wide smile. I'm surprised since apparently you want to be a hero. Or at least, you wanted to be one at one point, Naruto said as he threw some shuriken at her. Jinx scowled at this. Hey, that goat loser doesn't know me alright. She growled out as she cartwheeled to avoid the shuriken. Hey, I'm just curious. Why are you so defensive? Naruto asked her. I'm not defensive. I'm a villain, period. Jinx yelled as she threw a large hex bolt at Naruto. Bullshit, Naruto said, dodging the hex bolt. What? Jinx yelled in a rage. I said that is bullshit. Sure, you're a thief, but you have never hurt anyone. And from what I have seen so far, you're more Catwoman level and would take out a worse villain if said villain was gonna do something really bad, Naruto said with a shrug. Jinx paused at this, but growled as she fired another hex at Naruto. But Naruto was instantly in front of her and grabbed her hands, then in a fluid motion, he judo flipped her and slammed her hard on the floor. But Starfire and Raven were staring each other down as they floated in the air. "Let's just get this over with," Raven said with a sigh. "Hold on, friend Raven. I want to know why you have been so cold and angry at me," Starfire said with a frown. Raven's black aura flared up around her as his cape waved with the wind while her eyes were glowing bright red before a second pair appeared above them. "Ira!" Raven shouted as her dark energy surged through her body, flying at Starfire, while fire rocks erupted from the ground, forming into sharp jagged edges like spears as she sent them at Starfire, who desperately tried to dodge it as Raven fired off attack after attack her way. "Die. Die. Why won't you just die?" Raven shouted as she shot at Starfire. The alien heroine gathered green energy into her fists before firing them off at Raven. The two raised their fists, smashing them into each other, causing surges of green and black lighting to erupt around them. Starfire grit her teeth as her eyes glowed green, while Raven snarls with her eyes glowing red. "It must be great living your little dream world where everything goes your way and is filled with smiles," Raven yelled in a rage as she continued to attack. "I don't understand why you're so angry at me," Starfire yelled as she threw more starbolts at Raven's shadows. "You really don't understand, do you? That's what makes me hate you even more," Raven yelled as she sent shadow tentacles at Starfire. "I can't understand unless you tell me," Starfire yelled as she was actually upset that something was hurting Raven so much. She flew through the air as she did what she could to avoid getting caught by the tentacles. "It's because you took him from me," Raven roared out. Starfire paused at this as her eyes widened in realization before Raven's tentacles finally struck her in the back. "The first rounds are over," MOG's voice announced as in a flash of light, Raven and Starfire disappeared. "Back with MOG." Everyone appeared back in MOG's chamber. "You all did very well in the first round, heroes," MOG said as he showed images of the winners of the first rounds of fights. Naruto, Blackfire, Terra, Nightwing, Cole and Raven. "Wow, I feel like we didn't even fight," Cyborg said as he moved his arms. "Of course. When the fights ended I healed you all, in addition to bringing you all back here," MOG said with a nod. Blackfire saw that Starfire was standing nearby with a frown as she looked at Raven and Terra, who were ignoring her and talking to the others. "Hey sis, you okay?" Blackfire asked as she flew over. Starfire looked at her sister with a frown. "I'm not hurt, sister, but I just found out why my friend Raven and I think Terra have been less friendly to me lately," she said as she looked at her two friends and then to Naruto, who was talking to Nightwing. Blackfire looked at Raven and Terra, then at Naruto. "Oh, I see," she said with her own frown. "I don't want to lose my friends, but I don't want to lose Naruto either," Starfire said to her sister as she wrapped her arms around herself with an upset look. "Well, you could do what I do with Nightwing and Batgirl. But that may be harder for you three, since before that can happen, you will need to mend fences with them first," Blackfire said. Starfire nodded at this. "Indeed. I would be more than happy to share with my friends, since they obviously love Naruto too," she said. Blackfire smiled at this, as Starfire was very kind and always tried to understand people. "I'm sure that you will fix it, sis," she said as she patted her sister on the shoulder. Starfire smiled at her sister with gratitude. "Thank you, sister," she said as she hugged her. "Though, before you start this, your friends should probably tell Naruto they like him. Can't exactly fix this if he's clueless," Blackfire said with a chuckle. "Indeed. Boyfriend Naruto needed me to kiss him before he understood how I felt," Starfire said with a giggle and a sheepish grin. "Oh, wow. So he's that stupid?" Blackfire asked curiously. Starfire punched a wall at this as she lightly glared at her sister, leaving a big dent in the wall. "Hey. No damaging my stuff," MOG's voice yelled out. Meanwhile, Terra was talking to Raven. "So, you actually told her?" Terra asked with a raised eyebrow. "What makes you think that?" Raven asked flatly. "Because she's looking at both of us, looking conflicted. Which means that she probably figured out that I like Naruto too, so thanks for that," Terra said, with sarcasm lacing her words. Raven scoffed at this. "I don't need her pity," she said as she crossed her arms with a scowl. "Well, maybe we should consider the whole harem thing that Blackfire brought," Terra whispered before being interrupted. "Oh please, that kind of nonsense won't work," Raven said with a shake of her head. Terra looked at Nightwing, who was talking to Batgirl, and Blackfire, who seemed to be talking to each other happily. "It seems to be working for them," Terra said, nodding her head towards them. Raven looked at Naruto's brother and his two girlfriends and felt that they indeed seemed to love each other. But Naruto walked over to Jinx, who was leaning against a wall. "Keep on walking, Whiskers," Jinx said with a scowl. Naruto held up his hands in a peaceful motion. "Look, I wanted to apologize for calling you out so harshly," he said to her. "Is that a fact?" Jinx asked with a raised eyebrow as she was curious what his angle was. "Look, what I meant to say was that I get the feeling that you would do better as a hero, and that while you're a villain, I don't get an evil vibe off you. If anything, I feel that you hold back a lot," Naruto said as he walked closer to Jinx. Jinx looked at Naruto for a moment before she chuckled. "You like to see the good in everything, don't you, Whiskers?" she asked him. "I like to find the good that's there, and I can see a lot of good in you." "Oh, there's mischief in there too, but there's also good in there too," Naruto said with a small smile. Jinx laughed at this, but not in her usual mischievous condescending way. It was an actual genuine laugh. "You have a way with words, Whiskers. No wonder girls fall for you," Jinx said, with a sideways look towards Terra, Raven and Starfire. "Yay, Starfire, wait, girls. As in plural?" Naruto asked with a confused look. Jinx laughed harder at this. "Oh my god, you are so adorable," she said before she started to giggle uncontrollably. Naruto pouted at this. "Girls are weird," he thought. "You don't know the half of it," Kid Kurama said with a large grin. "Okay heroes, I've decided how we're gonna handle this last round. We're gonna have a free-for-all with the remaining heroes and the last one standing will be the best fighter of all," MOG said. "A free-for-all? How kinky," Blackfire said with a smirk before Nightwing poked her in the forehead. "You all will fight on a floating arena which will slowly shrink as time passes. If you fall, you lose. And no flying or levitating allowed, so I will be blocking that ability for this round," MOG said to them. "Sounds like what happened in Dragon Ball Super with that tournament of power thing," Beast Boy said. "Yup, though thankfully, there's no Jiren here," MOG said with a smile at Beast Boy. "Yay, though I think we have a Goku," Cyborg said with a snicker as he pointed at Naruto. "Hey. I'm not that dumb," Naruto said with a pout as he crossed his arms. Meanwhile Raven and Terra sweat-dropped and sighed at this, while Jinx giggled some more at how clueless Naruto was. In a flash of light, the 6 heroes vanished. "My money is on Whiskers," Jinx said with a wide grin as she folded her arms. "Oh, this is the betting, right?" Starfire asked curiously as a screen appeared in front of them, showing an arena standing in a black void and the 6 heroes starting to fight. "Indeed, it is. Are you betting on Naruto too?" Jinx asked, deciding to play nice with Starfire. "Oh please, it's not worth the bet. Naruto will win, he's trained with the bat and has Kurama to help in a pinch," Beast Boy said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Cyborg scowled at this and smacked the shapeshifter in the back of the head. "Hello, Ixnay on J on Taki Kurama J," he said, speaking in Pig Latin while gesturing to Jinx. "Oh, I wonder what you're saying," Jinx said with a flat tone, not impressed with their attempt to cover their conversion. "Huh, Cole is actually giving Star's sister trouble," Pantha said with an impressed look as they watched Cole and Blackfire clash physically, but Blackfire's star bolts did nothing but fuel Cole's blasts from her wrist blasters. "Is her durability that high too?" Batgirl asked Cyborg curiously as they saw Cole turn into full crystal as Blackfire tried slugging Cole in the stomach but it did nothing. "Yup, she is pretty much unbreakable, according to size scans," Beast Boy said with a smile at his girlfriend as she attacked Blackfire again. "Looks like Naruto and Nightwing are having fun," Starfire said with a smile as she watched her boyfriend fight his brother, but they were both smiling. I think that Terra and Raven may be trading up," Jinx said with a chuckle as the screen showed Terra slamming her fists on the ground, making a wave of earth that tossed Cole and Blackfire into the air. Raven then used her magic to grab them both and throw them out of the ring. As Blackfire and Cole fell, they disappeared and reappeared next to the rest of the heroes. "Hey. This was supposed to be a free-for-all," Blackfire yelled out. "Teaming up is not against the rules," MOG said with a chuckle. Beast Boy ran over to Cole and helped her to her feet. "You okay?" he asked. Cole smiled and nodded. "I'm fine, sweetie," she said. Blackfire paused and chuckled at this. "You better treat her right, elf. She's tougher than she looks," she said as she winced while waving her hand slightly since she still felt pain from punching Cole while she was in her crystal form. "It looks like Terra and Raven are trying to jump Nightwing and Naruto now," Cyborg said as the screen now showed Nightwing dodging Raven's attacks and Naruto throwing kunai bombs at Terra boulders. "Friend Terra may have a problem with Naruto since he's the one who taught her all she knows," Starfire said. "Unless she did some secret training that Naruto doesn't know about," Beast Boy said. "Sadly not. According to boyfriend Naruto, Terra looks forward to training with Naruto," Starfire said with a small smile. "And yet, that idiot doesn't get that she likes woe," Blackfire yelled as she caught a punch from Starfire. "Don't call him an idiot," Starfire yelled as her eyes glowed green. Looks like Nightwing has Raven figured out, Batgirl said with a smile as the screen showed Nightwing throw a gadget at Raven, which covered her mouth. Yay, that ain't gonna work since she learned some new tricks, Cyborg said as he shook his head. Raven was then shown glaring at Nightwing as she channeled her magic and silently cast her spell, which grabbed Nightwing and threw him towards the edge. As Nightwing fell off the edge, he pulled out his grapple gun and fired at Raven, which caught her by the foot. Nightwing then activated his grapple gun's reverse mode and pulled Raven towards him, which caused her to fall with him and to disappear in a flash and reappear in the room with the other heroes. Not bad with the silent spell, but not good enough, Nightwing said to Raven as he offered her a hand to help her up. Raven said nothing but let Nightwing help her up before she pointed at the gadget on her mouth and glared at him. Hold on Ray, I got you, Cyborg said as he grabbed the gadget and pulled hard. Raven winced at this before she compassed herself and rubbed her cheeks. Ow, she simply said before she looked at Nightwing. Why did you take me with you? She asked him curiously. Well, I don't think Naruto could take both you and Terra, so I wanted to help him out, Nightwing said with a shrug as he took the grapple off Raven's foot and wound it up. Oh, still the big brother, Batgirl said with a chuckle as she patted him on the back. Looks like you gave Naruto the opening he needs, Backfire said with a smile as Naruto threw a flashbang in Terra's face before he slammed a Kurama enhanced punch into the floor and made the floor Terra was standing on to fall away. Terra fell in a flash of light, disappeared and reappeared in the room with the others. Damn it, I didn't expect him to play dirty like that, Terra said as she rubbed her eyes. Ninja Beast Boy said simply. Yay, ninjas wrote the book on playing dirty. Well, them in pirates, Cyborg said with a nod. Nerd Pantha said with a chuckle, throwing her arm over Cyborg's shoulder. MOG smiled as in a flash of light, Naruto appeared in the room. Well, it seems that you're the winner, young Naruto. Congratulations, he said with a smile as he clapped his hands. Naruto smiled sheepishly as the others lightly clapped for him. Now, as the winner, you get to ask me for anything, so what will it be? And don't worry, I won't punish you for being selfish, MOG said with a chuckle. Naruto nodded at this as he thought for a moment. Well, I don't really want anything. But there is something I want to know, he said. And that is? MOG asked curiously. Naruto frowned slightly at this as he thought about what he couldn't find info on. Who killed Dr. Light? He asked him. MOG frowned at this as he nodded before he snapped his fingers and showed an image of someone talking to Dr. Light. Naruto paused at this as some of the others froze at this. Dude, Beast Boy said with a frown. Oh, that's not good, Cyborg said as he knew that this villain was most likely gonna be a big problem. Jinx frowned as she looked at the image. Oh great, this psycho, she said unhappily. Everyone looked and saw what looked like an image of Harley Quinn laughing at the footage of Dr. Light's head exploding and the Titan's reaction. Oh please. It's not like that demon isn't used to a little blood after what he did to my pudding. Harley yelled as she laughed maniacally at Naruto. This caused everyone but Nightwing and Batgirl to pause in surprise at this. Naruto frowned at this as he looked at his team and the other heroes and Jinx. So that's what happened to the clown, Jinx said with a scowl at the memory of the Joker's legacy. Naruto turned to look at MOG. Hey, can you send us all back to the tower? He asked him. MOG nodded at this. You should know, there is more to why Miss Quinn is doing this than you think, he said before he waved his hand and made them all disappear in a flash of light. Titan's tower. Wow, nice tower, Jinx said with a smile as she looked around. Hands in pockets, Raven said flatly as she pointed at the couch. Spoilsport, Jinx muttered as she went and sat down with her arms crossed. You didn't tell them? Batgirl asked with a frown. Obviously not. The League made it clear that I should keep it to myself, Naruto said with a sigh. Well yay, but I figured you would have told your team with how much you say you trust them, Batgirl said as she folded her arms while raising an eyebrow at Naruto. So you actually killed the Joker? Cyborg asked with a frown as they all looked at Naruto. Well, it wasn't intentional. But yes, I did, Naruto said with a sigh. Well, we are willing to listen, right? Cole asked as she looked at the others. Everyone nodded at this as they all sat down so that Naruto, Nightwing and Batgirl could explain. Naruto nodded at this as he sat down on the couch. Well, it all happened a few years ago when I was still Robin. One night, I was patrolling on my own and I heard this lady in trouble, Naruto started saying. And let me guess, it was Quinn setting a trap? Raven asked with a glare. Naruto nodded at this. She got me with her mallet. And the next thing I know, I wake up in old Arkham with Joker saying that he wanted to make me his heir after he breaks me and puts me back together, he said. Terra saw Naruto clench his fists at this. What did he do? She asked, dreading what the answer would be. Nightwing scowled at this. That bastard tortured him, trying to break his mind, he said. Starfire gasped at this before she flew to Naruto and hugged him tight. "Star, I'm fine," Naruto said with a chuckle as he returned the hug. Raven's eyes widened at this as she clenched her fists. "That bastard deserved to die." Rage roared, her voice going demonic from her anger. "Dude," Beast Boy said as he frowned at this information. Antha scowled at this. "Hi ho de puta espero que haya sufrido," she yelled. "Yeah, what she said," Jinx said with her own frown. Terra nodded at this as she calmed herself. Cole looked confused. "What did she say?" she asked. "She said that she hoped the Joker suffered," Cyborg said. "The eyes, don't worry. I'm fine. Anyway, he tortured me and eventually it called out Kurama," Naruto said with a hard look. "Oh. Oh," Cyborg said in realization as he remembered what Naruto said about how if Naruto called out too much power, he would go nuts. "So that's why old Arkham is a crater," Beast Boy said with a nod. For those of us that don't get it, what the heck is Kurama?" Jinx asked with a raised eyebrow. "Yay, what is that?" Cole asked. "Well, long story short, he's a dot spirit that is sealed inside Naruto," Raven said, deciding not to say demon so they wouldn't scare Cole and because she didn't trust Jinx. "Yeah. The next thing I know, I'm waking up in the JL watchtower in the medical bay and I'm being told the Joker is dead," Naruto said. "And Bats let you leave Gotham after that?" Blackfire asked, leaning against a wall. "Well, after me and him talked and he helped me learn some peace of mind stuff, he was okay with me leaving," Naruto said as Starfire was still hugging him while crying. "Star, I'm okay. I promise," he whispered to her as he patted her on the head. Starfire looked at Naruto and let Naruto go before she whipped her tears away. "So, I'm gonna assume that Quinn is here to try and get even with you?" Raven asked with a frown as she folded her arms. "That makes the most sense," Cyborg said with a nod. "Yay, especially since Clayface is a friend of hers. So we may be dealing with more friends of hers too," Naruto said. "If we are gonna deal with her, then you're gonna need to find a way to track her down and find out what her plan is," Nightwing said, leaning against the island in the kitchen. Jinx's eyes widened at this before she went to raise her hand. But hesitated before she raised her hand. Actually, she sent me an invite to join her crew," she said, getting everyone's attention. "Really? When?" Naruto asked her. "A bit after Light's attack with that robot. She said something about wanting to help build up the next generation of evil, but she screamed way too crazy for me, so I ignored her," Jinx said. Naruto smiled at this. "Knew it," he said, giving her a knowing look. "Zip it, Whiskers," Jinx said with a scoff but the ghost of a smile on her face. "That was weeks ago though. Do you think she will still let you join?" Terra asked curiously. "It can't hurt to try," Beast Boy said with a shrug. "Normally I wouldn't be okay with something like this, but I have a better idea than risking Jinx's life," Naruto said with a smile. "Oh? Are you worried about me, Whiskers?" Jinx asked with a mischievous smile. Cough. "Anyway, Jinx, can I trust you to at least tell Quinn you're interested?" Naruto asked as he compassed himself. Jinx looked at Naruto and then his team before she sighed. "Fine, I'll ask her to set up a meeting and I'll keep you updated," she said to him. "Cool. We can keep in contact," Naruto said with a smile. "How?" Jinx asked with a cocked eyebrow. Naruto pulled out a communicator and handed it to Jinx, whose eyes widened at this. "You may not think you have it in you to be a hero, but I think that you do so here," Naruto said as he placed the communicator in Jinx's hand. Jinx looked at the communicator before she looked at Naruto in surprise. He trusts me," she thought to herself. "I'll escort you out," Raven said as she grabbed Jinx's hand and led her towards the exit. "I'll keep in touch," Naruto said with a smile. When Raven got to the door to outside the tower and they were alone, Raven looked at Jinx. "What?" Jinx asked with a raised eyebrow. Raven glared slightly at her. "Look, Naruto trusts you, so I'm gonna give you a chance. Don't waste it," she said, making her voice more demonic as she opened the front door and pushed Jinx out of the tower before she slammed the door shut. "Such a charming personality," that one, Jinx said sarcastically before she left. A few days later. Naruto was in the tower's training room doing his special training with Kurama. "Hey brat, I gotta ask, what is your plan for the clown's groupie?" Kurama asked curiously. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked curiously as he stopped training for a moment before he went to get a drink. "I mean, what are you gonna do to stop her from getting anyone else killed?" Kurama said. Naruto paused at this as he scowled, knowing what Kurama was getting at. "I'm not killing her to make my life easier," he thought at Kurama. Yay, that tactic worked so well for Bats and the Joker, didn't it?" Kurama mockingly said. Naruto growled at this as he knew Kurama had a point. But he knew going for the kill wasn't what he wanted to do. Harley isn't the Joker, he thought with a firm tone. True, Kurama said back as even he had to admit the Joker was worse than any demon. Suddenly, the door to the training room opened and Cyborg came in. Jinx is on the phone. She said she has info that she will only share with you, Cyborg said to him. Thanks, Naruto said as he walked past Cyborg out of the training room. Naruto soon entered the common room and saw everyone else waiting for him, while on the TV screen, they saw Jinx who seemed to be on a rooftop. How did it go, Jinx? Naruto asked her. Jinx smiled at this and shook her head. It went without a hitch. She gave me information on who from Gotham she had on her side, she said. Why would she tell you that so easily? Raven asked with a raised eyebrow as she folded her arms. She wanted to try and show off a bit, trying to impress her new recruit apparently, Jinx said, making air quotes. Naruto rolled his eyes at this. And that's why Joker was the brains of the two, he said with a sigh. Yay, well anyway, here's the list of villains I sent to Cyborg. And I'm actually impressed she got these guys on her side, Jinx said, before another screen lit up next to the holo screen and showed several images. One was a female with red hair, wearing a green dress that seemed to be made of leaves, along with green gloves that went to her elbows and boots that were just below her knees. Of course she got Ivy to join her, Cyborg said with a sigh. Well, they are supposed to be best friends, Terra said with a shrug. Yay, going on a crusade for revenge. I'm thinking there's more to it, since Ivy is strictly into causes to protect nature, Naruto said with a sigh. The next was a giant shark man, wearing ripped pants. Oh, come on Nana, I thought you were staying out of trouble, Naruto said with a frown of disappointment. You know this man of sharks? Starfire asked. Oh yay. I encountered him before and tried to teach him what friends are. He's like a little kid mentally, so Harley must be manipulating him, Naruto said. Sounds like the Hulk. Where he's a little kid with quite a temper when angry, Beast Boy said. Yay. Nana is more controllable than Hulk. Last I heard, he was with my sis on the way out of Gotham, Naruto said. Sis? Cole asked. Well, she treated me like a little bro, Naruto said with a chuckle before he turned to the next picture. The third was a man wearing a white suit that had different colored dots all over it. Oh geez, he's a problem, Naruto said. PFFT, really? Over the shark guy? Beast Boy asked with a giggle. Don't let the name fool you. Those dots are actually mini-dimensional portals that can cut through anything. So avoid his attacks at all cost, otherwise you're Swiss cheese, Naruto said with a hard tone. Good to know. I was gonna make a crack about him doing kids' parties, Jinx said with a slight grin. Yay, cut him a break. His power isn't his fault. Blame his mom, Naruto said with a scowl. Why should we blame his mother? Raven asked curiously. His mom was a Star Lab scientist, obsessed with making a superhero out of her own kids. He was the only survivor, Naruto said as he clenched his fists tightly. Raven frowned at this as he looked at the polka dot man and saw sadness in his eyes. It looks like she sprung Clayface out too, Terra said as they saw the last picture. Okay, so we know her team. Any idea what her plan is? Naruto asked Jinx. No, not yet. But I'm meeting her later so I can see her base and she can tell me her grand plan, Jinx said. Okay, we can do that. But we need a way to follow after you without Nana smelling us, Naruto said as he knew if they followed too close then King Shark would smell them easily. Is there any magic we can use to mask our scent? Cole asked Raven. I can keep us in my shadow self as we follow from afar. King Shark won't be able to smell us, Raven said. Well, I'm going to meet her in an hour, so be ready. Here's where I'm meeting her, so don't leave me hanging, Jinx said, sending them the coordinates for the meeting. Naruto nodded at this as the image of Jinx was replaced by a map of the city, which was marked with Harley. Harley was with her team as they overlooked her men putting the final touches on what looked like a giant vat of some green serum. I still don't know why you wanted me to develop an aging accelerant that will work on something that's not a plant, Ivy said with a raised eyebrow. Harley grinned evilly as she pointed towards a container that looked to be from a military compound. Let's just say that I have a pet I want to have grown up quickly, Harley said as she removed the sheet on the container, showing the words Project Starfish. Harley started to laugh hard as her men were almost done with the accelerant. Thanks for watch here, see next video, like and share with your friends.